further. "Happy now?" he asked, tapping the dashboard. Leaning over, I checked the speedometer. 80 kilometres. "Yes," I breathed, my coiled-up muscles relaxing ever so slightly. "Thanks." Sagging back in my seat, I allowed my gaze to drift over him. He was staring at the road ahead, one hand resting on the gear stick, the other elbow leaning against the door. Like he sensed me watching him. Johnny glanced sideways and caught me red-handed. I smiled weakly. He stared heatedly back at me, unsmiling. My smile faded. With a low, frustrated growl, he turned his attention back to the road. Shaking his head, he muttered something unintelligible under his breath, hand tightening around the wheel. Feeling dismissed, I clasped my hands on my lap and stared out the windscreen, not daring to cast another glance at him. We didn't speak for the remainder of the drive, with only the songs coming from the stereo breaching the thick silence. "Listen," Johnny announced, breaking the silence when the lights of Ballylagan town came into view. "What I told you back there, about my surgery." His tone was level, polite even, as he stared straight ahead, manoeuvring through the narrow streets and laneways. "I would appreciate your discretion." Appreciate my discretion? He was embarrassed about having an injured groin? He should try having a useless father whose only talents were gambling his dole money and impregnating his mother while whoring himself around to anyone stupid enough to have him. Frustrated, I turned to him and said, "Who would I tell, Johnny?" "Your friends." He countered, and then in a much quieter voice muttered, "My friends." "Well, I'm not going to tell anyone," I bit out, annoyed and insulted. "I'm not a motor mouth." He tightened his hand on the wheel but made no response. Irritated by the sudden formality in his voice, not to mention the fact that he had spent the past 15 minutes ignoring me, I glared at the side of his face and growled, "Why would I bother telling anyone anyway?" "Because," he bit out, keeping his attention to the road, "I know what most girls are like." Most girls? If he considered me to be like most girls, then why spend all that time talking to me? Why ask me all those questions and make me feel comfortable enough to answer him if he considered me to be just like most girls? Why bother with me at all? "You're being ridiculous," I muttered. "I'm being careful," Johnny corrected calmly. "I shouldn't have said anything to you. It was incredibly fucking reckless on my part, and now I'm asking you to do me a favour and keep it to yourself. I've a lot on the line here, Shannon, and a word getting out about this could really mess things up for me. More than you will ever know." I folded my arms across my chest. "Fine." "Fine," he repeated warily. "Yeah," I deadpanned, staring straight ahead. "Fine." "Great." He blew out a heavy sigh and said, "Thanks," following it up several seconds later with, "I appreciate it." Silence followed, thick, heavy, and unbearable. I was conflicted by the turn of events. Was he playing me? Had this been a big game to him? Messing around with my emotions by being kind and roping me into a false sense of security with all that getting to know each other talk back at the school? Dangling the prospect of a friendship in my face with all that niceness and small talk and then snatching it all away? Wouldn't be the first time this happened. I should have seen this coming, and I was disappointed in myself for letting my guard down so easily around him. "Damn it!" "Are you okay?" he asked, breaking the silence. I didn't respond because I couldn't. I was concentrating too hard on not crying. "Shannon, I didn't," Johnny started to say but stopped short. He rubbed his jaw and then dropped his hand back on the wheel. "I don't..." He stalled again, this time shaking his head. "Forget it." I didn't probe or push him to finish whatever he had been trying to say. I didn't want to hear it. Retracting from the current source of my confusion and frustration, which was my designated driver, I focused all my efforts on ignoring him and keeping my emotions at bay. If I could jump out of the car right now, I would. But he was a fast driver, and I didn't fancy my chances of surviving the post-jump impact. "What are you thinking?" Johnny finally said, making a left turn onto my estate. It was a deep hilly ascent to my house with several hundred attached houses running side by side on either side of the road, mine at the very top. Many of the houses were boarded up, others were dilapidated with untended gardens, my own included, but right now I was too annoyed to care what he thought. I swung my gaze to glare at him. "You want to know what I'm thinking?" Johnny glanced sideways, eyes full of heat and barely contained frustration, and gave me a clipped nod before turning his attention back to the road. "Fine," I snapped, blinking back the familiar sting of tears as I proceeded to tell him exactly what I was thinking. "I think you're paranoid about people finding out you're injured because you know you shouldn't be playing." The words were out of my mouth before I had a chance to check myself. But instead of apologising or trying to take them back, I surged forward, shocking myself with the emotion in my tone. "I think you're in denial about your healing process, and I know you're hurt. You limp at school, did you know that? All the time. Others mightn't notice it, but I do. I see it, and you do it all the time. So, I think you're playing a dangerous game with your body, Johnny, and I think if your doctors knew how much pain you are actually in, there's no way they would have signed off and released you to play." I had no idea where this was coming from, but the words were bursting to come out of my mouth, so I let them spill. "I think this was a terrible mistake. I should have never accepted a lift from you. I think you overreacted tonight. I think you handle yourself terribly. And I think it would be best if you and I didn't talk any more." I blew out a huge breath, chest heaving from the sheer height of my vocal exertion. My face was burning with heat, but I was proud of myself for getting that off my chest. It was uncharacteristic of me to have an outburst of this magnitude with anyone outside of my family, but I was glad. I guess it spoke volumes that I felt heated and weirdly comfortable enough around this boy to lose my shit, but I was too worked up to delve into the workings of that particular conundrum. For now, I would remain stewing in my apprehension and disappointment. "Listen, I appreciate your concern," he finally bit out, pausing for a moment before adding, "At least, I think that's what that was. But it's not necessary. I've got it handled." "You clearly haven't," I shot back, interrupting him. "You have no fucking clue of what you're talking about," he snapped back. "I get that you mean well, but I know my own shit. I know my own body." "Of course I don't," I muttered, turning my face away to look out the passenger window. "Like most girls." "You don't," he continued to argue. "You don't know me, Shannon." All out of steam, I exhaled a deflating breath. "You're right, Johnny," I whispered in agreement. "I don't know you." "Stop doing that," he snapped, running an impatient hand through his hair. "Christ." "Doing what?" "Twisting my words," he shot back angrily, not giving me a chance to explain. "It's a dick girl move, and I can't—" "Fuck!" he roared, slamming on the brakes to avoid a rogue bicycle that was strewn in the middle of the road. "For Christ's sake, what the hell is wrong with people? Does the road look like a goddamn place to park a bike?" "You can let me out here," I stated flatly, unclicking my seatbelt. "I can walk the rest of the way." I had the car door open and was out of my seat before he had a chance to respond. Slamming my door shut, I opened the back door and reached into the piles of rubbish and dirty clothes from my bag. "Shannon, wait! Don't go!" "Bye, Johnny," I whispered before closing the door and crossing onto the footpath. I didn't turn back when he rolled his window down and called my name 3 times. And I didn't turn around when he pulled up at the footpath, choosing to slip through the alleyway instead, with my head down and the sting of bitter regret weighing heavily on my shoulders.
Chapter 18. Overreactions and Fading Dreams. Johnny. I was furious the entire drive home, hardly able to concentrate on the road with temper. By the time I pulled into the driveway at home, my entire body was thrumming with frustration. She walked away from me. I called her and she walked the fuck away from me. I wasn't used to being dismissed or ignored. And that wasn't me being a cocky shit. It was the truth. Touching her was a mistake. Doing it again was one I couldn't afford to make. She was 15 years old. The fuck was wrong with me? It was bad enough when all we had were a couple of conversations, but now that I spent the bones of 2 hours in a car with her, I was reeling. When she asked her questions, they were deeper than the usual shite I was asked. They confused me. I couldn't read her. I couldn't figure out what she was thinking. She lived in one of the council estates in town, the big one that was plagued with drug raids and hounded by the Garda. And that was a troubling thought. How the fuck did someone like her come from somewhere like that? When I pulled into my usual spot at the back of my house, my mood was dark and my temper was out of control. Killing the engine, I sat there for several minutes, staring at my windscreen, striving to get a handle of the god-awful feeling of despair churning inside of me. Dropping my head in my hands, I grabbed clumps of hair and just tugged. I learned a valuable lesson tonight, though. And that was to never ask a girl what she was thinking if you weren't prepared to take a huge fucking knock to the ego. I think you're in denial about your healing process, and I know you're hurt. I think you're playing a dangerous game with your body, and I think if your doctors knew how much pain you were really in, there's no way they'd ever sign you off and release you to play. Her words were haunting me. Probably because she made a valid point. I fucking hated that she was right about my body. I was stubborn like that, which was why I got so defensive when she called me out on my bullshit. Still though, Shannon didn't know me. She had no clue of the pressure I was under. No one understood, and certainly not her. And I absolutely did not walk with a fucking limp. Jesus Christ. Annoyed with myself for giving the girl any more airtime in my thoughts, I quickly pushed her away and concentrated very hard on thinking about nothing at all. When I'd calmed down enough, I climbed out of my car and slammed the door shut, only to immediately regret it, and yodeling noises erupted. The automatic sensor lights in the yard were on, making it easy to see the two golden retrievers bounding down the lawn towards me, followed by a much slower, much older black Labrador. "Sorry, girls," I called out, temper dissipating at the sight of them. "I didn't mean to wake you." Shoving my keys in my pocket, I scratched Bonnie and Cupcake, my mother's dogs, on their heads before making a beeline for the old lab. At almost 15, her hair around Suki's eyes, nose and chin had turned white. She was stiff and hobbled more these days, but she was still a puppy to me, and would forever be the best birthday present a 3-year-old boy could ever receive. Suki waddled into my arms, then dropped down on my foot, waggling her tail so hard her back was shaking. "Hey, gorgeous." Taking a knee, I wrapped my arms round my dog. "How's my best girl?" She rewarded me with a slobbering kiss to my face and a arthritic-plagued attempt to give me a paw. Cradling her face in my hands, I scratched her ears and pressed my nose to hers. "I missed you." "Yes, I did." "God, I love this dog. She's my baby." I didn't care what the lads said or how badly they slagged me off over her name. Suki was my girl, loyal to the fault, and I loved the shite out of her. It was a good thing she couldn't talk, because the old girl knew more about my shit than anyone else on this planet. Those big brown doe eyes always got to me. and the little white beard around her mouth always pulled at my heartstrings. I don't understand how people could hurt any animals, but especially dogs. They were too good for us. Humans didn't deserve the love and loyalty dogs gave them. I was a dog lover. I trusted them. There was something about the way a dog looked at you. I didn't care if you were a famous rugby player or a homeless person on the streets. I only cared about how you treated them. And once they chose you as their human, you had a faithful friend for the rest of their lives. I didn't think humans were capable of such compassion and commitment. Bonnie and Cupcake put out with the lack of attention they were getting, pined loudly and jumped and scratched at my back. If it wasn't so cold out there, and I wasn't so bleeding sore, I'd run a few laps of the lawn with them to wear them out, but it was taking everything I had in me to stay upright, so I decided against it. I took the time to give all three a belly rub, stopping to give one extra ear rub to Suki before standing up and heading inside. The suitcase inside the back door alerted me to the fact that my mother was home. If I hadn't seen the case, I would have figured it out by the unmistakable aroma of the beef stew wafting through the air. With my stomach grumbling in agreement, I sailed through to the utility room, following the delicious smell into the kitchen. I found my mother standing at the stove. She had her back to me, and she was dressed in one of those pantsuits she wore for work. Her blonde hair was pulled back from her face with a fancy-looking clip, and she looked like home. At the sight of her, I felt a weight shift off my shoulders. My mother worked for some fashion consultancy firm based in London. She's constantly travelling for work, and I'd missed her these past 3 weeks she'd been away. Hadn't realised how much until now. "Hey, Ma," I mumbled, making my presence known. "How's it going?" "Johnny!" Swinging round with a wooden spoon clutched in her hand, Mam beamed at me. "You're home!" Dropping the spoon on the counter, she wiped her hands on her apron and then made a beeline for me. "Come here to squeeze you." I moved in for a quick hug that turned into a full 30-second hug. "Ma," I chuckled, freeing myself from her death grip. "I'm still here. Relax. I missed you so much." Reluctantly, she released me and took a step back, eyes trailing over me with that weird maternal look she always gave me. "Jesus, you've grown another foot." I cocked a brow. "In 3 weeks?" Mem returned my sarcasm with a scowl. "Don't be smart." "I'm always smart." I pressed a kiss to her cheek and then sidestepped her, my sights set on the pot of stew. "I'm starving." "Have you been eating?" "Of course. Properly?" "Always." "Now how's school?" "It's school." She didn't ask about rugby. It was always questions about things like school, my friends, my homework, my day, and God love me, my feelings. But never rugby. It wasn't that Mom didn't care about my passion. She just always made it a point of hers to let me know that she cared about the rest of me, first and most. "And Jared?" My mother always used Gibbsy's first name. "How's he doing?" "He's the same as always," I replied, heaping stew into a bowl before moving to the island. "Is Dad back from Dublin yet?" My father was a barrister, a fairly prolific one at that, and spent a huge portion of his time rotating between Cork and his HQ in Dublin. It all depended on the client he was defending and the seriousness of the case, but it basically went like this: the bigger the crime, the bigger the commute. My parents' work commitments and schedules meant that I spent a lot of time on my own when they were travelling, and that was exactly how I liked it. Up until I was about 14. We used to have our neighbour, Maura Riley, come and stay with me, but that was mostly just to drive me to school and travelling. I was mature enough to stay on my own and fairly self-sufficient. Maura still stopped by when my mother was away on business, but that was more to clean up and cook a batch of meals. After so many years living this way, not to mention endless freedom, I didn't think I would cope with having them around me 24/7. He won't be back from Dublin until the middle of March at the earliest, Mum replied, coming to join me at the island. I flew into Dublin this morning and had lunch with him before driving down, she explained before taking the stool opposite mine. Why'd you do that? I asked between mouthfuls of stew. You could have stayed above with him for a few days. Why do you think? Ma'am rested her elbows on the counter and smiled. Because I wanted to see my baby. I rolled my eyes. I'm not a baby, Ma. You're my baby, she countered. And you'll always be. I don't care if you grow to 7 feet tall. You'll always be my little Johnny. Jesus. What could you do with a woman like that? Shaking my head, I gave up on my spoon and lifted the bowl to my mouth, draining the last drop of soup at the bottom before slapping the bowl down and sighing in contentment. No one cooked like my mother. Not the chefs at the academy, or the take-out restaurants in town. The woman had birthed me, and she had a direct line to my stomach. I see your manners haven't improved, Ma'am quipped, giving me a disapproving frown. Can't help myself, Ma. I shot back with a wink. I'm a growing boy. Moving for seconds, I filled my bowl and just stood over the stove to eat. There was no point in sitting down when I had plans on cleaning the pot. How did your checkup go last week? She asked. Is Dr. Murphy happy with your healing? Wouldn't know because I didn't know. I grunted a blasé response, too busy inhaling my food. What about the doctors at the academy? She pushed. I know they weren't keen on you returning so soon. Again, I grunted at my response because getting into this with my mother was a discussion I could do without tonight. If I lied, she'd see through me. If I told her the truth, she'd panic. Either way this discussion went, my mother would insist on seeing my injury, aka my cock and balls. And either way this discussion went, I would lose my shit and tell her no. Then she would overreact and get on the phone to my father and cry about how I wouldn't show her my private parts and how he needed to come home to deal with me because I was probably dying from gangrene of the penis or some other horrific and over-dramatic illness. Distraction and avoidance was key to a tear-free ma'am and a trauma-free me. Delighted you're home, Ma, but I'm going to head up to my room and start my homework, I decided on saying instead. 5th year's kicking my ass. I'm actually thinking about getting some grinds for Irish. I added that bit for an extra effect. I didn't need grinds for anything. I hadn't scored less than a B on any test or exam since 3rd year. In fact, I could be the one giving the fucking grinds. I sure as hell spent enough time helping the lads in my business and accountancy classes. But my distraction worked, steering my mother's concerns away from my ailments and onto my education. Ah, pet, that's okay, she quickly announced, tone comforting. I'm proud of you for being brave enough to admit when you're having a problem. I'll make a few calls in the morning to see what's available. Yeah, that may be a good idea. I agreed with a solemn nod. Stretching my arms over my head, I forced a yawn. Oh, you look shattered, love, my mother assessed, her brown eyes laced with empathy. But why don't you get an early night, and I'll write you a note for your homework. Thanks, Ma. I'm wrecked. I walked over and pressed a kiss to her cheek, and then hightailed it out of our kitchen before she had a chance to remember her earlier question. Oh, before I forget, she called out, stopping me in my tracks. I booked your car into the garage for a service. The closest date I could get was Monday fortnight, so I'll give you a lift to school and we can pick your car up afterwards. Oh, shite, I grumbled, twirling in the doorway to face her. What? I've sessions booked with the PT and the academy every evening for the next month. Exhaling a frustrated breath, I rubbed my forehead. I need my car, Ma. I looked at her with a hopeful expression before adding, unless you want to drop me off and pick me up at the clinic, or loan me the Jeep. Missing one session won't kill you, Mam replied in a level tone. No, probably wouldn't. If I hadn't missed tonight's session over Shannon. Besides, Mam continued, I fly back out to London the day after that, and I wanted to spend as much time with you as I can before I go. Yeah, I knew she'd say that. The woman was all about spending time with me. Damn it. The league final's coming up, I argued, even though I knew it was pointless. It's important for the school. I need to be match fit. And you're not match fit now? Of course I am. Then what's with the limp? My mouth fell open. What? Your leg? She replied. You're not putting your weight on it. Shannon's earlier words filled my mind and I balked. I'm not fucking limping. My ma glared at me. What's your language, Jonathan? Well, I don't have a bleeding limp, Ma. I shot back defensively. Why are you getting so touchy about it? She countered, evenly. Is it your testicles, love? Because you can tell me if something's wrong with them. I opened my mouth to respond, but quickly closed it. There was no point in arguing with this woman. I wasn't going to win, and if I kept pushing, she'd do that sneaky fucking thing mothers did when they made you reveal things without asking. Jesus Christ. Good night, Ma. I bit out and turned to leave. One more thing, Mam called after me. Inhaling a calming breath, I turned back to her. Yes? Who's this? She asked, lips twitching as she tapped her finger on the newspaper lying open on the counter. I frowned. Who's who? With a huge smile on her face, she picked up a newspaper and held it up to show me. This? Ma asked, full on grinning now, as she tapped her nail on a huge ass full colour picture of me with Shannon at the schoolboy shield game last week. Local or national? National. Fuck my life. Give me that, I snapped, stalking over to get a better look. Snatching the paper out of my mother's hands, I stared down at the girl who had been driving me crazy for the best part of 2 months. Jesus, she looked gorgeous, all wide-eyed and smiling as I held her to my side. Her brown hair was loose and blowing in the breeze. The top of her head grazed my armpit. That's how tiny she was. And then my heart skipped in my chest when I read the caption. Johnny Kavanagh, 17, pictured with school friend Shannon Lynch as they celebrated Tommen College's win over Kilbeg in the final of the Schoolboy Shield last Friday. Kavanagh captained his school to their 5th win in a row of the Shield, clocking up another piece of silverware in his impressive career, and putting to bed any rumours of existing injuries. The pretty schoolgirl was fresh-faced and beaming for the cameras as she congratulated Kavanagh on another win. When asked for a comment on the status of their relationship, Kavanagh politely declined, although they say a picture speaks 1,000 words. "She's a stunner of a girl, Johnny," Mam mused, distracting me. "You look absolutely adorable together." "It's not like that, Ma," I muttered, knowing full well what she was hinting at. "She's just a friend." "I've never seen you in the papers with friends that look like this one before," Mam quipped. "It's a gorgeous picture, love. The editor must have thought so too, because they give you a whole page." "I captained our school to the final last week," I bit out, unable to look at her because my entire focus was on the picture. "We won. It's a big deal. That's why they gave me a full page." "I'm delighted for you, love," Mam chimed happily. "Now, what's her name?" "Shannon." And that's her name," I deadpanned. "Am I going to get anything else?" "What else do you want?" I snapped. "I've already told you that she's just a friend." "She's a friend?" Mam snickered, tone laced with sarcasm. "Sure she is. And I'm the Virgin Mary." "Don't talk about your virginity to me," I groaned. "Why?" Mam replied. "Would you rather me talk about yours?" No, sweet Jesus, no. No, I'm going to bed." I tucked the paper under my arm before trudging out of the room, the not bastarding limping. "Give me the paper," Mam called after me, laughing. "I want to frame that picture." "No, you're bleeding not," I shot back with a huff. When I reached my bedroom, I flipped the lock on the door and dropped the paper on my bed before heading straight to my ensuite bathroom. Kicking off my clothes, I flicked on the shower and stepped inside, carefully lowering myself to the floor. I hooked my arms round my knees and bent my head. I didn't have the energy to stand. Mam was right. I wasn't match fit. Sitting beneath the flow of scalding water, I closed my eyes as a shudder rolled through me. Using one hand, I pushed my hair back from my face and exhaled a bitter sigh as every fear and concern about my future travelled to the forepoint of my mind. My life was going to hell. My body was falling apart. My dreams were slipping out the window. I had a whole heap of problems to worry about. And still, I couldn't get out of my head. Midnight fucking blue eyes and painfully accurate words. And now, it was worse because not only was she in my thoughts 24/7, but I had a bleeding picture of her to torment myself with. And I would torment myself with that picture. I planned on it.
Chapter 19. Late Night Reality Checks. Shannon. "Good day," were the words I was greeted with when I stepped through the front door of my disastrous car ride with Johnny. Now, if anyone else in the whole wide world had asked me that question, I would have had a response, but this was my father we were talking about. He was standing in the small hallway with a rolled-up newspaper clutched in his hand, asking me about my day, and that was a terrifying concept. "Are you fucking deaf?" he demanded as he glared down at me, the white around his brown eyes completely bloodshot. "I asked you a question, girl." The stench of whiskey from his breath impaled my senses, and my anxiety skyrocketed as I mentally tried to figure this out. He was paid his social welfare benefits on Thursdays. That was the bad day. Not Tuesdays. Then I thought about what day it was and mentally slapped myself for being unprepared. Today was March 1st, and it was the first Tuesday of the month. Children's Allowance Day. The day the Irish government made their monthly cash payments to parents for every child they had, which meant hundreds of euros wasted in the bookies and the pubs, which meant weeks of struggling and scraping by would be incurred by our family because of my father's inability to control himself. My heart sank. Muttering a quick response, I retrieved my house key from the lock, slipped it into my coat and sidestepped his huge frame with the intention of swiping a packet of biscuits from the kitchen cupboard and then hightailing it to the sanctuary of my room. With my wits about me and my brain on full alert, I managed to make it to the kitchen, but like a bad smell, both figuratively and literally, my father trailed after me. Dad leaned against the doorframe, clenching the newspaper in his hand and blocking my exit. "How was school?" I kept my back to him, busying myself with browsing through soup packets and tins of beans when I answered, "Okay." "Okay," he sneered. "We're paying 4,000 euros a year for okay." There it was. There he was. "It was good, Dad," I quickly injected. "I had a productive day." "Productive day?" he mimicked, tone derisive and cruel. "Don't get fucking smart with me, girl." "I wasn't." "And you're late," he barked, his words a drunken slur. "Why the fuck are you late again?" "I missed my bus," I squeezed out, panicked. "Fucking buses," he snarled. "Fucking private school. You're a pain in the hole, girl." There was nothing to say to that, so I kept quiet. The way he always called me girl, like it was some sort of insult to be female, didn't even irk me tonight. I was in full preservation mode, knowing what I had to do to get out of this room unscathed. Take his shit, keep my mouth shut, and pray he left me alone. "Do you know where your mother is, girl?" he snarled. Again, I didn't respond. It wasn't a real question. He was pumping me with information before the onslaught. "Breaking her back over you," Dad roared, "working herself to the bone because you're a spoilt little cunt who thinks she's better than everyone." "I don't think I'm better than anyone," I mumbled, and then immediately regretted throwing verbal petrol on his already burning temper. "Look at you," Dad sneered, waving a hand at me, "in your fancy fucking private school uniform, coming home late, thinking you're God's fucking gift. Were you whoring yourself around?" he demanded, taking a few staggering steps towards me. "Is that why you're late again? Got yourself a little boyfriend?" I immediately recoiled, but didn't dare open my mouth to defend myself. He wouldn't believe me either way. 9 times out of 10 it made it worse. And 10 times out of 10, answering him back resulted in a stinging cheek. "That's it, isn't it? You've been messing around with one of those posh rugby pricks with Daddy's money at your precious Tommen," he sneered, "spreading your legs like the dirty little tramp you are." "I don't have a boyfriend, Dad," I strangled out. Swinging his arm back, he whacked me across the face with the rolled-up paper. "Don't fucking lie to me, girl." "I'm not lying," I sobbed, clutching my burning cheek. Being slapped across the face with a rolled-up newspaper might not sound like a painful thing, but when the man yielding the weapon weighed 3 times what you did, it hurt. "Explain this, then," my father demanded. Tearing open the newspaper, he roughly flicked through the pages until stopping on the sports section. "Explain him." Blinking away tears, I looked down at the page Dad was pointing at and immediately felt my blood run cold. There I was, in full technicolor, smiling for the stupid photographer with Johnny's arm wrapped around my waist, all smiles and blushed cheeks. I couldn't think about the picture or question why it was printed on the biggest newspaper in Ireland because I was terrified. I was so frightened that I could taste it. You're going to die, Shannon. This is the night he's going to kill you. He's the captain of the rugby team, I hurried to say, trying to think up a lie to get myself out of the beating I knew full well I was about to receive. They won the big match, I rambled, desperately clutching at straws. Mr. Toomey, the principal, had us all stand in for a picture with him. I don't even know him, Dad, I swear. I knew I should have expected my father's next move. He'd perfected it to a fine art down through the years, but when he clutched my throat and slammed me against the fridge, I was still caught off guard. Squeezing tightly, he hissed, "You are lying to me." "I'm not," I strangled out, clawing at his hands. "Dad, please, I can't breathe." The sound of the front door opening and then quickly closing filled the air. Dad released my throat and I physically sagged in relief. Gasping for air, I scrambled away from him. Seconds later, Joey appeared in the doorway looking like a gift sent from God with the grease-stained face and oil-covered overalls. Joey patted Dad's shoulder and then pushed him aside with ease before strolling into the kitchen, swinging a set of keys around his fingers. "How's it going, family?" He looked relaxed and sounded cheerful, but the tightness around his eyes assured me that he was anything but. Acting like he didn't have a care in the world was Joey's coping mechanism. Mine was turning mute. "Joey," Dad acknowledged, looking slightly more alert now at the presence of the more dominant alpha in the family. Our father may be big and bitter, but Joey was bigger and faster. "Boys up in bed?" Joey asked, grabbing a can of Coke from the fridge. Dad nodded, but didn't take his eyes off me. "Where's Mum?" Joey asked, obviously trying to ease the tension. Cracking open the cap, he took a deep swig, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Still at work?" "Your mother's at work and this one here is late home again," our father barked. He pointed a finger at me and slurred, "Mr. fucking Bus, apparently." "I know," Joey replied breezily, before turning his attention to me. "How's it going, Chan?" "Hey, Joe," I croaked out, clenching then unclenching my fists to stop my hands from moving to my throat as I desperately tried to get my heartbeat under control. "Nothing. Just hungry. I was getting a snack." Joey walked over to where I was standing, feet frozen to the floor, and playfully nudged my cheek with his knuckles. It was a tender display of affection and a silent show of solidarity. "Did Aoife stay long when she drove you home?" My eyes widened in confusion. The look my brother gave me said, "Go with it." Realization dawned on me. My brother was giving me an out. No," I choked out, eyes locked on Joey. "She just dropped me off and went straight home." Joey winked his approval and then reached around me, shoving his hand into the back of the cupboard, the one I couldn't reach without the help of a chair. "Here." Pulling out a packet of chocolate biscuits, he handed them to me. "No doubt these are what you were looking for?" "It's not a halfway house," Dad slurred. "This is my food, old man," Joey shot back coolly, turning to face our father. "Bought with my money from my job. This my house." "A house given to you by the government," Joey countered coolly. "Because of us." "Don't get smart with me, boy," Dad shot back, his tone lacked its usual punch. Drunk as he was, our father was quite aware that the shit he pulled with me wouldn't float with my brother. They'd had several belting matches down through the years, but the fight that burned brightest in my memory was the one that had occurred this past November. The fight had been about the usual: infidelity. Dad had been caught with another woman, no surprises there, and had decided to up and leave us for another woman. Again, no surprises there. Mam had just found out she was pregnant the day he left and had taken to the bed. Joey and I had spent almost 2 weeks taking care of the younger boys and cleaning up the mess our parents had made. When our father finally rolled through the door, 10 days later, Stinking of whiskey and throwing shit at Mam, my brother had lost it. He and Dad ended up brawling in the living room, smashing through furniture and ornaments as they went for each other. That wasn't why it stood out, though. It stood out because the fight had ended with my father curled up on the living room floor in the fetal position, while my brother delivered blow after merciless blow to his face. It was absolute carnage, and while Dad had managed to break Joey's nose, it was my brother who'd come out on top. Dad was in a bad way after the beating he'd taken, and in a screwed-up way it had worked to his advantage because Mam had felt sorry for him and taken him back. However depressing that day was for us, as the children of toxic parents, it also signified a shift in power. That day's events showed our father that he was not the top dog anymore. There was a new dog in town, one who'd taken one too many beatings from him and was prepared to shut his shit down at any moment. "Shannon," Joey said, tone level, eyes locked on our father. "It's getting late. Why don't you head on up to bed?" Joey didn't need to tell me twice. Taking the offered escape like a drowning victim would take a life jacket, I made a beeline for the stairs, halting in my tracks when Dad blocked the doorway. "I'm not done talking to her," he slurred. "Well, she's done talking to you," Joey deadpanned, coming to stand behind me. "So get out of her way, old man. Now." There was a solid 30-second stare down between them before Dad finally stepped aside. Bolting out of the kitchen, I ran up the staircase at top speed, not stopping until I was safely holed up in my bedroom with the door closed and the lock turned. Barely taking time to catch a breath, I tossed the biscuits on my bedside locker, stripped out of my uniform as fast as humanly possible, and threw on my pyjamas before diving onto the bed. Scrambling under the covers, I reached for the portable Discman under my pillow and pulled the covers up to my chin. I had one earplug in when the screaming started. Seconds later, the sound of furniture crashing filled my ears. My stomach churned and I quickly rammed the other earplug in before firing up the old, discoloured Discman. Fumbling with the buttons, I pressed play and turned the volume up to maximum level, praying the batteries had enough juice left in them to block out the hell that was my home. Clicking onto the loudest, hardest metal track on the CD, I laid back on my pillow and remained perfectly still, body rigid and coiled tight with tension. 4 songs in, and my heartbeat returned to a normal rhythm. 3 more songs, and the ability to form coherent thoughts returned. It wasn't always like this. Weeknights were mostly okay with the exception of Thursdays when Dad got his social welfare money at the post office. The weekends could be sketchy, but I was fantastic at avoiding confrontation with my father. If he was drinking on a weekday, I always made it my business to be home from school, dinner eaten, and locked in my bedroom by 6 o'clock. If he was drinking at the weekends, I didn't come out of my room at all. However, the events of today had thrown me and I'd made a fatal mistake. Johnny had thrown me. I'd let my guard down. I forgot. The album played to the end and I flicked it back on, repeating it on loop. It was only when I heard the sound of the bedroom door next to mine slamming over the music in my ears that I unlocked my coiled muscles. He was okay. Exhaling a shuddering breath, I lowered the volume and listened carefully. Silence. Pulling out my earbuds, I threw the covers off and climbed out of bed. Tiptoeing over to my bedroom door, I turned the lock and crept into the empty landing. Feeling my way over to Joey's door in the dark, I grabbed the door handle and slipped inside. "Joey," I whispered when my eyes landed on him. He was sitting on the edge of his bed in his boxer shorts, holding a wad of toilet paper to his mouth. "You okay?" "I'm grand, Shan," he bit out, tone sharp, as he dabbed the tissue against his bottom lip. "You should go to bed." "You're bleeding," I strangled out, eyes locked on the stream of blood-stained tissue. "It's just a busted lip," he shot back, sounding a little irritated. "Just go back to your room." I didn't. I couldn't. I must have hovered at his door for a long time because when Joey looked up at me, his expression was resigned. Sighing heavily, he ran a hand through his hair and then patted the mattress beside him. Come on. Bolting over to him, I collapsed down on the bed and wrapped my arms around my brother's neck, clinging to him like he was the only thing holding my world together. Sometimes I thought that might be true. It's okay, Shan, he whispered, comforting me. I'm sorry, I choked out, tightening my hold on his neck. Tears spilled over my cheeks. So sorry, Joe. It's not your fault, Shan. But I made him mad. Not your fault, my brother repeated, tone stern. I don't want to be here anymore, Joe. Me either. I'm sick of feeling scared all the time. I know. He patted my back and then stood. One of these days, everything will be better. I promise. Walking over to his wardrobe, he pulled open the doors and dragged out the familiar sleeping bag and spare pillows. I didn't have to ask what he was doing, not when I already knew, and it made my heart squeeze tight. When Joey was finished setting up the makeshift bed on the floor, he dropped onto it. Folding his arms behind his head, he released a heavy sigh. Turn off the light, will you, Shan? Complying, I leaned over the bed and flicked off his lamp before climbing into the empty bed. Thanks, Joey, I sniffled, wiping my nose with the back of my hand as I settled under the covers. No problem. Turning onto my side, I looked down at him lying on his bedroom floor. His curtains were closed, but the street lamps on the footpath outside the house cloaked the room in a dull hue of faded colour, illuminating the shadows on my brother's face. Hey, Joe? Yeah. Can you do me a favour? He tipped his chin up, letting me know he was listening. Please don't do to me what Darren did to us. Folding my hands under my cheek, I whispered. Don't leave me. I won't, my brother vowed, tone laced with grit and sincerity. I won't ever leave you here with him. I breathed out a shaky breath. Mam is never going to leave him. Mam can do whatever the fuck she wants, Joey interrupted, tone hardening. She made her bed when she took him back last time. She can keep popping out his offspring and put up with his bullshit for the rest of her goddamn life for all I care. But you and me? We stick together. He turned his face to me and said, When I get out of this shithole, and I will get out, I'm taking you with me. Chewing on my lip, I asked, What about the boys? Joey exhaled heavily but didn't respond. Nanny Murphy, our maternal great-grandmother, picked our younger brothers up from school every day and dropped them home, fed and watered and dressed for bed around 8 p.m. Nanny had done the same for Darren, Joey and me up until we moved on to secondary school. It was a strange arrangement considering she and my parents barely spoke, and one I had asked Nanny about. I wanted to know why at the age of 81 she continued to help my parents when they clearly didn't appreciate her. She had raised my mother and her sister Alice when their parents passed away when they were children, but you'd swear Nanny was a stranger the way our mother treated her. Nanny told me that she didn't do it for them. She did it for us, because she loved us. And we were not to suffer for our parents' poor decisions. She had toilet-trained every one of us when our mother was working all the hours God gave her and our father wasn't interested. Nanny Murphy had stepped in when our mother and father stepped out. Nanny made it clear that she would love and nurture every child born out of their fucked-up union because we were her great-grandbabies. Tig, Ollie, and Sean were relatively protected from the tornado that was our father because we were lucky enough to have a great-grandmother who loved us. The problem was, Nanny was pushing on in life, and she couldn't do this forever. She couldn't keep wading in and saving the day. Her health was fading, old age was setting in, and money was as tight for her as it was for us. Nanny didn't have the money to feed us on top of our 3 younger brothers, and every time we ran to her with another problem, another wrinkle appeared on her face, and another doctor's appointment accrued. It was for those and many more reasons why Joey and I had scaled back our visits. They're our brothers, I whispered, dragging myself from my thoughts. I'm not their father, Joey croaked out. And who knows, maybe Mam will come to her senses before they completely fuck them up like they did us and Darren. Either way, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't take care of them, Shannon. I can't afford it and I don't have the time. I'm getting us out of here. That's the best I can do. You promise? He nodded. As soon as I'm finished with school and settled in college next year, I'll get a flat. It might take some time to put together the cash and get on my feet. But I'll get out of here, Shannon. I'll get you out of here. I can fucking promise you that. I believe you, I told him. And I did. He'd been telling me this plan since Darren walked out the door 5 years ago and left us to deal with our father's whiskey wrath alone. I believed that my brother meant every word he was saying, every promise he was making. Problem was, I could see the unimaginable sacrifices that would have to be made by my brother in order to make this work for us, and knew deep down in my heart that the probability of it actually going to fruition was slim. Either way, the child inside of me clung to the promise for all it was worth, and promises like that to girls like me were worth everything. Anyway, enough of the parental bullshit talk, Joey said, looking up in my face. Tell me how you know Johnny Kavanagh. What? I gaped down at him, startled by the sudden change in conversation. It wasn't uncommon for us to change the subject after a night like this and talk about ridiculous things. To others, it might seem strange that we were able to switch from serious, meaningful conversation to simple chit-chat, but it was the norm for us. We'd been dealing with our father's bullshit our entire lives. Changing subjects came naturally to us. It was a coping mechanism we had perfected down through the years, deflection and distraction. But asking me about Johnny? That threw me. Kavanagh, Joey confirmed, eyes sharp and searching. How do you know the guy? He goes to Tommen, I explained, grateful for the semi-darkness so my brother couldn't see how red my face had turned. He's, in 5th year, I think? I know. And I've seen him a few times at school. He's the one who knocked me out on my first day. Joey's head snapped towards me. It was Kavanagh who knocked you out. It was an accident. I quickly reeled off the familiar words I'd spoken time and again in the past month or so. He made a bad pass, or kicked the ball wrong, or something like that. Anyways, he apologised like a million times, so it's all good. I finished with a big sigh, unwilling to provide any further information on the matter. All over and done with. Well, shit, Joey mused, scratching his chest. You'd think a guy in his position wouldn't be making Mickey Mouse mistakes like that. A guy in his position, I remarked. I'm pretty sure he's not the only person in the world to kick a ball arseways. No, Joey shrugged. Still, though, I didn't think they made those kind of schoolboy errors in the academy. Academy? I exhaled a huff. It's called Tommen College, Joe, not the academy. I'm not talking about your school, Shan, Joey said. I'm talking about the academy. You know, the Institute of Further Progression. The academy's only a nickname. What the hell is the Institute of Further Progression, and how do you know him? Exactly what it sounds like. An institute for further progression, he shot back sarcastically. And everyone knows who Johnny Kavanagh is. I didn't. I was baffled. Then why nickname it the Academy? Because the Academy sounds better than the Institute, Joey barked out a soft laugh. You really have no clue who he is, do you? When I didn't respond, Joey laughed again. That's priceless, he mused, clearly entertained. You were driving around in his car tonight and you didn't even know. Know what? I snapped, feeling flustered and annoyed by my lack of comprehension. Johnny's earlier words floated into my head. I play... Damn it! I knew I'd be making a fool of myself. What? I demanded. Is he a hotshot rugby player or something? Joey snorted loudly. I can't believe you didn't know. Tell me. You should have snapped a pic, he added thoughtfully. Oh, wait, you did? What's the story with you being in the papers with him? The old man practically rammed it in my face. I have no idea, Joe. I shook my head and exhaled heavily. They won some cup last Friday and I got pulled into a picture with him. I shrugged helplessly. I had no idea it would end up in the papers. It ended up in the papers because he's Johnny Kavanagh, my brother stated, enunciating his name like it should mean something to me. Come on, Shan. When I came up empty, Joey heaved an impatient sigh. He's a big fucking deal on the rugby circuit. Jesus, you only have to turn on a computer or crack open the papers to read all about him, he continued to say. He was recruited into the rugby academy when he was like 14 or some insanely young age like that. That's the institute place. I shifted, leaning over to the edge of the bed to take his measure. Is that a big deal or something? It's a big fucking deal, Shan, Joey confirmed. You have to be handpicked by top Irish rugby scouts to get trials. Money and pull have no factor. Selection is based purely on talent and potential. They teach them everything they need to know about a professional career in rugby and have the best coaches, physios, nutritionists and trainers in the country watching over them. They run these insane conditioning programs and camps for their players, and it's the best place to meet potential scouts. It's like this school of excellence for upcoming professional rugby players, except it's not a school. It's a state-of-the-art sports facility in the city. Actually, it's more like a puppy farm where they produce thoroughbred, high-caliber rugby players instead of dogs. Ew! I scrunched my nose up. Disgusting analogy, Joe. That's what it's like, Joey chuckled. Only the best promising teenagers in the country get a chance to work with the academy. And even at that, it's brutal. You have to be made of something fucking special to make it through the trials and get a season with them, never mind getting reselected. Personally, I can respect the hell out of anyone with that kind of self-discipline. He has to have some huge fucking work ethic to perform at that level in his sport. So, he's good. He's better than good, Shan, my brother corrected. I've seen a few of Kavanagh's games with the under-18 squad that were aired on the telly over the summer campaign, and I'm telling you now. He's like a loaded gun on the pitch. Give him a slither of opportunity and he'll expose the defence and hit the fucking target every time. Shit, the guy's only 17 and this is his second season with the Irish under-18 youth team. And he'll move right on up to the under-20s once he turns 18. After that, it'll be the senior team. So Johnny wasn't joking around when he said he played. I didn't know any of this, I mumbled, feeling like an idiot. Why didn't anyone mention this? All the girls said at school was that he was amazing at rugby and was captain for the school team. I never even heard of this academy thingy. You're blushing, Joey stated, sounding amused. It was a completely accurate assessment, one I furtively denied. I am not. He snorted. Yeah, you fucking are. It's too dark to see that, so how do you even know that I'm blushing? Joey laughed softly. So, you admit it? I do not, I bit back a curse, and I am not. He scoffed. Don't give me that shit. What shit? You let him drop you home? I gaped. Yeah? So? You don't even get in the car with Podge and he's been my best friend since nappies, Joey challenged. I've never seen or heard about you being friends with fellas. That's because I don't have any friends, I growled. Or at least, I didn't. So, you're friends with him? No, I'm not friends with him, I ground out. I missed my bus. He overheard me talking to you on the phone and offered to give me a spin home. You know this? Yeah. Well, word to the wise, he replied breezily. Don't get your hopes up with him. My hopes? Yeah. Joey yawned lazily. It won't end well. What are you? Why would I get my hopes up? I shot back, flustered. Hopes for what? Whatever shit teenage girls get their hopes up on, Joey countered, yawning again. At the risk of sounding like an overprotective brother, he's too old and way too fucking experienced for you. I'm not getting my hopes up on anyone, I denied heatedly before quickly adding, Why are you even telling me all of this? I'm not thick, Shan, Joey replied. I'm well aware of the way young ones get all hung up and go all fangirly on fellas in his position. He shifted round on his makeshift bed, stretching out. All I'm saying is, don't read into him taking a picture with you or giving you a lift home tonight. He more than likely does that with a lot of girls. I wasn't, I snapped. I didn't even know about his position until you just told me. I followed up with, and I'm well aware that him offering me a lift was an attempt to make amends for the concussion. You're sure? Of course. Are you sure you know? That's all. I balked with indignance. Yes, Joey. Well, good, he sighed. Because from what I've read in the papers, he'll be out of here after the leaving cert, so pining after him would be a bad idea. Clubs are already crying out for him, even in the Southern Hemisphere. It's only a matter of time before he's contracted out to the highest bidder. So? My tone was defensive. Why would I care? I don't even like rugby. Calm your tits, Shannon, Joey huffed. I was only trying to give you some brotherly advice. Well, it's not necessary, I grumbled, face burning. And for your information, he's actually not that great, I decided to throw out there in a disdaining tone. My earlier altercation with Johnny was still fresh in my mind, and I had an insane urge to take him down a peg or two, even if it was just to my brother. He's really moody and he drives like a maniac, and his car is a disgrace, it's so filthy. What does he drive? An Audi A3, I grimaced before reluctantly admitting, it's so sweet. Of course he does. They practically toss out top-of-the-range cars to their players. Joey blew out a breath and sounded a little fangirly when he said, Lucky bastard. Silence fell around us then as I quietly staggered through my thoughts. Reeling, I tried to dissolve the information Joey had given me. I tried to connect it to the Johnny I had met, but I couldn't. He didn't seem like a superstar rugby player to me. Okay, sure, physically he looked every inch the description of one. But he wasn't. He didn't. I shook my head, thoughts awry with confusion. Now that I knew exactly how invested he was in rugby, I could understand his irrational reaction tonight. He didn't want anyone to know about his injuries because he was scared. He hadn't admitted it, but now that I knew what was at stake for him, it made complete sense. If my future career I'd invested so much time and energy into was up in the air over an injury, I would do whatever it took to get back on track. But lying about his recovery, that seemed like a risky move to me. A dangerous move. He'd said it himself, he wasn't healing right. So why risk his body like that? What happens to a boy when he tears his adductor muscle? The question was out of my mouth before I had a chance to think it through. What, like in the groin? Yeah, I nodded. What happens? Depends on the severity of the tear, Joey replied without hesitation. But he'd be sore as fuck for a while. If it was bad, he'd probably need physio and rehab. What if it was really bad? I chewed on my fingernail and asked, what if it was bad enough that you had to have surgery down there? Shannon, stop! Joey visibly shuddered and cupped his junk. I don't want to think about it. Would it be really bad? I kept pushing. For a boy, that is. Would it hurt? Put it this way, Joey bit out, still shuddering. I'd rather break both legs than suffer that kind of trauma to my package. Would it hurt to walk and stuff? I asked. What about playing sports? Shannon, it would hurt to take a piss, Joey deadpanned. Never mind running around on a pitch. Oh, Jesus. No wonder Johnny was sore. Why? He asked then. Oh, I was just wondering because Lizzie said her boyfriend Pierce had surgery to repair his adductor muscle back in December. Shrugging, I continued to lie through my teeth. I didn't know Lizzie's boyfriend's last name, let alone the condition of his adductor muscles. Lizzie said he's back playing soccer again, but that he's still in a lot of pain. She asked me if I knew anything about it since you play hurling. I told her I'd ask you. Well, you can tell her that I said the poor bastard deserves an unlimited supply of morphine, Joey muttered. And a bed, and an endless supply of ice packs for his balls. His balls? I swallowed deeply, eyes widening. Why would he need an ice pack for those? Because when the surgeons cut you open for that kind of procedure, they make an incision right below your I can't. Shaking his head, Joey snapped. I can't even think about it without going out in sympathy with the poor bastard. But what if... No, but I just... Good night, Shannon. Flopping onto his side with his back to me, Joey grumbled. Thanks for my future nightmares. Flopping onto my back, I cradled the top of my head with my hands and released a slow, steadying breath, hoping to calm my tremulous thoughts and make my mind go blank. When the sound of Joey's deep sleep snores filled my ears, several hours later, I was still wide awake. I was tired. I was chasing sleep, urging it to come, but try as I may, I couldn't make my brain shut off. Staring up at the ceiling, I mentally flicked through my own personal catalogue of heartache. It was a sick form of self-harm because thinking about it did me absolutely no good. But still, I relived every argument, cruel comment and painful memory I'd endured, ranging from taunts in the schoolyard at the age of 4 to the comments made by my father tonight. It was the ultimate form of masochism and a ritual I always performed after a bad day. Closing my eyes didn't help matters either. Every time I allowed my eyes to flutter shut, the mental images of Johnny Kavanagh danced across my lids. I wasn't sure if I preferred it when he was just the stranger who'd knocked me out and smiled in the hallways, or the moody, overreactive asshole who'd blown hot and cold tonight. I definitely knew that I regretted learning what I had about him. Discovering Johnny was an up-and-coming rugby star with a future bright sports career was depressing for several reasons, but one particular one stuck out in my head. I had a superstar brother of my own, a can-do-no-wrong in anyone's eyes pretty boy who was praised for his performance on the pitch and rewarded with free rein of it. Joey, as good as he was to me, was also a total man-whore who had left a trail of broken hearts from Ballylagan to Cork City. He'd been seeing his girlfriend Aoife exclusively for about 8 months, and he seemed completely devoted to her, but the jury was still out on whether he was fully reformed from his old ways or not. Experience told me that boys were dogs, and fathers were bastards, and men couldn't be trusted. Not all men, I begrudgingly admitted, but most were. Especially the athletic ones. Being the sister of one, I had an insight into the mind of these teenage athletes and knew that it was the safest to be related to them, platonic friends, or just avoid them like the plague. They had big egos, larger-than-life attitudes, and highly charged sex drives. Loyal to their families, their team, and not a lot else. Trust my stubborn teenage hormones to spaz out at the sight of one. Acknowledging it was the safest option. I decided I would move forward with tonight's events by blocking out everything I had learned about Johnny Kavanagh and by avoiding him. I was young, but I wasn't stupid. And I knew that harbouring any sort of feelings, harmless crush or not, for a boy like Johnny Kavanagh would do me no favours in the long run. Because, in all honesty, since the day he knocked me out, I'd been harbouring a lot of conflicting emotions towards him. But the horrible way Johnny handled his discomfort tonight, along with the talk from Joey, was the cool, hard dose of reality that I needed to kick myself back into touch. I needed to forget about him. And I would. I hoped. Chapter 20. Mother Knows Best. Only in the movies. Shannon. When I woke up for school on Wednesday morning, my mother was waiting for me. In my rush to get out of the house and away from my father, I almost didn't see her. It was only when I stopped in the hall to retrieve my coat that I noticed her sitting at the kitchen table, clasping a mug of coffee between her hands. "Ma'am?" I frowned at the sight of her. She looked exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes, complexion pale and gaunt. She was wrapped up in her old, frayed polka-dot dressing gown, the last Christmas present Darren had given her before he left. Abandoning my coat on the baluster, I wandered into the kitchen. "What are you doing up?" "Shannon," she acknowledged, forcing a weak smile. "Come and sit with me for a bit." I did, because it was so unusual to see her at this time of morning, and I knew something was wrong. I checked my watch, making sure that I hadn't accidentally slept in or something. 5:45. Nope. I was early, and something was definitely wrong. Scraping a chair back, I lowered myself into the seat opposite her and asked, "What's going on, ma'am?" "Can't I get up to see you off to school?" "No, not really. Not at all." My silent response must have spoken volumes, because Ma'am set her mug down and reached for my hand. "Shannon," she finally got on with it and said, "I know you feel like we don't, like, sometimes your father isn't very. I just want you to know that I love all my children equally, but you're my special one." That was a lie. I wasn't her special anything. Darren was her favourite, and when he left, Ma'am was never the same. In truth, between shifts at work and taking care of the younger kids, she barely noticed me. I loved my mother, I truly did, but that didn't mean I didn't resent her weakness. Which I did. A lot. Uncomfortable, I slid my hand out from beneath hers and asked, "Did you sign my permission slip for the school trip to Donegal?" I knew she hadn't. It was still on top of the bread bin, unsigned. "I'm not comfortable with you being so far from home, Shannon," she explained, worrying on her bottom lip. "Donegal is a long way away." "Exactly." "I want to go, Ma'am," I whispered. "Claire and Lizzie are going, and I really want to go. I need to have the permission slip handed in before Friday, otherwise they won't let me go." Okay, so that was a lie. I had until after the holidays to hand in the form, but putting the pressure on her was the only chance I had of getting her to sign those forms. "What if something happens to you up there?" Ma'am offered. "What if someone goes at you?" "There's more chance of that happening in this house," I muttered under my breath. Ma'am flinched. "Shannon." "Did he tell you what happened last night?" I bit out, knowing that this was what she wanted to talk to me about. What she wanted to make sure I didn't talk about. Straightening my shoulders, I stared across the table at my mother. "Did he tell you what he did to Joey?" "He has a name," Ma'am said in a tight voice. "Did he tell you?" was all I replied. "Yes, your father told me what happened," she finally replied. "And that's it?" I leaned back in my chair and studied her face. "That's all you have to say about it?" "Shannon, it's complicated." Ma'am sighed heavily and dropped her head. "We're all under a lot of pressure right now, what with the baby coming in the summer and your father being out of work. Money's tight, Shannon, and it affects your father. He has a lot on his mind." "He split Joey's lip, Ma'am." I swallowed down the lump in my throat. "Over a packet of biscuits. And if he's worried about money, then maybe he should stop gambling and drinking the children's allowance money." My mother flinched at my words, but I was glad I'd spoken them. It needed to be said. I just wish she'd start listening. "Your father told me you were late home from school," she continued to say. He was very upset about a picture of you in the paper. It was the school picture, with a boy. Oh my God, I cried. Not you too. No. She shook her head. Of course not. I understand these things, but your father was very upset over it. You know how he gets. So it's my fault he bit my brother and tried to strangle me. I choked back the sob of outrage threatening to burst out of me. For getting home late, or having the school picture taken, or for moving to Tommen? Which one, ma'am? Or is everything I do wrong? Am I to blame for everything that goes wrong in this family? No, of course it's not your fault, Shannon. She quickly tried to retract. You're not to blame, and your father loves you very much, but, you know, he has fears of you ending up like me, and he and Joey have a complicated relationship, she said, trying to talk her way out of her responsibilities with lies. Joey knows better than to rile him up like that. I caught her off with a shake of the head. Stop defending him, I hissed, keeping my voice low as not to wake the man who had been successfully ruining my life every day since March 13th of 1989, the day I entered this world and toxic fucking family. Just stop, ma'am. Nothing you ever say helps. It just keeps happening over and over, so just stop apologising and trying to explain his behaviour away. We're tired of hearing it. I'm doing the best I can, Shannon, my mother whispered. For who, ma'am? Her eyes flashed with anger when she looked at me and spat. For my family. For him, I muttered under my breath. My mother flinched, but I didn't take my words back. They were the truth. You can't speak to me like this, she snapped. You have no idea how hard it is coming home every night to World War III. I didn't respond. I had nothing to say. If she truly believed that I didn't know what it felt like to live in a war zone, then she was delusional, as well as a neglectful mother. I'm tired of this, Shannon, she said. I'm exhausted from living like this, and I'm tired of being judged by my own children. Well, join the club, ma'am, I bit out. We're all tired of living like this. Don't cheek me, she warned. I won't put up with it, Shannon. I'm telling you now, I will tell my father? I filled in for her, tone high and pitchy. That's what you were going to say, wasn't it, ma'am? You were going to tell him on me. You need to show me some respect, Shannon, she growled. I'm working myself to the bone to put you through school, and I sure as hell don't appreciate you talking to me like I'm shit on your shoe. Well, I don't appreciate being called a whore every time I walk through the front door, I choked out, my emotions spilling over. Guilt for upsetting my mother was churning inside of me, mixing with a lifetime's worth of resentment, fear, and anger. Because that's what he calls me, ma'am, I strangled out hoarsely. According to my father, I am nothing but a dirty whore. He was worried about you, she replied. He didn't know how you got home last night. He was worried about me, so he called me a whore. I shook my head, appalled. Because that makes sense. Because you were in that picture. Have you seen the picture? No. Well, if you had, you'd see that I didn't do anything wrong. Batting away a traitorous tear, I sniffled and said, I've never even been with a boy, ma'am, and you know that. But he gets to call me a whore, and you do nothing. I did, she defended. I spoke to your father about it, and he's promised not to do it again. Forget it. Shoving back my chair, I quickly stood up and moved for the door, unwilling to listen to her explain away my father's actions. Just forget it, ma'am. I'd heard enough of those explanations over the years. I need to go, I added hoarsely. I don't want to miss my bus again and cause any more problems. Stop, she warned, following after me. I haven't finished. Yeah? Well, I have, I choked out, shrugging off the hand she placed on my shoulder. It was a gentle touch, but it hurt worse than any slap he could deliver. Ignoring my mother's protests, I stalked out of the kitchen. How did you get home last night? Stopping at the front door, I swung around to face her. What? Your father thinks Aoife dropped you home from school last night, she said, eyes laced with concern. But I know that's not true. She works on Tuesday nights. So how did you get home? What does it matter? It matters because it's 15 miles to Tommen from our house, Shannon Lynch. And I want to know how you made that journey, she demanded. Are you having trouble again? Did you miss your bus on purpose to avoid more bullies? No, ma'am, I'm not having trouble at school, I choked out. It wouldn't be the first time you avoided the bus, Shannon, she countered, blue eyes locked on mine. If you're in trouble, you can tell me. I can help you. I love Tommen, ma'am. I'm happy here. The words that came out of my mouth surprised me because they were true. Shockingly, I realised that I did, in fact, love my school. Then how did you get home? She repeated for the third time. Tell me. Johnny Kavanagh dropped me home, I bit out, fighting back the urge to scream. Okay? Are you happy now? He's the boy I was with in the newspaper. I had my picture taken with him last week, and then I went and got in his car and he dropped me home last night. So I suppose you can run upstairs and tell Dad that he was right all along and I'm a fucking whore. Mam's face turned deathly white. I'm calling the school. What? My eyes widened. Why? That boy is not supposed to go anywhere near you, she spat. Why not? Because he hurt you, Shannon. It was an accident. I'm phoning Mr. Toomey. Mam turned to walk back into the kitchen to get her phone, and I found myself chasing after her. Don't, Mam, don't! Give me the phone, Shannon, my mother ordered when I wrestled it out of her hands. Right this minute. You don't even know why, I cried, clutching her mobile to my chest. I don't care. Mum barked and yanked the phone out of my hands. He knows the rules. They were explained to him very clearly. He was not supposed to talk to you. He was warned, Shannon. In no uncertain terms, he should have been suspended for what he did to you. By the time I'm finished with him, he will be. Johnny is not the problem here, I strangled out. My heart was hammering in my chest. The thought of getting Johnny into trouble again was making me feel lightheaded. He apologised for what happened. He replaced my uniform. He stuck up for me at school when a boy was giving me trouble. He's been nothing but good to me, ma'am. My mother was not a big woman, but at 5'8" and 4.5 months pregnant, I felt very small in this moment. When her fingers tapped against the keypad of the phone, I reached my breaking point. I missed my bus, I screamed, panicking when she began to dial. I was scared of being late. I was scared of coming home late to him. I took the spin because I was desperate, because I knew what he'd do if I waited for the next bus. Shannon, Mam whispered, pausing mid-dial. Don't have to feel scared to come home. Don't I? I brushed my hair off my face and pointed to the scar on my temple, the one that my father put there when he almost maimed me with a whiskey bottle when I was 11. There were many more where that one came from, but she already knew that. You are so concerned with fighting the bullies at school, ma'am, I sobbed, tears streaming down my cheeks, when the biggest bully of them all lives under this roof. My mother flinched like I had physically slapped her. I hadn't. What she was feeling right now was a cold, hard dose of reality smacking her in the face. You need to leave Johnny alone, I screamed at the top of my lungs, voice shrill and furious. He has done nothing wrong here, absolutely nothing. I didn't care anymore. If I woke my father, then I woke him. If he kicked the shit out of me, then I would heal. I was beyond containing myself, and all of my concern was directed at the boy who had done nothing to deserve being dragged into the middle of this madness. I mean it, ma'am, I warned, voice warbling. Call the school making trouble for Johnny, and I'll tell them everything. You don't want them to know. Mam clutched her chest and shook her head. Shannon. Everything, I bit out. This time, when I turned around, I didn't turn back. Shannon, wait, were the last words I heard before I closed the door on my problems. Tilting my head up to the storm-ridden sky, I closed my eyes and absorbed the feel of raindrops pelting down on my skin. I stood there in the middle of the torrential March downpour and prayed for divine intervention, or, at the very least, a little reprieve from the hell that was my family I'd been born into. I never wanted to go back into that house. Knowing that I had no choice and would have to go back was a special form of hell. For once in my life, I wanted a safe place to run to, instead of from. I felt like I was slowly dying in that house. In my home. Where I was supposed to lay my head. Where I was supposed to feel safe. The door opened behind me, and every muscle in my body coiled tight with dreaded anticipation. He was up, and I was done for. Shannon. My mother's voice filled my ears, managing to dissipate some of the fear threatening to choke me. You forgot to take your coat. Stiff as a poker, I turned to find Mam standing in the doorway with my coat in her hands. You need your coat, she explained in a thick tone, gesturing a hand to the sky. They're forecasting another storm. Don't you ever get tired of it, Mam? I asked, voice breaking. Blinking back my tears, I choked out, Don't you ever get sick to death of pretending? Her expression caved. Shannon. She took a step towards me, and I took 3 more back. I couldn't keep doing this. I couldn't keep living like this. I laid my heart out to my mother, and she was worried about a coat. Fuck my coat, I strangled out as I broke into a run towards the bus stop, desperate to put some much-needed distance between me and my family. Fuck my life. Chapter 21. Closure. Shannon. When I arrived at school, the anger hadn't dissipated 1 inch. I was so furious I could practically taste it, and in a messed-up way, I welcomed the emotion. It was better than the usual desperation and fear that rattled through me. The anger made me brave, and it gave me the Dutch courage I needed to do what had to be done. Regardless of how much my brain told me this was a bad idea, I knew I had to do it. I would straighten a few things up with Johnny Kavanagh, and then I would walk away with my heart intact and a clear conscience because I could not, in good faith, ignore what my mother had said. Fueled by the adrenaline still coursing through my veins from my earlier argument with my mother and the disaster that was last night, I inhaled a steadying breath and marched down the corridor towards the 5th-year locker area. When I spotted Johnny, leaning against the lockers at the end of the 5th-year hallway, talking to a couple of older-looking boys, I blew out a ragged breath. Invisibility was both a beautiful thing and a necessary survival tool sought out by people such as myself. Associating with a future Irish rugby star was like throwing a 6 feet, 3-inch spanner in the works. Calling on every ounce of bravery inside of my body, I walked right up to him, relying on the adrenaline pumping through my veins to push my feet towards him. His head snapped up as I approached, his sharp gaze honing in on me, blue eyes heated and wary. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. I need to talk to you, I announced when I reached him, shaking from head to toe as the weight of what felt like 1,000 pairs of eyes landed on my body. I expected 2 things to happen in this moment. Either Johnny sent me packing, or he agreed to go somewhere quiet to speak with me. When Johnny tipped his chin up and uttered the word, "Leave," I realised I'd been right about scenario number 1. My adrenaline and bravery abandoned me in a rush and my shoulders sagged. Nodding, I turned to leave, feeling thoroughly deflated only to have a warm hand wrap around my wrist and pull me back to his side. "Not you," Johnny whispered in my ear, settling me in front of him. "Them." His blue-eyed gaze darted to the two older boys watching us with curious expressions, and in a tone that left no room for discussion, he said, "Go." I watched in a sort of semi-awed amazement as the two lads he'd been talking to, along with the 7 or so students loitering in the corridor, simply turned round and left. "Whoa," I breathed when we were alone in the hallway. "You really do have some serious pull at school." I turned round to face him and had to, once again, crane my head back to see his face. That was kind of epic. Johnny rewarded me with a boyish smirk that quickly morphed into a frown as he looked at my face. "What happened?" he demanded, glaring down at me. "What the fuck made you cry?" "What?" I breathed, shaking my head. "I'm not crying." "Your eyes are red and swollen," he deadpanned. "You've been crying." His eyes moved to my cheek. "The fuck happened to your face?" "What?" "Your face," he bit out. "Your cheek is red." "I'm fine," I choked out, taking a safe step back from his overly observant eyes. It was only then that I noticed he was still holding my wrist. Johnny obviously noticed it too, because he quickly dropped my hand and took a step back himself, then ran a hand through his mussed-up hair. "What happened to your face?" "My father beat me with a newspaper." "Oh, don't worry about it," I muttered, wiping my cheeks with the back of my hand to erase any residual evidence of tears. "Give me a name," Johnny growled, dropping his hands to his hips, "and I'll take care of it." "What? No, I'm grand," I quickly replied. "I have allergies." "Me too. To assholes and bullshit," Johnny snarled. "Now, tell me who made you cry and I'll fix it." For a split second, I debated naming my father just to see if Johnny would follow through on his word and take care of him. He looked like he could. He was certainly big enough. Shaking my head to clear my ridiculous thoughts, I looked up at him and said, "I need to tell you something." "Yeah, you do," he shot back. "A name." "What? No, just stop for a sec." Shaking my head, I held a hand up. "I have something important to say, and you're distracting me." Johnny opened his mouth to respond, but quickly snapped it shut. With a vein ticking in his neck, he nodded stiffly and said, "I'm listening." "Here we go." "Apparently, you're not supposed to talk to me," I started off by saying, keeping my tone low and hushed. "At least, that's what my mother says, that you were warned to stay away from me. Anyway, I am sorry about that," I hurried to say. "My mother, you being treated like that, I had no idea about any of it." "I think the words 'steer clear' were your mother's choice of words," Johnny quipped, shoving his hands into his pockets. "And don't worry about it, Shannon." Frowning, he added, "I'm a big boy. I'm well able to take care of myself." "But you did anyway," I questioned, stunning myself with how upfront I could be with this boy who, for all intents and purposes, was a stranger to me. "I mean, you didn't steer clear." He nodded slowly, eyes wary and uncertain. I blew out a breath. "Well, I wanted to let you know that she won't be causing any trouble for you. I've set her straight about you." "That's what you want to talk about?" Johnny eyed me with caution. "Your ma?" I nodded. "That, and I'll be making it clear to Mr. Toomey that there is no issue between us." I exhaled a heavy breath and forced out the words, "I also want to apologise for the way I left things last night." Johnny's shoulders stiffened for a brief moment, and then I heard his heavy exhale of breath. "You were right," he finally replied. "I overreacted and handled it badly." "Maybe so," I offered, my voice little more than a whisper. "But I didn't know what playing rugby meant to you then." "And you do now?" he asked, voice low, tone gruff. "Now you think you get it?" "No, not really." I chewed on my lip before adding, "But I understand fear, which makes it easier for me to understand why you would feel the need to play through the pain." The stiffness in his shoulders returned, and he was quiet for so long that I gave up on waiting for a response. "Well, that's all I needed to say," I whispered. "Bye, Johnny." And then I turned around and walked away. Like I promised myself, I didn't seek Johnny Kavanagh out after that. I cleared the air and I walked away. All day I steered clear of the hallways I knew he travelled through between classes, the ones I'd mapped out in the previous weeks, and I avoided the lunch hall at big break. He sat with a huge crowd of rugby players right by the entrance, so it wasn't a matter of being able to ignore him in there. It was an unnecessary avoidance on my behalf, because on the few occasions our paths had crossed during the day, Johnny had dutifully ignored me. No smiles, no eye contact, and I, in turn, had pretended like I didn't care. I shouldn't. I knew that. I still did, though. Like the masochist I was, I gave in to curiosity about him and did my research during computer class that afternoon. Internet searches in the computer room, not to mention the word of mouth from my friends, had only solidified what Joey had told me. Johnny Kavanagh was a big deal. Throwing myself into my schoolwork, I attempted to block out all thoughts of him. But it was a hard thing to do, but with him being the topic on the tips of most people's tongues around school, I couldn't seem to escape him. When I confessed to Claire that Johnny had dropped me home during lunch, her pupils had dilated so much I thought she was about to have a stroke. It was a confession I instantly regretted, considering she hadn't let the matter drop. If she wasn't asking me questions about what we talked about, none of which I divulged, she was pointing them out in the halls or doodling SL hearts JK in our homework journals. Fortunately for me, I was gifted at diversion and denial, and after a few hours of not taking the bait, she'd given up on getting any more information out of me. I was glad because I didn't want anyone knowing how much of a mess I was on the inside. She knew I liked him, and that was bad enough. The only bright side to the whole ordeal was the fact that Ronan McGarry hadn't so much as glanced in my direction all day. During French, instead of sitting behind me, he sat on the other side of the classroom and dutifully ignored me like I didn't exist. It suited me perfectly. I didn't want attention from anyone, much less him. I didn't miss the fresh bruising under his left eye, or the busted lip he was sporting, though. A busted lip I knew in my heart had been provided by Johnny. Leaving my coat at home felt like a stupid idea on the walk to the bus stop after school, especially since every stitch of clothing I had on was soaked right through. Nope. I shook my head. On second thought, I'd rather drown. It was better than taking my mother's pathetic peace offering which had come in the form of my coat. Other days, it was chocolate or a cup of tea or a new pair of hair ties or some other form of bribery given with the intention of shutting me up. I knew full well that the text message I'd received from her at small break saying, "I won't make trouble for the boy," had been sent with the hopes of receiving a reciprocating text message from me saying the same. I didn't reply for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't have credit. 2, she didn't deserve to be put at ease. Why should she, when I spent my entire life in a state of constant unease? I'd thrown her by threatening to tell the principal. She wasn't the only one thrown by my erratic reaction. I had felt like a caged animal, cornered. I had never struck back like that before. I'd never felt so strongly about something. My small act of defiance was a futile one, because I would be the one who would most likely end up getting sick. But honestly, had I taken my coat this morning, it would have been the same as turning a blind eye to what had happened, and I refused to do that. When I walked through the front door, I dutifully ignored my father, who was banging around in the kitchen, and headed straight for my bedroom, knowing that I would rather starve to death than set foot in that kitchen and face him. Sober this evening or not, I loathed him with every fibre of my being. Back in the house of pain, I closed my bedroom door and then quickly stripped out of my wet clothes before throwing on my pyjamas. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed an envelope on my bed with the Tommen College crest etched on the front. Reaching over, I snatched the envelope and ripped it open. My eyes widened as I stared down at the permission slip. My mother had signed it. With the permission slip gripped tightly in my hand, I flopped back on my bed and released a ragged breath. I was going to Donegal.
Chapter 22. Borrowed Time. Johnny. Every Saturday from the age of 6, I spent my day on the field with a rugby ball in my hands and vivid dreams flashing in front of my eyes. As I grew up, those Saturdays evolved from throwing a ball around my father to playing with the minis, to drills and matches with my club, to training at the National Rugby Institute of Further Progression, aka the Academy, when I turned 14. The routine changed, the pitches varied, but the dream stayed the same. The goal was always the same: play for my country and be the best. This Saturday was different, because I was in trouble. Because I messed up at the academy training. I showed my weakness, and they were on to me. I was slow and distracted, screwing up left, right and centre all morning until coach hauled my ass off the pitch and into the office. He demanded to know what was wrong with me. My problem was simple. I couldn't move right. My body was falling apart, and my head was stuck on a gear. Lying through my teeth, I managed to talk my way out of the danger zone and avoid more scans and tests, but still ended up being dismissed from training early and told to come back next week with a clear head. Unfucking likely. Depressed and demoralised, I drove around for hours trying to get a handle on my head. My body, I could do nothing about, but my head, I needed to get my head in the game. Problem was, I left it with Shannon Lynch. All my great plans of forgetting about her flew clean out the window the minute she marched her tiny arse up to me at school last Wednesday and demanded to talk. So fucking bowled over. I could do nothing but stand there, gaping like an idiot at the pint-sized girl pulling on every single one of my strings. If it wasn't bad enough, she went and blew my goddamn mind to pieces by apologising to me. I wasn't expecting it, and I didn't deserve it. I wasn't thick. I knew I handled it badly with her. I knew I overreacted. If she'd given me half a minute to work through my thoughts, I would have put her straight, but she didn't. Instead, she walked away from me again and hadn't looked in my direction at school since. A part of me thought it might be for the best. If she kept avoiding me like I knew I needed to avoid her, then maybe I could make it through this weird phase and forget about her. But then I was hit with the stinging pang of bitter regret in my chest when she brushed past me in the hallway without a second glance. Her coconut-scented shampoo hitting my senses like a wrecking ball. And I knew that wasn't going to work for me. There was nothing forgettable about that girl. And I found myself gravitating towards her. Wanted to find her looking at me. And then growing frustrated when she didn't. Knowing that I would listen to whatever she had to say, whenever she wanted to say it, regardless of time or inconvenience, was a frightening concept. All week I found myself moping around the place, not listening to a single word any of my teachers spouted. Couldn't concentrate on a damn thing. That it was all her fault. Furious at myself for being so stupid and letting a virtual stranger screw me up like this. I forced her to the back of my mind, blasted my car stereo to the maximum, and tried to drown her out. When I arrived home after training, Gibbsy was sitting on the back porch waiting for me, and I immediately regretted texting him that 4-page rant about mine fucking girls last night. "We're going out on the lash," he announced the minute I stepped out of the car. "No," shaking off his hand when I reached the back door. I pushed it open and stepped aside for him to pass. "We're not." "Yes," he argued, sauntering into my house. "We fucking are." Holding the back door open, I let out a whistle and waited for my girl to come running. Waddling out of the garage, Suki hurried towards me. "Good girl," I cooed, encouraging her to hurry her arse up before the other two noticed. Reaching down, I helped her up the step before quickly closing the door again. "I'm really not up for it tonight," I explained, walking through the kitchen to the hallway with Suki at my legs. "You go ahead, though. I'll hang here." "You're not spending another Saturday night alone in the manor," Gibbsy argued, following after me. "You're coming out with me." Gibbsy referred to my house as the manor. Had done since our fucked friendship had formed in 6 classes of primary school, and I brought the Edith home to play PlayStation. He knew it annoyed the shite out of me, so he kept it going. It was a large 8-bedroom property in the countryside with lawns and gardens spanning out the course of several acres, all of which were enclosed with fencing, so the family dog could roam freely without restraints. The previous owners used to operate an equine centre from the property that was filled with unused housing stalls and sheds, and the only access to the property was through the electronically gated entrance at the front. Mum often talked about buying a horse for the stables, but thankfully my father talked her down from that particular ledge. She was hopeless when it came to animals. Problem was, she travelled a lot, so it wasn't practical or fair. 3 dogs were where my father drew the line. My folks had converted one of the garages into a home gym for the workouts. They supported my lifestyle and encouraged my dreams, even if they didn't always agree with my methods of pursuing them. We also had a separate outhouse built several years ago that contained a jacuzzi and sauna. It was a lifesaver after matches. Our closest neighbours lived 1.5 miles down the road, so it was fairly secluded. And the house was south-facing, so it constantly captured the sun. Even though I missed the noise and bustle of Dublin and spent a solid 2 years trying to get used to the quiet, I couldn't deny that where we lived now was fucking beautiful. Not the manor, just a nice place to live in. "Come on, Johnny," Gibbsy pleaded. "You've been in a horrible mood for weeks." "I wonder why," I grumbled. "Listen, lad, I know you mean well." I paused to grip my teeth when a nerve pain shot up my leg. "But I'm not going out tonight." "Because of Bella?" Gibbsy asked, leaning against the banister. "Or because of Shannon?" "Because of me," I snapped, bristling. "Because I'm dead on my feet." Forcing myself not to limp, I made it to the staircase, inhaled a steadying breath, and pushed my legs to comply and not let me down, like they did earlier. "You're limping, Johnny," Gibbsy acknowledged in a quiet tone as he followed me down to my room. "Keep your fucking voice down," I hissed, pushing my bedroom door open. "My ma's in her office." "Well, you are," he countered in an oddly serious tone. "Are you okay?" "Took a spill at training." I paused to lift Suki onto my bed. "Nothing a night's sleep won't fix." Are you sure that's all it is? Gibbsy asked, sinking down on one of the bean bags by the TV. His bean bag. If you don't want your mother knowing, I can drive you to the hospital to get it checked out. I'm fine. Walking over to the bean bag next to his, I sank down beside him, only to hiss when a sharp pain rocketed up my pelvis. Absolutely fine. Gibbsy shook his head and reached for the remote control, thankfully keeping his thoughts to himself for once. Flicking on the television, he began to channel surf. Well, what do you want to watch? You can go out, I told him, stretching my legs out in front of me. I'm not holding you back. Nah. Standing up, he walked over to the PS2 and switched it on before settling back down beside me. I was only trying to get you out of the house. Appreciate it, I muttered, taking the controller that he held out for me. But not tonight. You're going to make that team, Johnny, he mumbled as he set up a game on FIFA 05. You know that, right? Exhaling a steady breath, I forced a panic threatening to engulf me back down and concentrated on the screen in front of me. You will, he added quietly. I hope so, I bit out, focusing way too hard on the controller in my hand. I really fucking do, Gibbs. Otherwise, I was going to lose my mind. Do you want to get drunk? He offered then. Here, with your dad's whiskey and no clingers following you around and tormenting you. I thought about it for a minute and exhaled a heavy sigh. Yeah, lad, I replied with a nod. I really fucking do. Chapter 23. X's and Hell Knows, Johnny. I saw her again today. We passed each other no less than 5 times in the hallway, and every single time she put her head down and walked past me without so much as a backward glance. This wasn't a new thing, of course. Shannon had been brushing me off like I was invisible for over a week now. 9 days to be precise. Being ignored didn't sit well with me. It was unfamiliar territory to me, and I was quickly learning that I didn't like it one bit. Especially when the person ignoring me was the very same one who was tormenting my every waking thought, my dreams too. That's right. I was actually fucking dreaming about the girl now. How messed up's that? Last night, for instance, I dreamt that Shannon was watching me play, except instead of being on the school pitch, we were at the Aviva Stadium in Dublin, and instead of wearing Tommen's black and white, I was wearing the green and white. Shannon had on the matching Irish jersey, with my name and number on the back, and she was cheering for me in the stands. I was throwing the ball, but when I caught it, Shannon began to cry. For real. Her face was contorted in pain, and she was pointing at me. That's when it got really disturbing, because when I looked down, my legs were gone. In their place were 2 stumps. Then I began to shrink away, shriveling up like the creepy guy in the Harry Potter books. Shannon's distraught face was the last thing I saw before I jerked awake. It was fucking horrendous. I woke up in a bog of sweat and had spent a solid 5 minutes patting my legs to assure my panicked mind that they were still there. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a warning sign. Of what, I had no idea, but I had this god-awful feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach that wouldn't go away. That feeling had stuck with me all day. I couldn't seem to shake it off. I couldn't shake her off. None of this made any sense to me, and I had no goddamn clue why she was the person I wanted to go to. Not Gibbs, not me ma, not my coaches, I was freaking the fuck out inside, worrying myself half to death over the summer campaign. And it was a girl I barely knew with soul deep eyes that I wanted to confide in. Because something told me I could. Because somewhere deep down inside of me, I felt like she knew me. Like she could save me. Jesus, what? I was losing my bleeding mind. After a disastrous last class on Friday, where I'd retained not one iota of what the teacher had been prattling on about, I was heading out of the main building towards the PE hall to catch up with the coach when I heard a familiar voice calling out my name. For a split second, I debated pretending I hadn't heard her and walking out the door, but then she grabbed my hand and tugged me backwards and managed one out. Inhaling a steady breath, I mentally reminded myself to be nice before turning around to face her. "Bella," I acknowledged with a curt nod. She looked just as good as she always did, with her black hair styled into a bob and a full face of makeup. She was tall and curved and filled her school uniform in all the right places. Fortunately, I was completely unaffected. "Hey, Johnny," Bella replied with a massive smile. She was tall, 5'11", but she still had to crane her head up to look at me. "How are you?" The words, "like you give a shit," were on the tip of my tongue, but I toned my impatience down and went with the "what's up?" instead. "Oh, you know, the usual," she replied, tucking her dark hair behind her ears. Actually, I didn't know. I didn't know anything about her, and she knew even less about me. We didn't talk, we fucked. And that had been her decision more than it had been mine. "I was coming out of the office and saw you walking outside," Bella continued to say, trailing her thumb over my wrist. "So I thought I'd come and say hi." Freeing my hand from hers, I shoved my hands into my pockets and rocked back on my heels. "Hi." "I felt like we haven't talked in so long," she added. I glared at her. "We talked a few weeks ago." "And you were trying to force yourself on me. And let's not forget about the million fucking messages and voicemails you've left me." "We did?" I narrowed my eyes. "Yeah, Bella, we did." "Oh, God," she giggled, acting all coy. "I was completely wasted that night," she added. "I hardly remember a thing." She took a step closer. "I definitely don't remember seeing you that night." I stepped back. "Well, you did. I wasn't buying this convenient lack of memory bullshit. You played that card too many times with me. Anyway, that's not what I meant." She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled up at me. "I was talking about the last time we met up. It has to have been before Christmas, right?" More like Halloween, I thought to myself. But I was eager to get away, so I didn't object to her dates. Instead, I nodded and said, "Yeah, that sounds a bit right," while wishing I knew the appropriate etiquette to use when dealing with vindictive girls I'd been foolish enough to stick my dick inside. "So," she said in a breathy tone, "how have you been?" "You already asked me that," I replied evenly, trying to mask my impatience at the pointless chit-chat. "I'm fine." "Oh yeah, well, I'm fine too," Bella replied, exhaling a loud sigh. "I mean, I guess I'm a little bored." "Yeah, well, I was bored too, with this conversation." "You know how it is," she said for a second time, and for the second time I stared blankly at her. Nope. I'd no clue what the fuck she was talking about. "Oh my God," she blurted, then clutching my hand once more. I totally forgot to ask, how's your leg?" Bella didn't know the ins and outs of my surgery, only that I'd a procedure done at Christmas. When I told her that I would be out of action for a while, her biggest concern had been how soon I'd be back on the pitch, whether or not I'd still get to play for Ireland in the summer, and when did I want to fuck again. Besides all that, I didn't trust her in that way. Having sex with her was one thing, but confiding in her was quite another. Better, I replied in a flat tone before reclaiming my hand. That's fantastic news, babe, she replied, smiling widely. I've been really worried about you. No, she bleeding well hadn't been. If at any point Bella had been truly worried about me, she would have asked me something other than, "Are you ready to meet up?" or "Hurry up, I'm horny," in a bazillion texts she sent me. She wouldn't have fucked me over like she had with one of my teammates. I bet, I drawled, hearing the sarcasm in my voice. Now, I got that at no point during the time Bella and I had been messing around had we ever been anything remotely serious, but I still felt betrayed by Cormac thing. In my eyes, it was as shady as fuck on both their parts, and I'd never go off with one of her friends. I had enough respect for her to show her that decency. Obviously, Bella didn't have the same level of respect for me. I glanced over her shoulder towards the door, and then at my watch before asking, "Did you need anything else? I have to talk to the coach about the game." "Oh, yeah," she sighed. "You have the playoff match coming up, don't you?" I nodded, stiffly. Unfortunately, because we had lost a couple of matches earlier in the season, and Royce College from Dublin had won their game last week, it brought them level in points with us, and put us in joint second place in the league behind Levet. It was an unexpected turn of events, and a pain in my arse because Royce should have lost their last game, which would have made life easier for us considering the final had already been organised between Levet and Tommen. Their win had thrown a spanner in the works for Tommen because Royce were an awkward fucking bunch and were refusing to allow the playoff to be held in Cork. They travelled for the last 3 league games, so it was in our turn to play at home, but they weren't having it. Already they'd pulled out of 2 other proposed dates for the playoff, one in Cork and one in Dublin. It was a mind-fucking stunt they were pulling, in the hopes of tripping us up and clashing with match schedules. They were contesting everything from the time of the kick-off to the day of the week the match should be held, to the colour of the away jerseys. Switching days, pulling matches forward, and clashing venues was all within Royce's right, but it was a scummy thing to do, and few schools ever behaved that way. The coach at Royce was being difficult, arguing on where the match should be held, and cribbing and grousing over the fairness of Tommen's team having an international player on the squad. The Egypt was clutching at straws because I was fair game. Tommen was my school, and coach was well within his rights to play me. I would have been Royce's international player had my folks stayed in Dublin, and that was a real issue here. It was because of that coach wanted to talk to me pronto. He wanted to go through my up-and-coming schedule because he needed to agree a date. We're breaking up from school next Friday for Easter holidays, so this needed to happen sooner rather than later. I had a summer campaign to focus on and scouts to impress, so April and May wouldn't work for me. Royce's coach knew this too, which was why we were at a standstill. I might find the school league boring and unchallenging, but I fucking hate sore losers. It was with that in mind that I had plans on burying Royce's college at the earliest convenience. "When are you guys playing them?" Bella asked. "As soon as possible." "You're going to be playing against your old teammates and friends, aren't you?" she asked. "You were supposed to go to Royce, weren't you?" "I'm here now, aren't I?" I drawled. "Are you worried about playing your old friends?" "Yes." "No," So you ready for it? I stared blankly at her. I'm always ready. I know you are, she purred, tone flirtatious. Ugh. Shaking my head. I turned to leave, but she spoke again. I wanted to talk to you about something else, she added, taking a step closer. Oh? I stepped back. What's that? Us, Johnny, she poured, batting her big blue eyes up at me. There is no us, Bella, I replied, frowning. There never was. Then what the fuck were we doing for the past year, Johnny? She spat, the innocent schoolgirl mask slipping. That was cool. I knew what was underneath anyway. She didn't need to put on a performance in front of me. I was well aware of her true colours. I don't know, Bella, I replied in a flat tone. But whatever it was, it's in the past. Are you fucking with me? She demanded, planting her hands on her hips. I'm trying to sort things out here. Was she fucking with me? You ended it. I deadpanned. You are fucking my teammate, Bella. You told me so yourself. With great detail in a text message. You got with him at Biddy's right in front of me. You sat with him at lunch. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to sort out between us. It's not serious. I don't care. I thought we were taking a break. We are, I confirmed. A permanent one. I don't have to be with him, she offered, batting her long eyelashes at me. We could sort things out. No thanks, I replied in a flat tone. Oh, come on, Johnny, she moaned. We had a good time together. Yeah, we did, I agreed. Half of which you spent running around behind my back with my fucking winger. Her mouth fell open. What are you talking about? Cormac. I'm with him now, she huffed. Not then. Don't bother lying, I told her. I already know. You were riding him when you were with me. That's a lie, she countered. Who told you that? Everyone knows, Bella, I replied, then released a weary sigh. I've known for a while. I just chose to block it out. And you were hardly discreet. I decided to throw that out there because, quite frankly, I wanted to. Well, I wasn't your girlfriend, Johnny. We weren't exclusive. She defended her actions by saying, and you completely dropped off the map. You never wanted to go out to meet up. Because I was recovering from surgery, I bit out. 4 months? She demanded, tone accusing. Yeah, right, Johnny. I was, I barked. I still am. And before that, she demanded. What about the other 6 long weeks before the surgery, when you refused to meet up with me? When you ignored me? What's your excuse for that? I wasn't ignoring you. Yes, you were. No, I fucking wasn't. I just couldn't get... Snapping my mouth shut, I shook my head and forced myself to hold my tongue. Do not fight with girls, I reminded myself. You'll never win. They'll twist your words. You weren't giving me what I wanted. She continued to torment me by saying, you weren't giving me enough attention. All those awards ceremonies and balls in Dublin last year, and you never once did you invite me to go. She hissed. You never wanted me there. Because you were never my girlfriend, I countered, throwing her earlier words back at her. Because you never asked me to be your girlfriend, Johnny. She spat. No, Bella. Because you never wanted me. I shot back. You only wanted the shiny part of my life, the fame. You were never interested in the real part, the real me. That's not true, she argued. Why don't you just tell it straight, Bella? I hissed, losing control of my temper. You fucked off with Ryan because you thought I wasn't going to be match fit. You saw I was out on injury. You thought I wouldn't make it back in time for the summer campaign, so you went after the next best thing, just to be safe. She blushed. I knew it. Ask me now, she urged, closing the space between us. Ask me to do all those things and I will. I don't want to ask you, I bit out, unhooking her arms from around my neck. Johnny, come on. She sighed. Don't be like this. Go on back to Cormac, I deadpanned, thoroughly disgusted. And pray he makes it up the ranks in the academy so he can take you to all those fancy award parties you want to attend. He's your only shot at getting there now, Bella, because we're done. I was hurt, Johnny, she strangled out. I got with Cormac because I wanted to hurt you back. Hurt me back? I balked. For what, exactly? Getting injured? Being stuck on my back for weeks while you rode my friend behind my back? Messing up your chances of fancy fucking dinner parties? I shook my head and sneered at her, forgetting touching her every fibre of my being. Jesus, I'm an awful inconsiderate bastard. For ignoring me, she hissed, cheeks turning pink. For using me. Me? Using you? I balked. Yeah, because that's what was happening. That's how you made me feel, Johnny? Then I'm sorry. I snapped back, striving for patience in the eye of this girl's induced mind fucking shitstorm. You have to have feelings to be sorry, Johnny, she retorted. And you are heartless. Keep the head. Take it on the chin. And then get the hell away from her. Inhaling a calming breath, I exhaled slowly before saying, Bella, I am sorry if at any point I made you feel ignored or used. That was not my intention. I sincerely apologise for my lack of heart and feelings and wish you nothing but the best for all your future endeavours with my teammate. Now, if you don't mind, I am tired of going round in circles with you and have actual shit to do. I moved for the door, but she grabbed my hand again, pulling me back. Wait, are you with someone else? She demanded, squeezing my hand. Is that what your problem is? Her eyes widened. Oh my God, she exclaimed. You are, aren't you? Jesus. What the hell had I been thinking, messing around with this girl? No, Bella, I'm not with anyone else. Yanking my hand free, I shook my head and released a frustrated sigh. But I'm not with you either, and I won't ever be with you again. I've heard rumours, Johnny, Bella pressed, ignoring my words, about you and the new girl in the third year. I heard you beat Rona McGarry because of her, and I saw that picture of you with her in the paper. That's none of your business, I bit out through clenched teeth as I struggled to rein in my temper. Come on, Johnny, she challenged. You never had me in any pictures with you for the media, and I'm the longest girl you've ever been with. What's the story with her? None of your bleeding business, I spat, fresh out of patience. Christ! Why were you fighting with McGarry over her? He demanded. Why did Cormac tell me you warned all the team off her? I'm not doing this with you, I warned, shaking my head. Not anymore. Stop dodging the question, Johnny, she hissed. If you're with another girl, then I have the right to know. I already gave you a fucking answer, I snapped. Done with this bullshit. You're the one who can't seem to listen. You're lying. I can see it in your eyes, he screamed, loud enough to waken the dead. It's written all over your face, Johnny. Something is going on with that girl. You need to get a handle to yourself. I said, tone laced with disgust. This is pathetic. Fine, Bella sneered, looking wholly enraged. If you won't tell me, I'll ask her. Smiling darkly, she added, Shannon, that's her name, right? Yeah, fuck that. You'll stay the hell away from her. I whisper hissed, aware that we were within hearing range of the office, while Dee wouldn't cause any trouble for me. I didn't fancy my chances if Mr. Toomey came out and saw I was having problems with another girl. Whatever shite that's going on between us has nothing to do with Shannon. What's the matter? She taunted, pushing every one of my buttons. Afraid I'll find something you don't want me to? I mean it, Bella, I snarled, feeling a surge of anger rise up inside of me. I'm not fucking around here. Keep your distance from her. Well, she mused, eyes narrowed. Look who's showing emotion now. She was absolutely right. I was showing emotion because I cared. I cared a great deal more about a girl I barely knew than I ever did Bella. It was warped and confusing and completely fucked up, but I did. Instead of admitting this terrifying new development, I said, leave her alone. And then I did what I should have done the first time I laid eyes on her. I walked away from Bella Wilkinson. I'm going to make you sorry for walking away from me, she called after me. Believe me, I'm already sorry, I called back. Sorry I ever went there in the first place. Furious, I stormed away from the girl that seemed to be hell-bent on making my life a living hell. Loaded with bitter regrets and born in anger, I rounded the corner of the main building, feeling like I was 2 seconds away from breaking something. Unfortunately for me, that something turned out to be a girl. Not just any girl. Shannon.
Chapter 24. I'm taking you home. Shannon. I always knew when there was a storm brewing at home. I could always sense it. It was like a sixth sense of some kind, warning me and alerting my body to danger and pain. All day during school on Friday, I had the most gut-wrenching feeling of dread lodged in the pit of my stomach. That sensation of dread followed me all day long, and no amount of deep breathing or calming exercises could shift it from my heart. It was so severe, so potent and transparent, that I was actually afraid to go home. Wednesday night's antics hadn't helped matters. It was a night that consisted of my parents screaming at each other so loudly that the Gardaí came to the door, having received an anonymous call about a disturbance of the peace. My peace. Because I made the call. Because I was afraid he would hurt her. Furious with my mother or not, I couldn't bear the thought of him knocking her round downstairs while I hid in my bedroom like the coward I was. Joey was once again staying with Aoife, and I wasn't nearly big enough or brave enough to save her myself. Thankfully, my father hadn't laid a finger on Mam, and once he had convinced the guards that his wife was having a pregnancy-related tantrum, he left for the night. Of course, he returned yesterday morning with a bunch of flowers and a promise to never do whatever the hell he had done this time again. It worked. She hugged him and kissed him, and I was fairly sure that if she wasn't already pregnant, she would have been after spending the morning locked in their bedroom with him. I hated her. Sometimes more than I hated him. Yesterday was one of those times. When I returned to school Friday morning, it was with a sore neck and a serious lack of hope. Oh yeah, because even though Dad and Mam were all loved up again, I was still his favourite target. Apparently, he still wasn't over that picture of me with Johnny. Something I was reminded of late last night when I foolishly made a food run to the kitchen and got tangled up in his whiskey tantrum. He added fresh bruises to old bruises, and I'd spent a good portion of the night contemplating the worst possible thoughts. By the time last class of the day finished, my body was so tightly coiled with tension that I could hardly make my feet walk a straight line from the science building to the main building where I needed to get to. I knew I had to get back there, and the thought was crippling me. I didn't want the weekend to come, and now it was here staring me in the face. It was a terrifying prospect. I had a horrible, niggling pain in my stomach all day that was bordering on unbearable. My mind was in such overload, running through list after list of potential problems I might face when I walked through the front door, that I wasn't paying attention to the rain belting down on me or the students whizzing past. I wasn't paying attention to anything, because I knew. I just knew deep down in my heart and soul that danger was coming. I didn't know where, or when, or how it might unfold, but I knew it was coming. However, the danger I was predicting arrived prematurely when I rounded the corner of the main building and collided with a solid male chest. I was so unprepared for the contact, so deeply caught up in my own thoughts that I didn't have the time to steady myself or break my fall. I folded like a deck of cards, no match for the person I'd smashed into, and collapsed on my arse on the cold, wet ground. "Ah, shit, I'm so sorry," a deep, familiar voice said from above me. I didn't need to look up to know who I bumped into, though. I would recognise his voice anywhere. "Shannon, are you okay?" Johnny asked as he dropped his school bag on the ground and reached down to help me up. "I'm okay," I mumbled, batting his hand away. I didn't need him touching me. I was already too affected by him. Keeping my eyes trained on the concrete, I twisted onto my hands and knees and pulled myself up. "I'm so sorry," he continued to say. "It's okay," I whispered, brushing my skirt down. "I'm okay." "Are you?" I nodded, but kept my gaze down. I couldn't look at him. I didn't want him to see me. Not like this. "Shannon." "I need to go," I croaked out, and then stepped around him, moving for the main building. With my head down, I hurried into the main building and straight to the third-year locker area. Breathe. Stop panicking. Just breathe. When I reached the third-year locker area, which was thankfully empty, I let my school bag fall from my shoulders and pressed my forehead against the cool, hard metal, inhaling sharp, audible breaths. Trembling, I leaned my forearms against the locker and just held my head, desperately trying to get a handle on this ridiculous terror threatening to possess me and stop my body from going into vomit mode. My legs were shaking so bad, I knew I wouldn't make it to the bathroom in time, so my only hope was to calm myself down before I threw up. Too late, I thought to myself just as my legs buckled beneath me. I dropped to the floor on my hands and knees as my stomach emptied itself right there in the middle of school. I didn't have much in my stomach to begin with. I never usually had, but the water and half-bar of chocolate I had at lunch made a reappearance in glorious fashion. The sound of footsteps pounding down the corridor filled my ears, and I groaned to myself, knowing that I would never in a million years live this one down. Moments later, I felt a hand on my back as someone knelt down beside me and pulled my hair back from my face. "It's okay." Johnny's voice filled my ears as he rubbed soothing circles over my spine with his big hand. "Shh, you're okay." Oh God, no. Why did he do that? Why did he follow me? He wasn't supposed to talk to me. That was the plan. I dry heaved for a solid 2 minutes longer before my stomach finally settled, and all the while he knelt beside me, holding my hair out of my vomit and rubbing my back. "Are you okay?" Johnny asked when I was breathing again and not gawking. I nodded weakly and then felt his hand still on my back. I coiled tight on instinct. "What's this?" I heard him ask moments before his fingertips grazed my neck, right above the collar of my school shirt. "Your neck is bruised." Panic seized my heart as I felt him shift more of my hair aside and touch my neck again.
Shannon? Johnny repeated. How'd you get this?
It's old, I croaked out, still gasping for air.
Doesn't look old, he replied, touching my neck.
Well, it is, I strangled out, shaking off his touch. Thankfully, he complied and shifted away from me. Weak and mortified, I remained exactly where I was on my hands and knees, just staring at the floor as a wave of utter humiliation washed through me.
Shannon, he said in a soft tone, hand on my back once more. Are you okay?
Nodding weakly, I pulled back to a kneeling position, hands on my lap, gaze cast downwards.
Wait here, okay?
Johnny ordered as he pulled himself up to a standing position.
I'll go get the caretaker.
No, I strangled out, mortified. I'll clean it.
No, you won't,
he argued.
It's okay. Just wait here for me and I'll be right back.
The moment I heard his footsteps retreating, I scrambled to my feet, grabbed my school bag and bolted into the nearest bathroom on this wing of the school. Hurrying inside, I went straight to the sink, unzipped the front pocket of my school bag and retrieved the travel-sized toothbrush and paste I religiously carried around with me. I was an anxious person, and my anxiety made me sick. It happened in the most inappropriate and inconvenient places, usually at school like today, so I was always prepared. Trembling from head to toe, and with tears burning my eyes, I quickly brushed my teeth, gagging when the brush poked the back of my throat. When I was finished cleaning my mouth, I rinsed off the toothbrush and tucked it back inside the small Ziploc bag with the paste before packing it back into my school bag. You're okay, I mentally coaxed as I washed my hands and splashed water on my face. Everything is going to be okay. I knew I wasn't, though. No matter how much I tried to lie to myself, nothing was okay about my life. Sniffling, I strapped my school bag to my back, pushed open one of the toilet cubicle doors, and grabbed a bottle of disinfectant tucked away behind the cistern. Walking back to the sink, I pulled a couple dozen paper towels out of the dispenser and headed back to the crime scene. But it was gone, erased by the caretaker wandering back down the hall with a mop and bucket trailing after him.
I told you to wait for me,
a familiar voice came from close by. Swinging round, I found Johnny leaning against the lockers. I had to brush my teeth, I blurted out, sniffling.
He arched a brow. At school?
It happens a lot, I strangled out. He frowned, watching me with those intense blue eyes.
Are you feeling better now?
I nodded, mortified. I'm okay.
Good.
Pushing off the lockers, Johnny walked over to where I was standing and took the disinfectant and paper towels out of my hands. Reeling, I watched as he opened the girls' bathroom door and tossed the disinfectant and paper towels back inside.
I'm taking you home now,
he said as he slid my school bag off my shoulders and slung it over his left shoulder. My eyes widened. No, you don't have...
I'm taking you home, he repeated, blue eyes locked on mine. Let's go.
Why? I croaked out. Johnny frowned.
Why what?
Why are you helping me? He stared at me for the longest moment before exhaling a heavy sigh.
'Cause I want to.
You do? He nodded.
Do you have a coat?
A coat? I croaked out, feeling helpless as I stared up at this beautiful boy.
Yeah, it's hammering down with rain outside.
I pressed my hand to my forehead, striving to gather my thoughts. It's on the coat hook, I finally managed to say, in the science building. With wide eyes, I watched as Johnny unzipped the black coat he was wearing and draped it over my shoulders.
Come on,
he said in a coaxing tone as he wrapped an arm around my shoulders, tucked me into his side, and led me out of school.
I'll take care of you.
Chapter 25. Trouble. Johnny. I unintentionally hurt Shannon Lynch. Again. I knocked her on her ass at school. Again. And then she went and almost gave me a bleeding heart attack. Honest to God. I never felt fear like I had when I saw her collapse on the floor next to a locker. I knew it was a stupid idea to follow her back to school, but I needed to check on her. To be honest, I was afraid of Bella intercepting her. Finding her on the floor like that was beyond terrifying. My heart literally seized in my chest when I saw her, and only kick-started back up when I got to her and realised that she was okay. She was mortified, but she was okay. I didn't care about puke. Everyone puked, even girls. Apparently this girl did it a lot. I remembered exactly what was written in her file. She threw up a lot. That worried me. More than it should. What worried me further was why this happened. Shannon was clearly an anxiety puker, and it was good as written in her school file. For Christ's sakes. She brought a toothbrush to school with her. I was burning with my own form of anxiety from the need to know what had upset her. I didn't want to push my luck though, or make the situation worse, so I kept my mouth shut. Putting her in my car probably wasn't the best idea, given the fact that she didn't seem to want to speak to me ever again. But I wasn't leaving her to take any shitty bus. She didn't speak a single word to me the entire drive to her house, with the exception of apologising a million fucking times for something she obviously couldn't control. I didn't know what to do or say to put her at ease. I kept telling her it was okay, but she wasn't hearing me. It wasn't like she was stuck in her own head, worrying herself to death over something I couldn't see. I felt helpless. I wanted to help her, but it was an impossible thing to do when I couldn't see who she was up against. I'm sorry, Sharon told me when I pulled up outside her house, after spending a solid 5 minutes trying to coax her into telling me which one hers was. I really am so. You have nothing to apologise for, I told her before cutting the engine and turning to look at her. Jesus Christ. What was wrong? Had someone given her shit at school? Was someone giving her hassle again? She looked terrified. Johnny, her words trailed off as she flicked her gaze towards the small terraced house at the end of the street, and then back to me. Please, don't tell, she finally said, voice small, eyes wide and full of unshed tears. I frowned, feeling my heart race. Tell what, Shannon? She tucked her hair behind her ears and exhaled a shaky breath. What I did at school. My hands twitched on the wheel as I fought the urge to pull her onto my lap and hug her. I'm not going to tell anyone anything, I said, as gentle a tone I could muster. You promise? She croaked out. I nodded. I promise. Shannon exhaled another ragged breath. Sorry, it happens when I get scared. My blood ran cold. What are you scared of, Shannon? I surprised myself by how calm I sounded when I was 2 seconds away from losing my shit right here in this car. Did something happen? Happen? She whispered, biting on her bottom lip. At school? I nodded slowly. Was someone giving you hassle? She closed her eyes and bit down even harder on her lip, so hard I raced over and pulled it free from her teeth. Don't, I coaxed. Her eyes popped open. Huh? You'll hurt yourself, I told her, retracting my hand even though it was the last thing I wanted to do. I'm sorry, she whispered. You don't need to be sorry, I replied in a thick tone. Shannon dropped her gaze to stare at the clasped hands, and after an achingly long pause of silence, she nodded to herself. I better go inside now, she finally said, voice small. Thanks for the spin. I watched as she unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door, and panic flared to life inside my stomach, which made no sense because I didn't know what the fuck I was worried about. You tell me, right? I called after her when she was out of my car. If something was happening to you. I leaned over the passenger seat to look at her, knowing I was making a hash of this, but needing to say it anyway. You tell me if someone was giving you trouble at school. Shannon stood with her hand gripping my car door for the longest moment, big blue eyes locked in mine. Finally, she nodded. I felt my body sag in relief. Bye, Johnny, she whispered, and then she closed the door. Bye, Shannon, I muttered to myself as I turned the key in the engine. I needed to get out of here before I did something really stupid, like put her back in my car and take her home with me. But a fucked up glitch in my brain told me to do just that. Leaving her felt all wrong. Drive away, Johnny. Turn the car around and leave. She's fine. She's perfectly fine. Concentrate on the game, Cav. You have training. You do not need to be losing your head over a girl. Shaking my head, I switched the car into gear and forced myself to get a bleeding grip on myself and just drive. It didn't work. Because I couldn't go. Throwing the car into neutral, I shoved open my car door and climbed out. Wait! Shannon spun round and stared at me with wide eyes. Huh? What are you doing, Cav? The fuck are you doing? Come with me. The words were out of my mouth before I had a chance to stop myself or take them back. Come where with you? Shannon whispered, gaze flicking from me to the house down the street. I don't know, Shannon. I don't fucking know. I've no bleeding clue what's happening to me. I just know that my gut is telling me not to leave you right now. Anywhere, I offered, and then cleared my throat before adding, we could go for a drive, or get something to eat. Jesus, what was wrong with me? I saw something flash across her eyes, and something that looked an awful lot like relief. You want me to? Shannon asked in a small voice. Come with you? I nodded uncertainly. Yeah, Shannon. My voice was thick. I want you to come with me.
Chapter 26. The boy's a hero. Shannon. I was back in his car. I had no idea where we were going or why Johnny had asked me to come with him in the first place after driving me all the way home, but in this moment, I didn't care. I didn't care that he'd hurt my feelings last week, and I didn't care that I could get into trouble for being with them. When he opened the passenger door of his car and offered me a temporary escape from the hell that was my home, I took it. I more than took it. I practically dove into that seat. 45 minutes later, I found myself sitting across from him at this bar in town called Biddy's, with a half-eaten bowl of soup in front of me, a bottle of Coke, and a racing heart. The moment we stepped through the door at the bustling pub, everyone inside had turned around and honed in on Johnny. It was incredibly intimidating just watching him try to deal with the attention thrown at him. I was overwhelmed, so I couldn't imagine what it must be like for Johnny. He was only 17. Just like that day on the pitch with the reporters, Johnny was nothing but professional, accepting handshakes and claps on the shoulder while we waited at the bar for one of the waitresses. I was so distracted by the attention he received and the hand he kept on my lower back as he spoke that I just nodded when he leaned into my ear and asked me if I was hungry. It took a further 5 minutes of talking to random people before we finally sat down at the only empty table in the bar. I felt absolutely mortified that he had bought me food, and I would have protested and offered to pay, but I didn't have any money. I didn't have anything to offer this boy. Nothing at all.
How are you feeling now?
Johnny asked, stirring me from my thoughts. My head snapped up from where I'd been staring at my hands, and I found him watching me from across the small round table. That familiar burn ignited inside of my tummy as I forced myself to meet his gaze. I had his coat wrapped tightly around me, but that didn't stop me from shivering. I'm feeling a lot better now, I replied, blushing from the weight of his stare. Thanks.
Good.
Johnny leaned back in his chair, eyes still locked on me, and tapped a beer mat on the table absent-mindedly.
I'm glad.
Thanks for dinner, I added, feeling shy and awkward and a million other emotions. I really appreciate it. For some reason, my words drew a huge smile from Johnny.
You consider a bowl of soup to be dinner?
He asked, grinning so wide his dimples appeared. Well, it was a huge bowl, I offered with a shrug, so yeah, I would consider it dinner.
It's soup, Shannon.
Johnny chuckled.
It's practically water.
Why? I eyed the empty plate and bowl in front of him. Are you still hungry? Couldn't be. I just watched him inhale a gigantic bowl of soup before following it up with a mountain of veg and chicken. It was physically impossible to be hungry after consuming that volume of food. Johnny snorted.
This was a snack.
A snack? I rested my elbows on the table and asked, You're planning on having another dinner when you get home?
I'll probably eat at least 4 more times before I go to bed,
he told me. My mouth fell open. But it's 5 o'clock.
I know.
He shook his head, smiling ruefully.
You should see what I put away on a daily basis. It'll probably shock you.
Well, you're not fat for a guy who eats so much, I blurted out and immediately regretted my words. Johnny laughed softly.
No, I'm not.
I turned the colour of crimson. I'm so sorry, I choked out. I didn't mean to call you.
Don't apologise,
he told me, still laughing.
I train. Hard. I need the fuel to pump my body.
Because of the rugby? I asked, tucking my rain-damp hair behind my ears.
Johnny nodded. I need to consume 4,500 calories daily when I'm in training.
My jaw dropped again. How is that humanly possible? Johnny smirked.
I make it work.
How? I asked, thoroughly intrigued now.
By spacing out my meals,
he explained.
Eat the right stuff at the right time.
He shrugged before adding,
I usually eat every 2 or 3 hours. My nutritionist says that's the best fit for my body.
So you're on a feeding schedule? Snickering, I added, like a baby? Johnny flashed me an indulgent smile and took a deep swig of his diluted orange. Ignoring the loud group of girls at a nearby table, I concentrated on the boy in front of me. So you can't have anything nice?
Define nice.
Coke, chocolate, ice cream, crisps? I reeled off a short list of my favourite treats. Fizzy jellies, Cocoa Pops, pizza, cheeseburgers, chips, Chinese food, donuts.
I'm in the middle of a season,
Johnny interrupted, giving me an affronted look.
The only thing that goes into my body is organic, unprocessed and loaded with protein.
I gaped at him. Not even a rich tea biscuit? Johnny shook his head. Why? Oh my God, is it because you would get into trouble with those rugby academy people? My eyes widened at the injustice. My brother Joey told me about how they groom young boys like puppies. Horrified, I asked, do they give you a list of banned foods and then punish you if you eat them? No, Johnny drawled slowly, frowning now. The fuck kind of place do you think the academy is? If you're not allowed to eat treats, then it's a terrible place, I answered solemnly. Eating clean is my choice, he explained, watching me with a bemused expression. I'm not forced to do anything. My life is on my terms, and not stuffing my face with processed, sugar-loaded shite is called being healthy and exercising self-control. But all the time? I questioned. Like 24/7? I have an all-or-nothing attitude, he replied. I'm either all in with something or I'm not wasting my time. There's no point doing something half-arsed. Well, I'm sad for you, I announced. You don't know what you're missing. Slipping my hand into my skirt pocket, I dragged out the half-eaten chocolate bar, my favourite brand, took a quick peek to check the waitress wasn't watching me bring food on the premises before dangling it in front of his face. The smell is the best part, I told him. And you get endorphins from these too. His lips twitched. I train 6 hours a day, Shannon. I don't need to supplement endorphins with a chocolate bar. Ripping off the wrapping, I held it in front of his nose for a few moments. Sniff it, I encouraged, feeling oddly at ease with him. Go on. Get out of it, Johnny laughed, gently batting my hand away. Your loss, I said with a shrug, then bit off a square of chocolate, moaning when the delicious chocolatey goodness hit my tongue. Your gain, he scoffed as he swirled a clunk of ice around in his glass. Wow, I snorted, slipping the chocolate back into my pocket. If I was a bigger girl, could have seriously hurt my feelings. What? Panic flashed across his face. Fuck no, it was a joke. He leaned forward in his seat. I didn't mean... I wasn't calling you fat. You're the tiniest thing I've ever... Shite, you're so small I could... Relax, I snickered. I'm not offended. Johnny stared at me for a long beat and then released a heavy breath. Jesus Christ, I almost had a heart attack there. Rubbing his chest, he smiled impishly. I know how mental most girls can get over their weight. Well, I'm not like most girls, I replied with a grimace and gestured to myself. As you can see. No, Johnny confirmed quietly, eyes following my hand movements. No, you're not. There was a long, uncomfortable pause where we both stared at each other. The silence was disconcerting, but not nearly as unnerving as the intensity in his blue eyes. They were too sharp, too all-seeing, too much. Do you want another Coke? Johnny asked, breaking the tension. I glanced at my watch and then back to him. I don't know. Johnny frowned. You don't know? Yes. No. Go home before your father finds out you're in a pub and kills you. No, stay here with him. God. I shrugged helplessly. Well, are you thirsty? He asked. Do you think you would like another drink? I glanced around nervously, only to find dozens of pairs of eyes trained on our table. My heartbeat skyrocketed. I did not like this. Not one bit. Shannon, Johnny said, capturing my attention once more. He was looking at me expectantly, wallet in hand. Will I get you another drink? Scooting closer, I leaned over the table and gestured for Johnny to come closer. Frowning, he did. Johnny, I whispered in his ear, I feel like we're being watched. Pulling back, I looked around again and noticed the table of teenage girls had somehow pushed closer to ours. My eyes flicked to his and I nodded vigorously. People are definitely watching us, Johnny. Johnny looked incredibly irritated when he exhaled heavily and ran a hand through his hair. I'm sorry about this. Is it because of the rugby? He gave me a resigned-looking nod. I'm sorry.
Just ignore them. How? I croaked out, feeling very exposed in this moment. Johnny stared at me for a long moment, unspeaking before pushing back his chair and standing up. Come on, he announced, holding his hand out for me. I'll get you another drink and we'll sit in the lounge. The lounge? It's quieter. He looked around and muttered, maybe we'll get some peace and fucking quiet, under his breath. He didn't like this either. He might act like it didn't bother him, but this wasn't something he was comfortable with. But it was with this realization that I found myself taking his outstretched hand. Overwhelmed, I followed Johnny to the bar where he ordered us more drinks, before walking through a door at the side of the bar and into a dimly lit room. This room had more of a youthful feel to it, with pool tables and dartboards on the walls and a jukebox playing in the corner. I noticed several teenagers sporting a range of different school uniforms from the local district lounging around. Like, when we walked into the main bar, everyone turned to look at him, but after a few head nods and "How's it going, Cav?" they turned back to their company. Johnny led me over to a table in the far corner of the lounge, but this time, instead of taking one of the bar stools on the other side of the table, he set our drinks down and sat down on the leather bench beside me. From here, we had a perfect view of the rest of the room, with the perk of being slightly tucked out of the way. You should go home, Shannon, my common sense commanded. You should not be here. Better? Johnny asked, settling down beside me. I nodded and reached for my Coke, my eyes locked on the goings-on around me. I could see several boys at the far side of the lounge wearing BCS uniforms, and that made me want to crawl under the table and hide. I was so nervous that I had to use both hands to stop the bottle from shaking. Seeing Ciara Maloney, my greatest tormentor from my old school, and the giver of my eyelid scar, sitting amongst them made my entire body coil up with dread. Like she could sense me watching her, Ciara turned her face in my direction. Great. Just bloody great. The moment she recognised me, that familiar glint of malicious intent flashed in her eyes for about 2 seconds before her gaze moved to Johnny, who was sitting beside me. Her mouth visibly fell open, and she began to nudge the girl sitting beside her, Hannah Daly, her best friend and another one of my bullies. We were being watched again. But now, it had more to do with me being hated than him being the local celebrity. Panicked, I dropped my gaze to the glass bottle clasped between my hands. Breathe, Shannon. Just breathe. You're a lying little whore, Ciara snarled as she pinned me to the wall behind the school and glared down at me. You were looking at him. Knowing it was safer to say nothing, I kept my mouth shut and mentally prepared myself for the beating I knew I would receive. Answer me, bitch! She snarled, slamming my shoulders into the concrete, causing the air to expel from my lungs in a loud, pained groan. Several of the girls standing around us all laughed and sneered when a whimper tore from my throat. I was already aching in more ways than any of these girls could comprehend. My father's latest whiskey tantrum the cause of my pain, and they were enjoying my obvious discomfort. It wasn't anything new to me. I was used to being laughed at. I was used to being the punching bag, and I hated myself for accepting it. When Ciara shoved me into the wall again, I forced myself to swallow down the sob that was threatening to erupt from my throat, forcing the words, "I didn't look at your boyfriend," out instead. He looked at me. That was the truth. Her boyfriend had a horrible habit of staring at me. My explanation earned me a slap across the face and a fistful of my hair to be yanked so roughly that I staggered forward feeling weak and powerless. "I'm going to fucking destroy you," she hissed in my ear before tearing her nails down the side of my cheek. Go for it, I thought to myself. You can't destroy what's already broken. Relax, Johnny whispered in my ear, distracting me from my memories. You're safe with me. His words threw me and I turned my face to look at him. God, It was so beautiful. It was painful. Everything about Johnny Kavanagh was pure perfection. He was big and strong, and his face, oh God, his face was the best face I'd ever laid eyes on. Why wouldn't I be safe? It was a defensive question asked out of desperation because this boy was throwing me like no one had before. I couldn't figure any of this out, and my poor heart was working in overdrive to keep up with the feelings bombarding my body because of his close proximity. Fear, uncertainty, lust, and panic were all kicking my ass. "I'm just letting you know that you are," he replied, blue eyes locked on mine. "Okay?" Exhaling a ragged breath, I nodded and shifted closer to him. If I could, I would climb on his lap and bury my face in his chest in this moment. But he was a virtual stranger to me, and that would be socially frowned upon, so I settled for sidling up to him. I knew he probably thought I was crazy, but I was 2 seconds away from having a full-blown panic attack, and his presence was grounding me. Johnny looked at me with curious eyes before turning his attention to the table of sixth years from BCS. I saw it then. A spark of recognition lit up Johnny's eyes before his face took on a hardened expression. "Can we go now?" I whispered, heart beating rapidly as I resisted the urge to burrow into his side. "Please?" "We'll go when we're ready to go," he said in a voice so low and soft that it was barely audible. "Put your head up, Shannon, like the river." Moments later, he draped his arm over my shoulder and pulled me into his side. "No one's going to hurt you." Relieved, I moved closer, too close for strangers to sit, but I didn't care. He was big and strong, and I had the distinct feeling that he was telling me the truth. I believed him when he told me I was safe with him. "Those girls?" he asked, tilting his face down to look at me as he spoke. "What's the story?" "There's no story," I croaked out, clutching my bottle with a death grip. "Why do I find that hard to believe?" I shrugged and ducked my chin, letting my hair fall forward, wishing I had Harry Potter's invisibility cloak draped around my body so I could escape this situation without more pain. I couldn't take any more. "Look at me." I didn't. "Look at me," he repeated, tone calm and coaxing. I couldn't. I felt him shift beside me, and then his fingers were on my chin, tipping my face up to his. "You're safe," he whispered, cupping my cheek in his hand, eyes boring holes straight through my soul. "I promise." That word, God, that one word broke me. It was all too much. My life, those girls, my father, and in the middle of it all, I could only see him. This boy.
Chapter 27. Keep the head. Johnny. What possessed me to bring Shannon the biddies? I would never fully understand, but she was here now, and looking more upset than when I found her throwing her guts up at school an hour ago. So was I. I was trying to mask my fury, but I swear to God I was close to killing someone. Genuinely, truly, abso-fucking-lutely. Shannon was petrified of these girls. Her body was shaking. Which is why she was currently tucked into my side with my arm wrapped tightly around her frail shoulders. I knew I was stepping over a serious line here, but I refused to let her run from these fuckers. I knew I shouldn't be touching her, but how the hell could I not? How could I just leave her sitting here, looking so frightened and unsure? I couldn't. To be honest, it was a good thing she was touching me, because I was about 2 seconds away from blowing my gasket and getting my ass thrown into the barracks. This wasn't me. I wasn't a reactor. I thought shit through. Not when it comes to this girl. The blonde in the BCS uniform across the lounge caught my eye again and smiled. I met her smile with a cold, hard glare and revelled in a sick sort of pleasure when her smile slipped away and fear filled her eyes. Be fucking frightened, I thought to myself. You have no idea who you're messing with. I could ruin these people. I wanted to. Every cell in my brain was projecting nothing but rage and vengeance, demanding I take back what they took from Shannon. Take their pride like they took hers. Scare them like they scared her. Inflict pain on them like they tortured her. I could taste my anger. It was fucking potent. Damn it. I need to get a handle on myself. But every time I tried, I just kept thinking about her file. Or one of these bitches, the one that cut off her ponytail. I had a bad feeling about the blonde. Another issue I was having that was going to make me lose my fucking mind was the way these pricks were eyeing her up, longingly. They needed to avert their bleeding eyes from this girl because I couldn't handle it. They didn't need to be looking in her direction, ever. I had my arm round her, for Christ's sake. Take a bleeding hint. No wonder the blonde was pissed, I thought to myself. The dark-haired gimp was clearly going out with her, and yet he was staring at Shannon like she was dinner. My dinner, prick. I wanted to roar. I'm ready to go now, Shannon said, dragging me from my thoughts, and I stared down with the dark-haired prick gawking at her from across the lounge. She set her empty bottle on the table and looked up at me with those big blue eyes. If that's okay. Settle down, heart. Settle the fuck down. I forced a smile. Yeah, Shannon, that's okay. For obvious reasons, I kept my arm around her as we walked past the table of assholes from her old school. I didn't miss the way her fingers knotted in my jumper, or how her whole body stiffened when one of the girls made some backhanded comment about whores chasing rich dick. Keeping my head, I walked her out of the lounge, then pulled her to stop at the bar. Can you do me a favour? Shannon looked up at me with wide eyes, nodding. Yeah, of course. I pulled my wallet and my keys out of my pocket and handed them to her. Can you settle up with the barmaid and go and wait in the car for me? Her face paled. Why? I need to talk to one of my friends. I lied, smiling down at her. I'll be right out. She eyed me wearily for a long moment before blowing out a breath. Sure, he finally said, sounding relieved. I can do that. Thanks, I replied. I waited until Shannon had moved to the bar before spinning on my heels and stalking back into the lounge, not stopping until I was standing in front of the table of assholes. Now, I sneered, glaring down at their faces. Who wants to call my girlfriend a whore to my face? I threw in the girlfriend word for maximum effort to align with the maximum damage I was about to cause. Several heads turned my way. I did not give one iota of a fuck. Someone was going to pay for her pain. Well, I demanded, glaring at the blonde. You? I asked before flicking my gaze to the redhead sitting beside her. Or is it you? Listen, I don't know what she said to you, the blonde began to say, but I cut her off with a shake of my head. Is this your fella? I asked, inclining my head to the dark-haired prick who was ogling Shannon less than 5 minutes ago, yet had turned conveniently quiet now. Is he? The blonde's face reddened as she nodded. That's good to know, I mused. And then I reached over the table, fisted his school jumper, and slammed my fist into his face. What the fuck are you doing? The lad snarled, doubling over. I'm playing by the rules, asshole. I spat as I dragged him out over the table and hit him again. Both girls started screaming and flailing around. One of his friends made a move towards me. I fucking dare ya, he snarled as I continued to smack the shit out of his buddy. He took a safe step back and held his hands up. I rolled my eyes. Fucking coward. I lost count of the number of brawls Gibbs had jumped into on my behalf down through the years, and vice versa. This prick needed to get better friends. Stop, the blonde cried when I continued to slam my fist into her boyfriend's face. You're hurting him. Oh, you realise that, do you? I spat. So you are capable of knowing right from wrong. What's your problem? She cried. We didn't do anything to you. You sure as shit did something to her, I snarled. And when you fuck with her, you fuck with me. The blonde paled, and I released her boyfriend. He sank down on the floor, cupping his face and groaning like a pussy. She moved straight to him. Did you like that? I asked, glaring at the prick whose face I had just rearranged. Was that nice? Jesus, lad. The lad groaned, holding his nose to stem the blood. I didn't do anything to you. No, I seethed. And my girl? I pointed to the lounge door. Didn't do anything to your girl, but that didn't stop her from terrorising her. I glared at the blonde, from cutting her hair and beating the shit out of her. The blonde's face turned scarlet. I knew it. Oh, for Christ's sakes, Kira. Dark-haired guy groaned as he shook off the blonde's hand. Oh, what did you do to her now? Nothing, Kira argued. I haven't even seen her since Christmas, babe. Do you like being terrorised? I asked him, taking a step closer. How does it feel to have no power? I get it, lad. The lad groaned, waving a hand in front of me. Loud and clear. Make sure your girlfriend gets it, I hissed, glowering down at him. Because if she doesn't, I paused to point at both the blonde and the redhead before continuing. If she or any of your whore friends ever look at my girlfriend again, I'm coming for you. I stood there for a long ass minute, giving every one of those BCS scum a glare and waiting for a response. And I didn't get one, like I knew I wouldn't. I turned round and walked away, only to halt at the door. Call it childish, but I couldn't stop myself from stalking back to their table and tossing it on its side, feeling ridiculously satisfied when their drinks all spilled and smashed at the floor. I spun on my heels and stalked out. Johnny, the owner barked as he rounded the main bar. What the fuck you playing at, kid? Fuck's sake. Inhaling a calm breath, I turned to face him. I'm sorry for the trouble in your bar. It won't happen again. Trouble? He arched a brow. I saw you on the cameras. You could have killed that little kid. Agitated, I ran a hand through my hair. Those pricks are giving my girlfriend a hard time, I bit out. Now I'm sorry that I resolved the issue in your bar, and I'll pay for any broken glass or damage I caused, but this will be my last time putting money behind your bar. Liam balked. Jesus Christ, relax, Johnny. I'm not borrowing you. I don't associate with scum, Liam. I told him in a tight tone. Pointing to the lounge door, I added, those fuckers are about the scummiest you can get. So you go ahead and keep serving them, and I'll go ahead and find a new watering hole for my team. Oh, Johnny lad, hold up. No, I don't think so, I hissed, brushing his arm off as I stalked for the door. I have a reputation to uphold, and I can't do that in a place that serves scumbags. "This will be the last time here," Liam called after me. "I'll have the usual ready for you tomorrow." I stopped at the door and turned back. I'll be back when the clientele doesn't consist of vicious fucking bullies. And then I turned around and stalked out. Shannon was sitting in the passenger seat of my car when I climbed inside. "I'm sorry about that," I told her as I closed the door and pulled on my seatbelt. "I got caught up talking." No, Shannon hurried to say in that small voice of hers. "It's absolutely fine. You don't have to apologize to me." Yeah, I did. I left her in the freezing cold car for half an hour. It wasn't good enough, not for her. "You good?" I asked, turning to look at her. "Yes, and thanks so much for paying," she said, and I watched as her cheeks turned a bright shade of pink. "I really appreciate it." Was she serious? Was she really thanking me for that? Christ, this girl was unlike any of the others. "It's not a problem, Shannon," I replied, eyeing her with burning curiosity. "It was just a couple of bottles of Coke and a bowl of soup." "Well, it means a lot to me, so thank you," she whispered, tucking that fucking beautiful hair of hers behind her ear. Her eyes burned holes in me so deep that I had to look away before completely losing myself in the gear. It was too much. She was too fucking much. Here's your stuff," she said, gently placing my keys and wallet on my left thigh. My good thigh, I realised. Shit, this girl was too much. "You can count it here if you want," Shannon added. "Your wallet, I mean." She tucked another strand of hair behind her ear. "I won't be insulted." The fuck? I stared at her. "What?" Shannon blushed. "Well, I thought you might. I trust you," I told her. "I'm not counting anything. Never even crossed my mind, okay?" "Are you sure?" she whispered, killing me with those big eyes. I nodded and resisted the urge to lean across and kiss the shite out of those swollen lips. "I'm absolutely sure." The smile that lit up her face then was so striking that it made my heart race recklessly. I just stared at her for the longest moment, wondering how the hell I got here, how the hell I was going to get out. "I'd better take you home," I finally said as I shoved my key in the ignition and cranked the engine. "Of course," Shannon replied, still smiling at me. I had to look away. I couldn't risk another glance at her. Not tonight. Get your ass away from this girl before you do something stupid like lose your heart as well as your head. My brain hissed as I tore out of the car park, nerves shot to hell. "Too late, asshole," my heart taunted. Or, I heard myself say, giving in to the urgent need I had inside of me to keep this girl right here with me. Shannon looked at me with bright eyes. Or, "Don't do it, Johnny. Don't put yourself in temptation's way." "We could go see a film," I offered, knowing I was screwed the minute the words came out of my mouth. A film?" Shannon squeezed out. Jesus. I nodded uncertainly. "If you want." "At the cinema?" she asked, cheeks flushing. I shrugged. "Or my house?" "You stupid fucker. I'm not exactly—" She paused, tucked her hair behind her ears before saying, "allowed to go." "You're not allowed to go where?" I asked, feeling a huge pang of disappointment settle in my stomach. Anywhere," she offered with a hopeless shrug, My parents are kind of protective. Understandable. If I was in their shoes, I'd be protective of her too. Given what Shannon had been through at her old school, hell, I was protective now. But I want to, she added, smiling shyly at me. I'd love to, actually. If you want to, that is. Well, shit. Balls. What the hell was I supposed to do now? My mother was at home, so that was out. Forcing myself to concentrate on the road in front of me and not the girl sitting beside me, I flicked on my indicator and pulled onto the slip road for the city. Cinema it is, I replied in as breezy a tone as I could muster, while on the inside I was burning the hell up.
Chapter 28. Substitute Parents. Shannon. I spent all of Saturday babysitting my youngest brother Sean, which was the norm whenever Nanny decided to take a trip to Beara to visit Auntie Alice and her family, and Mam was working. The difference this weekend was that our father was gone and our mother was missing. I knew a storm had been brewing. My gut was always right. After Johnny dropped me home last night, there was a blazing row that resulted in my father beating the living shit out of me, mostly over that stupid newspaper clipping that he still wouldn't let drop. Mam dragged him off me, earning herself a slap in the face for her troubles. She ordered him to leave and never come back. Dad proceeded to fill the family car with everything he owned, called both me and Mum a pack of whores, and sped off steaming drunk. Mam had hurried out of the house an hour later with an overnight bag, climbed into a taxi, and hadn't been seen since. It wasn't uncommon for our mother to storm off after an argument. However, it was rare for her not to come back. I knew she would come back. It was just a matter of when. I also knew my father would be back. It gave me no comfort watching him leave last night. That wasn't the first time he had been told to go, and it wasn't the first time he had beaten me to a pulp. Sooner or later he would be back, promising heaven and delivering hell. Nothing would change. It never did. Tig, Ollie and Sean might believe he was gone for good, but Joey and I knew better. Without our parents' presence, it was down to Joey and me to fend for our younger siblings. When there was no sign of either of our parents this morning, Joey sacrificed his own training session with the Cork team so he could take Tig and Ollie to a football blitz they were both playing in. I was left with Sean, who had spent the best part of the day screaming for Mam. It was a disaster. Countless phone calls to our mother had gone unanswered, so I'd given up trying to get a hold of her. Setting to work on the bottomless list of jobs allocated to me on a weekly basis, I cleaned the house from top to bottom, washing down skirting boards and changing all the bedsheets as I went. By 8 o'clock Saturday evening, I had gone through 4 loads of laundry, cooked both lunch and dinner for my brothers, bathed and dressed Sean for bed, and had cleaned the house to within an inch of my life. It hadn't lasted, of course. As soon as the boys had stomped through the front door, the chaos and mess had resumed. Balancing a bowl of Cocoa Pops in one hand and a bottle of milk in the other, I used my hip to push the sitting room door open and stepped inside. "Here you go, Sean." Setting the bowl and sippy cup down on the coffee table in front of my baby brother, I ruffled his curly blonde locks, then stood up and stretched my back. "Eat it all up before bed," I added, groaning in relief when I felt the muscles in my back click back into place. I was in so much pain, it was hard to walk a straight line. "I want Mammy," Sean replied, pouting at his cereal. "Mammy's gone." "Mammy's at work, Sean." I repeated the same sentence I told him 50 times today. Striving for patience, I added, "She'll be home soon," and then hurried out of the room before he had a chance to ask when. I didn't have an answer for him, and I hated lying to him. The truth was, I didn't know when Mam would be back. Shoulders slumped, I padded back into the kitchen and moved for the kettle. I needed tea. Lots of tea.
Chapter 29. Shifting jackets. Johnny. My training day at the academy on Saturday went down like a lead balloon. I was weak and it showed on the pitch. I was called into the coach's office midway through the morning, where I received something I would consider to be similar to the Spanish fucking Inquisition from Coach Dennehy. Afterwards, I was sent straight to the team doctor for yet another examination, followed by a checkup with Janice, the physio. Like my coach had predicted, I failed both the fitness and medical tests doled out to me. Sore and demoralised, I was given a stern talking to about dangers of the non-disclosure of pain before being sent home with another goddamn prescription, and a formal letter stating that I was temporarily excused from all academy training and duties until my next fitness test in 3 weeks' time. If I failed my next round of tests, I'd be back under the knife and out of action for a further 4 to 6 weeks. This meant it would be early to mid-May before I would see a pitch again. That meant I'd lose my slot. There was no way I'd be match fit in 2 to 4 weeks to make the squad at the under-20s level. So yeah, it was safe to say that I was royally screwed. My only consolation was that I could still participate in light training with my school and club. There wasn't a fucking thing they could do to stop that, but it wasn't much to cling to in my way of hope. Not when it was a guarantee that both my coaches at Ballylagan RFC and Tommen would receive the same letter. There was little chance of me getting any match time now with the club. There was no way Coach Mulcahy would bench me. He couldn't afford to. But that was just schoolboy shite. Furious at being written out of the up-and-coming youth games, I was simmering with tension by the time I made it home this afternoon to a thankfully empty house. Mam was going to Dublin to spend the weekend with my father, so I didn't have to face the parental third degree for a few days. I wanted to cry. I wouldn't, but I fucking wanted to. I should have worked through the pain. I should never have taken that fucking surgery. If I hadn't, I'd still be in with a chance of making the starting team for the under-20s European campaign in June. Under-20s was a big jump from the under-18s, and I was on a goddamn track to make the jump. Not now. If I couldn't get my shit together, nobody would want me. Not with a broken body. I spent the rest of the afternoon in my home gym, working my body to the bone, desperate to erase the god-awful feeling of despair that was threatening to take a hold of me. This last setback was a cherry on top of the year from hell. To be honest, I was regretting coming back to school after Christmas break. I should have stayed in my goddamn bed and had my mother write 3 months' worth of sick notes or some shite. Everything had gone to hell for me since then. My body, my brain, my train of thought. I was all over the place. In the middle of my personal breakdown, my mind continued to focus on one person I needed not to think about. Shannon like the river with those midnight blue eyes. You've got the problem, Kavanagh, and I'm staging an intervention. Gibbsy's voice perforated my thoughts, causing me to momentarily lose focus and almost poleaxe myself with a 280-pound barbell. Christ! I strangled out, locking my muscles into place just in time to save myself from certain choking. Don't sneak up on me like that, you bleeding idiot. I looked up from my perch to find my best friend standing in the doorway of my garage. I could have killed myself. Yeah, you could have. Unfolding his arms, Gibbsy walked over to where I was and grabbed the bar. Setting it down, he reached for a towel on the stand and dropped it on my chest before saying, "Don't do this alone again." He pointed to the stacked barbell, expression disapproving. "It's highly irresponsible." Sagging, I dropped my head back down on the bench and dragged a few ragged breaths before attempting to speak. "You're giving me a lecture on responsibility?" Exhaling a breathless laugh. I grabbed the towel off my chest and patted myself down. "Jesus, the hypocrite in you is ripe today, lad." Don't try to throw me off my mission with your shite banter, he shot back. I've got plans for you. Don't know what you're going on about, Gibbs. Pulling myself into a sitting position, I took another few steadying breaths before climbing to my feet. But whatever it is, I'm not in the farm. Be that as it may, Gibbsy countered, happily. We're still going out. He followed me over to the fridge in the corner of my home gym and swiped a can of Coke. So, go take a shit, a shower, and have a shave because the lads are meeting us in Biddy's at 8:30. Uncorking the lid of the bottle of water, I drained the contents before replying. No, I breathed, drenched in sweat and feeling like shite. Where not? Liam had phoned me no less than 3 times yesterday to try and smooth me over. So that wasn't the reason I didn't want to go out. My issue was that I was close to my breaking point. I was one conversation away from losing my goddamn mind. We fucking are, Gibbsy countered. I got your text about your coaching sending you home today, and I had to be honest with you, lad. I'm relieved that you're starting to see through your bullshit. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt, charade. Whoa, I arched a brow. Thanks a lot, friend. Now don't give me that shit, Gibbsy shot back. You know I want you to get on the team in June more than anyone, but not at the risk of your permanent damage. He shook his head. It's too high a price to pay. You don't get it, I mumbled, regretting the venting text I sent to him earlier. No, in all honesty, I probably don't get it, Gibbsy replied. I've never been invested in anything like you are with rugby, but I see what you're doing to yourself. I see that, Johnny. Yeah, well, I grumbled. Unless I can pull off a miracle and get my shit together, it's all in the can. Which is exactly why you're coming out with me, he argued. You need to kick back and take your mind off rugby. Grinning, he pointed to himself and said, And what better man to help you do that? I don't know, Gibbs. Tossing the empty bottle in the nearby bin, I ran my hand through my hair and sighed. I'm fairly wrecked. That was the truth. Exhaustion was a norm for me, and especially lately, I was sore as shit, and this wasn't helping my bad mood. I'm just probably going to pass out in front of the telly for the night. You're a fucking robot is what you are, Gibbsy retorted. Well, not tonight. Clamping my hand on my shoulder, he nudged me towards the opening garage door. You'll have no early morning sessions tomorrow, or any of that academy bullshit, to stop you from enjoying an out with your buddies. I allowed him to walk me outside for one singular reason. I was too tired to dig my heels in. Tonight, we're going on the piss, lad. He squeezed my shoulder for emphasis and steered me in the direction of my house. You're going to be human. Tomorrow you can go right back to your old robotic, dull as dishwater self. I'm too sore, I grumbled. Of course you are, he shot back. You're not giving your body time to repair itself. You never bloody rest, and you haven't had pussy in months. Winking, he added, It's time to take your balls off ice and put your shifting jacket on. My shifting jacket? My smile cracked through my bad mood. What are we, 13 again, and heading to the underage disco? I'm wearing my shifting t-shirt, he replied proudly, flexing his biceps for emphasis. It has 100% success rate. I cocked a brow. Probably because the tag on the back of it says it's for ages 12 to 13. Here now, Gibbsy grinned widely. Don't be jealous of my spectacular farm. Your spectacular bullshit, more like. Shaking off his hand when we reached the back door, I pushed it open and stepped aside for him to pass, and then headed for my favourite part of the house, the fridge. That's the plan, Gibbsy stated, trespassing through my kitchen like it was his own. And it might as well have been for the amount of time he spent there. He strolled over to the cupboards and grabbed a slice of pan and a knife from the drawer before pulling a stool out from the centre aisle and sinking down. And you're not giving me any bullshit excuses tonight. Who's going? Hughie and Kate are meeting us below. He paused and then said, and Pierce and Feely might show their faces. Are any of the girls from school going? Katie, Gibbsy shot back in a duh tone of voice. Aside from Katie, I snapped. Katie was a given. Hughie rarely left the girl's side. No, Gibbsy frowned at me. Why would there be? I levelled him with the what the fuck expression. Because they always fucking show up. Doesn't matter if they show up. I'm not in the mood to be dealing with them. You mean you're not in the mood to be dealing with the crazy one? Gibbsy corrected with a grimace. No, I'm not, I replied, rummaging in the fridge. I'm not dealing with her this weekend. With my arms laden down with sandwich supplies, I walked over to the island and tossed them down on the black marble countertop. I need a break, Gibbs. Gibbsy shook his head and reached for the bread. What happened? Snatching up a knife and the packet of cooked ham, he asked. Is she contacting you again? When isn't she contacting me? I bit out as I slowly chopped a tomato. It's a constant stream of texts and phone calls. All the damn time. I stopped reading Bella's messages a week ago. But it still drove me batshit whenever the phone lit up because 9 times out of 10 it was her on the other line. You must be fucking amazing in bed, Gibbsy mused, if she's haunting you down like this. Not the point, Gibbs, I growled. No means no, lad. You can change your number, he offered. What's the point? I grumbled. She'll just find a way to get my new one. I know I'm always saying it, but I really have to say it one more time, lad. Slathering 2 slices of bread with butter. Gibbsy layered on the cheese, dumped half a dozen slices of meat on top, and then proceeded to fold his sandwich in half and stuff it in his mouth before continuing. I do not know how you ever put your dick inside that girl. I lost my bleeding mind, I bit out, focusing way too hard on spreading the butter evenly on my slice. That's how. You can say that again, Gibbsy shot back, making himself another sandwich. You were blinded by the big tits, he added, between huge mouthfuls of ham and cheese. And posh pussy? Yeah. Tossing the knife down on the counter, I layered my bread evenly with slices of tomato, and then added some fresh chicken pieces before folding it over. Well, I'm not blinded anymore. Picked up my sandwich, took a huge bite, chewing and swallowing before adding. I'm seeing everything clearly now. You need to get yourself a girlfriend, lad, Gibbsy declared. It's the only way you're going to shake Bella off. I don't want to get a girlfriend, I bit out. I'm too fucking busy for a girlfriend, Gibbsy. You know this. Even little Shannon? He tossed out with a grin. My heart leapt in my chest at the sound of her name. Christ. What did I tell you about her? I snapped, tossing the remainder of my sandwich on the plate. Appetite gone. What in the bleeding hell have I been saying to you for the last 2 months? It's not what you're saying, he replied with a snicker. It's how you're acting. I'm not going there, I growled. I've said it 100 fucking times. And you can say it 100 more, Gibbsy shot back with a laugh. And I still won't believe you. Jesus Christ. You like the girl? He continued to taunt. Maybe you even love. If I agree to go to biddies, will you stop talking about it? I asked, desperate to stop him before he went into full-fledged Gibbsy mode and drove me insane. Will you let this drop? My best friend nodded, eagerly. Absolutely. Fine. I sighed in defeat and moved for the door. I'll grab a shower. Good man, Gibbsy called after me. I'll phone for a taxi for us. I swung back to face him. I can drive us. No, you can't, Gibbsy interrupted, holding his phone to his ear. We're going on the lash, both of us. Shoulders sagging, I turned and made my way to my room. fucking Gibbsy.
Chapter 30. We'll manage. Shannon. How's the face, Shan? Joey asked when I walked into the kitchen a little after midnight. He and Aoife were sitting at the table with coffee mugs in front of them and wore matching looks of concern. Jesus, he muttered, flinching at the sight of me. I'm okay, Joe. I forced a smile to comfort him. It looks worse than it feels. That was a lie. My face was killing me. Every inch of my body was in agony. I was black and blue from head to toe. Thankfully, the only visible evidence of last night was a small shiner on my cheekbone. It was the rest of my body that had taken the brunt of his fury. My only saving grace was it was cold out, and I could hide my bruises with baggy sweatpants and long-sleeved shirts. My lie didn't seem to comfort my brother, though. He just stared back at me, looking broken and defeated. I'm so fucking sorry, Shan. My brother choked out, dropping his head in his hands. I should have been here. Joey had gone to the cinema with Aoife last night, and I was glad. Had he been here, I knew in my heart that someone would have left this house in a body bag. It's not your fault, I told him sharply. None of what happened last night was your fault. You're entitled to have a life, Joey. Did you manage to get Sean to go to sleep? Aoife asked, smiling sadly at me as she thankfully changed the subject. Finally, I sighed heavily. Tig and Ollie are out for the count. But Sean, God, he's in an awful way over Mam. I tucked my frazzled hair behind my ears and leaned against the kitchen counter. He was sobbing his heart out for hours. He ended up crying himself to sleep. Fucking cunts, Joey muttered beneath his breath. Joey, Aoife coaxed. Don't say that. Say what, babe? He countered hotly. The truth? Because that's what they are, a pack of fucking cunts. She's still your mother, Aoife replied sadly. And she's worse than him, my brother shot back, leaving those kids here on their own. He ran a hand through his blonde hair and growled. She could pick up the phone and talk to the boys, but no. Like always, she runs and buries her head in the sand. Unlike Aoife, I didn't flinch at my brother's words. They might be hard to hear, but they held nothing but the truth. Joey's girlfriend was absolutely stunning, with an envious figure, long blonde hair and a beautiful face, but tonight she looked shook. Aoife was in love with my brother, so I guess that explained the horrified look on her face and the way she constantly stroked her fingers over the back of his hand. Let's see what we're dealing with, Joey said with a sigh. Reaching into his jeans pocket, he pulled out his wallet, tossed it on the table, and then went back for the loose change rattling around in his jeans. I don't get paid again until next Thursday. He muttered more to himself than us as he tipped the contents of his wallet on the table and began to count, which leaves us with exactly... He paused to stack a few coins. €87.30 for the next 6 days. That's good, right? Aoife offered with forced optimism. Joey nodded cautiously. It should work. You know, I'd help if I could, I croaked out, feeling like a dead weight around my brother's neck. But he won't let me get a job. Stop, Joey commanded. Don't even think about taking on blame for this, Shan. But I did. I felt incredibly guilty. There was something about me that caused all this pain. If I wasn't in this house, I was fairly sure my family wouldn't have half the problems they had. Mam took a beating from my father because of me. Because he hated me. I was the problem. Joey exhaled heavily. Check the fridge for me. Reluctantly, I did as I was told. Yanking the fridge open, I held the door out for Joey to see for himself. Fucking cunts! He growled once more, taken in the sight of the almost bare shelves inside the fridge. The cupboards are the same, I decided to fill in before he asked me to open those too. Mam usually does the shopping on a Saturday. Usually, Joey tossed out bitterly. She wouldn't leave like this, Joe.
I whispered. She'd never leave us without the shopping. Well, she did, he snapped. And it's grand, Shan. We'll manage. Okay, I croaked out. Running a hand through his hair, Joey dropped his elbows on the table and muttered a few incoherent curse words to himself before saying, I'll give Mark a buzz in the morning. He has a conservatory job lined up in the city next week. I'll ask if he needs a labourer. No way, Joey, you cannot miss school, Aoife admonished. It's the leaving cert. No, babe, Joey replied wearily. I can't let the kids go hungry, and God only knows when that bitch will come back. I can help you with I am not taking your money, Aoife, Joey cut her off by saying, so please don't offer. Joey, I want to help you, and I love you for that, but I'm not taking handouts from my girlfriend. Do you know where she is? Aoife asked then, directing the question at me. She was clearly desperate to comfort him and didn't know how. I wanted to tell her she couldn't. We were too damaged, but I held my tongue and addressed her question instead. I presume she's gone to find him. It was a depressing thought, but more than likely the truth. Guys, Aoife said in a nervous tone, don't bite my head off for this, but you should think about calling the authorities. Joey gaped at her like she had grown 3 heads. Panic flared up inside of my chest. Aoife, noticing our reactions, turned bright red. He can't keep doing this to you, she quickly explained, and you're both here alone looking after 3 small children. It's not right or fair on any of you. No, it's not right or fair on us, Joey snapped. But Shannon and I have been down that road before, and there's no fucking way we're going back there. Joey, I hissed, shaking my head. Look at us, Shan, he groaned. She can already see how fucked up we are. I knew that, but I continued to shake my head. Ignoring my silent protests, Joey went into a full-on rant, revealing our biggest fear, the one that kept us silent for most of our lives. When we were small, before the boys were born, when it was just Darren, Shannon, and myself, the 3 of us were put into care for 6 months. Aoife's eyes widened and I smothered a groan. You never told me that. It's not something I go around talking about, babe, he replied gruffly. Besides, I was only 6 at the time. He inclined his head towards me and said, Shan was only 3. Mam placed us in voluntary care, said she was too sick to care for us at the time. Dropped us off and walked the fuck away. Shan and I got lucky. We were placed together with a nice family. Exhaling heavily, he added, Darren was 11 at the time. I wasn't so lucky. Tears filled my eyes because I knew what Joey was going to say next. Joey, please don't, I begged. He was sent to a care home where things happened to him, Joey choked out. Things that aren't supposed to happen to children. Aoife clasped her hand over her mouth. Are you saying... Joey nodded stiffly. Tears filled her eyes. Oh, baby. Don't, he whispered, shaking his head. It didn't happen to me. I know, Aoife choked out, reaching for his hand. It's awful. Anyway, when Mam's health improved, she went to court and managed to get us back. He quickly hurried on. It all came out in court about what happened in that care home, and because she'd voluntarily given us up because of health problems, she was somehow rewarded custody. Joey stared down at their joined hands for a long moment before continuing. Darren was never the same again, and neither was our father. Sighing wearily, he added, He actually wasn't too bad a guy before that. But after it all came out about Darren, the old man lost his fucking mind. He couldn't get over it and turned to the drink. Got this ridiculous fucking notion in his head that what had happened to Darren had somehow turned him. Joey shook his head and released a frustrated breath. Had he paid an ounce of fucking attention to us growing up, he would have known better. I don't know what to say, Aoife whispered, gaze flickering from me to Joey. It's not right what happens in this house, but it's better than what's out there in some of those homes, Joey stated. There's no fucking way I'm letting my sister and brothers go into care, babe. No goddamn way. At least when they're here, they're all in one place and I can keep them somewhat safe. Do you guys have someone you can call? She asked, eyes laced with concern. A relative or a family friend? Nanny is 81, I whispered, wiping my tears away. She's too old and fragile to... Myself and Shannon have each other. Joey interrupted, gesturing a finger between us. That's it. Not anymore, Aoife told my brother. You have me. Reaching across the table, she covered his hand with hers and smiled weakly. All of you. Joey's shoulders visibly sagged as she snatched her hand up and pressed his lips to her knuckles. Christ, I love you, he told her, voice low and gruff. I turned away because it was too hard to watch. I loved Aoife Malloy. I truly loved the girl as a sister. But I also resented her, because I knew exactly how appealing unconditional love, affection and security was to someone like Joey. It was the same for me. And because I knew in my heart and soul exactly how this would pan out. From her, Joey was receiving a form of love he'd been denied his whole life. And if that girl jumped, he would jump right along with her. I wouldn't blame him. Given the chance, I would jump too. But knowing that his time in this house was coming to an end made it hard for me to breathe. I could feel it coming down the tracks like a freight train. Our father would come back. He always came back. And I honestly couldn't see my brother sticking around once he did. He'd taken 18 years of beatings and abuse. I wasn't sure if he could take much more. Okay, Aoife clapped her hands together and stood up. Sniffling, she wiped the tears from her cheeks away and forced a bright smile. I am starving, and I know you both must be too. So, I'm going to make food run to the chipper, and it will be my treat. Joey shook his head. Aoife, I told you, my treat, babe, she interrupted, giving my brother a hard look. Now, are you coming with me? Yeah, I'll come, Joey muttered, climbing to his feet. You're not driving around the town in the middle of the night by yourself. Will you be okay on your own, Shan? Aoife asked, smiling sadly. I nodded. I'll be okay. What would you like to eat? Oh, nothing, thanks, I replied, forcing down a yawn. I'm going to head up to bed. Don't tell me you're as stubborn as your brother and won't take a bloody bag of chips, Aoife frowned. You're too skinny, girl, she added, concern laced in her eyes again. We need to put some meat on those bones. I smiled at her flustered expression. I'm honestly too tired to eat. If you're sure. She didn't sound convinced. I am. We won't be long, Shan, Joey called over his shoulder as he led Aoife out of the kitchen. Take your time, I called back. The boys are fine and I'll be in bed. I waited until I heard the key turn in the lock before tiptoeing up to bed. Slipping inside my bedroom, I didn't bother switching on the light. I wasn't lying when I said I was tired. Crawling up my bed, I shuffled under the duvet and snuggled up, knowing that I would sleep better tonight now that my parents were gone than I had in months. That's how messed up my life was.
Chapter 31. Bitchy girls and burger breath. Johnny. The minute I stepped foot inside Biddy's, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. Scratch that. The minute I let Gibbsy open that bottle of my dad's whiskey, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. After my shower, I tried to persuade him to have a few drinks at home with me instead of going out. But whiskey made me compliant. It turned me into a agreeable bleeding idiot, which was exactly how Gibbsy had managed to coax me out of my bad mood into what he called my shifting jacket and into the passenger seat of his car. I should have known better when he wasn't drinking with me. Fucker. Drip feeding me Jameson's was the reason I was currently standing in the doorway at Biddy's bar, 3 drinks past tipsy, and wishing I was anywhere but this goddamn pub. Not only were half the girls from 6th year there, but so was Bella. The minute Bella noticed us, she caught a hold of a nervous-looking Cormac and welded her face to his. Whatever semblance of enthusiasm I had churning up for tonight, being a bit of crack, had flown out the window at the sight of her. Not so much because she was scoring McCormick in front of me, though that didn't help, but because I was still peppering with anger over the way she carried on at school yesterday. All I wanted her to do was go away. Just go away and leave me alone. In all honesty, I didn't think that was too much to ask for. Ignore them, Gipsy muttered in my ear. Kinda hard, all things considered, I shot back, gesturing to where my former, whatever the hell she was, mauled the face off my winger less than 10 feet from me. I instantly felt my brain kick to life and start the sobering up process, because I knew exactly how dangerous this girl was, and damn it, I needed to be in my full senses to defend myself. Understandable, Gibbs said in agreement. At least you know the show's for your benefit. I don't want it to be for my benefit. I want her to fuck off, I growled, repressing a shudder at the sight. Please tell me that I never carried on like that with her. Well, I don't know how you carried on behind closed doors, Gibbs replied. But you never let yourself down like that in public. Thank Christ, I muttered. Come on, Johnny. Clamping my hand on my shoulder, Gibbsy stared me towards the table we usually sat at. Sit down. I'll get around the pints in. Vodka, Gibbs, I corrected, knowing I was going to need something a hell of a lot stronger than the beer that was on tap to get through the night. A double vodka and Red Bull, and a shitload of shots. Fuck getting sober. I was going all out. Gibbsy could take care of me for once. I'm on it, buddy. Gibbsy chuckled before disappearing into the crowd. Ignoring the table of girls from school who had conveniently positioned themselves at the table next to ours, a table that included Bella and Cormac, I slumped down beside Hughie and his girlfriend Katie Wilmot. Hughie, I muttered, by way of acknowledgement. I eyed the bottle of 7-Up with a straw sticking out the rim that Hughie's girlfriend was clutching, and my lips twitched. All right, Cap, Hughie acknowledged with a loose smile. How was training? I grunted a response, too sore and uncomfortable to make an effort to lie. It was shite. Everything was shite. My world was going to shite. And tonight's spectacle was the cherry to top it all off. Peavy coming tonight? Hughie shook his head. Nah, lad. Something came up. No surprise there, I replied knowingly. You're telling me, Hughie replied with a weary sigh. Patrick was a quiet fish. Even though we'd been friends for the bones of 7 years, I didn't know a great deal about him, aside from the fact he was evasive, quiet, and had a tendency to back out of plans at the last minute. After catching up with Hughie, I inclined my head to the pretty little redhead tucked into his side. Katie? Hey, Johnny, Katie said with a shy smile as she huddled under Hughie's arm. No fucking wonder you're huddling, I thought to myself. I'd huddle too if I was a shy 16-year-old girl being subjected to a horrendous mouth fucking at the other table. Katie was too young to be in a bar. We all were, but kudos to my friend for having the decency to not fill her up with booze. Not that I thought for 1 minute that he would. For some unknown reason, Hughie was obsessed with the tiny redhead under his arm. Had been since she walked through the doors of Tommen as a fresh-faced first year. We had been in second year when Hughie threw his cards in with Katie Wilmot. At the time, I, along with every other one of our friends and teammates, had thought Hughie was a lunatic and had voiced my thoughts aloud regularly. But now that I had aged and experience on my side, I had to admit that his situation seemed a hell of a lot more appealing than mine. Devotion had to feel better than being used did. "You're looking well tonight, Katie," I told her, because it was the truth, and she was insecure. I knew this tidbit of information because her boyfriend often confided in me about their relationship. I probably knew far more about their relationship than Katie would be comfortable with, but I'd take those details to the grave. Katie smiled shyly and snuggled closer into Hughie's side. "Thanks." Hughie shot me a grateful look. He didn't need to thank me for shit. His girlfriend was beautiful. Gibbsy rounded the table a few moments later, distracting me with a tray of laden down with glasses. "Bottoms up, Cap," he announced, slapping the tray down in front of me. "Cheers." Not bothering to ask what was on offer tonight, knowing I'd drink petrol with the mood I was in, I grabbed 2 shots off the tray and tossed them back, and then, for good measure, I threw back another 4 shots before settling my vodka and Red Bull. I needed it, because watching the floor show occurring at the table next to ours wasn't fun. From where I was sitting, I had the perfect view of Bella straddling Cormac. He had his hands under her skirt, and her legs were wrapped round his waist. They might as well have been naked and shagging, there being that bleeding obvious. Propping himself on the stool in front of me, Gibbs thankfully blocked my view. "I'm prettier to look at," he announced with a wink, and then proceeded to toss back shots like they were going out of fashion. I could always depend on this fucker. Hail, rain or snow, Gibbsy had my back. That was a comforting notion. "Ryan's a clown," Hughie, reading my thoughts, stated aloud. "He's doing this on purpose to get her eyes out of you, and he's letting her use him to do it." "You had a lucky escape, Johnny," Katie agreed with a sympathetic smile. I shrugged and reached for another shot. She can do whatever she wants. Pressing the glass to my lips, I tossed the drink back and swallowed quickly. They both can. I meant it. I didn't want her back. I would never go back there. But that didn't mean that it was easy to watch, because it wasn't. It was an intentional attack, and it stung, mostly because Cormac was going along with it. "Yeah, but rub it into your face like this is disgusting," Katie replied, frowning at the pair. "If the shoe was on the other foot, and you did that with one of Bella's friends right in front of her, she'd lose it." "True," both Gibbs and Hughie agreed in unison. For the next couple of hours, I ignored Bella and Cormac, focusing my attention on my friends and the live band playing in the corner of the bar. I tried to relax and let loose by joining in on the conversation while knocking back drink after drink. But it wasn't coming easy to me. I was too stressed. When I wasn't actively trying to avoid Bella and Cormac, my mind wandered back to the niggling concern that I tried so hard not to dwell on. My health. Problem was, the alcohol flushing through my veins was making it impossible for me to block out my fears. What if I couldn't get my shit together? What if my body didn't heal? What the fuck was I supposed to do with my life? Every theoretical egg I'd ever possessed was firmly nestled in the basket labelled "Career in Rugby." Right now, that basket was toppling, and I was powerless to stop it. In other words, I was completely helpless and utterly screwed. Okay, folks, this next song is from Reckless Kelly, the lead singer announced over the microphone. Distracting me from my drunken thoughts, he strummed on his guitar and then added, "Wicked Twisted Road." Leaning forward, I placed my elbows on the table and strained to hear the lyrics over the noise of the crowd. One verse in, and I was hooked. Drunk as I was, I knew I needed to remember it. I needed to hear it again. The words were shouting straight through me. I felt them hard and deep, relating something fierce to every line of every verse. Unsurprising, but still completely messed up. It was Shannon's face that flirted through my mind as the lyrics forced their way into my sluggish brain. Shannon with lonesome eyes, a lifetime of striving to be the best, the fear of not being good enough, and the constant sinking feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach. Dragging my phone out of my jeans pocket, I tapped out a quick text, hoping I was typing the name of the song properly before exiting my messages, leaving the text in my drafts. With my phone in my hands, I pondered about what I would do if I had Shannon's phone number. It was good that I didn't have it. Never in my life had I been partial to drunk dialing, but right now I had a burning urge to dial her absent number. Would she pick up the phone? If she did, what would I say? Would she talk to me? Fuck, I wanted to hear her voice on the other side of the line. This girl is different. My stupid fucking brain chanted. This one is for keeps. I wanted to be back in my room, with my phone pressed to my ear, listening to her stumble over her words as she told me every one of her thoughts. I wanted to be back here with her, watching her blush and smile and peek up at me through those long, thick lashes. I wanted to be sitting in a dark cinema with her, not paying an ounce of attention to the film showing, while I stole the secret glances at her, and burned in heat when I found her eyes on me. I just wanted her. You could love this girl your whole life. The crazy thought persisted inside my brain over and over. If you just let yourself. A sharp elbow to my ribs had my head snapping up. The fuck? I turned my glare on Hughie, annoyed to be distracted from my happy place. What was that made of? We have company, he muttered, inclining his head. Oh God, here we go, Katie mumbled under her breath. Bleary-eyed, I followed his move, my gaze landing on Cormac Ryan, just as he rounded our table, face flushed and lipstick smeared across his mouth. Hot on his heels was a smug-looking Bella. All right, lads, Cormac acknowledged, shoving his hand into his pockets. Hey, how's it going? Leaning back in my seat. I gave them both an impassive look. Hughie gave Cormac a stiff nod but made no move to enter into small talk with him. Katie didn't even look at him. Gibbsy was looking at him, a murderous expression replacing his usual lopsided grin. Johnny? Cormac's weary gaze landed on me. Can I have a word, lad? I took my time, looking him up and down before settling on him. If that's what you want to talk to me about. I gestured to Bella, who was standing behind him with a smirk on her face. Then there's no need. Your actions spoke clearly for you tonight. Listen, Johnny. I don't want any trouble, Cormac replied, running his frustrated hand through his black hair. All I want to do is clear the air and make sure there's no hard feelings between us. Shrugging, he added, we had to play together, and I don't want any bad blood. The window of time to talk to me about this was months ago, I replied in a flat tone. And considering we were playing together when you decided to fuck me over, I find that hard to believe. It wasn't like that, lad, Cormac countered, flustered. I thought you two were off at the time. I honestly don't care, I told him. As far as I'm concerned, she's your problem now. Johnny, come on. Now, off you go, I interrupted, waving him off. And good luck with that. I shot Bella a scathing look. Because you're going to need it. That? Bella spat. Who the hell do you think you are talking about, Johnny Kavanagh? I'm talking about you. I shot back with a sneer. And I'm wondering what the hell possessed me to ever put my dick inside something so fucking poisonous. A chorus of snickering erupted around the table next to us. Gibbsy laughed loudly. So did Hughie and Katie. I would have felt bad for the moment, but the alcohol flushing through my veins was like truth potion. Yeah, well, you were total shit, Bella screamed at me. And I'll never touch you again. Praise fucking Jesus, I shot back sarcastically. That's the best news I've heard all year. Hey, don't be like that, Cormac warned, taking a protective stance in front of her. Bella's my girlfriend now, and I won't have you talking to her like that. I arched a brow. Your girlfriend? That's right, Bella hissed, smirking. I'm his girlfriend. Oh, Christ. I rubbed a hand over my face and groaned. I almost felt sorry for you, Ryan, because you clearly have no idea of who you're dealing with. I know exactly who you are, Kavanagh, he snarled. I know all about you. Not me, asshole, I growled. Whore! Cormac glared at me, face torn and bright red. What's that supposed to mean? It means keep an eye on your teammates, lad, I shot back, because that one's not girlfriend material. His eyes narrowed. Well, come outside and say that to my face. I'm saying it right here. I deadpanned. To your face. With a table in front of you, and your friends at your side? He taunted. Big man, you are. Come outside and talk shit about her to my face. No, Gibbsy replied for me, reaching for another shot glass. Not happening. So you can keep walking, turncoat, because he's not biting. Shag off, Gibbs. Cormac glared down at him. I wasn't talking to you. Maybe not, Gibbs replied, tossing his drink back. But I'm sure as hell talking to you. Shoving his stool back, he jerked to his feet and squared to Cormac. Now turn your ass round and take your little girlfriend back to the hole you both crawled out from. Or what? Cormac growled, pressing his forehead against Gibbsy's. Bad fucking move on Ryan's part. There's no contract hanging over my head like there is his, asshole, Gibbsy seethed, pushing back with his forehead. I have no fucking problem stepping in on Kavanagh's behalf and kicking the ever-loving shite out of your turncoat ass. At 6 feet, both lads were evenly matched in height. But Gibbsy outweighed Cormac by a good 30 pounds because on the pitch, Cormac was a skilled runner and Gibbs was a highly charged battering ram. Oh, for fuck's sake, Hughie groaned, voicing my thoughts aloud. He had to push it. Yep, Katie agreed glumly. He sure did. Gibbsy had an easy-going nature, but give him a few drinks and a reason to fight, and he went all in. I've got no problem with you, Gibbsy, Cormac barked. My issues with Kavanagh. But that's too bad, 'cause I have a huge fucking problem with you, Gibbsy snarled. Who the fuck do you think you are? Coming over here, with her, trying to cause drama. I was trying to clear the air, Gibbsy bit out, jaw clenched. No, you were trying to get a rise out of him, Gibbsy corrected, snarling. You were trying to fuck up his season. He shoved Cormac in the chest and claimed the space when he staggered backwards. Because you're jealous, little prick, and the academy doesn't want you. Push me one more time, and I'll break your legs, Cormac snarled, shoving Gibbsy right back. Unfazed by the threat, Gibbsy continued on his rampage. You and that bitch were trying to get one over on him because he doesn't want her, and you can't do it where it counts. Pressing his forehead to Cormac's, he hissed, On the pitch. We don't want any trouble in here tonight, boys. The barmaid called out over the crowd. Pack it in. Trouble? Gibbsy laughed humorously, and he swung his fist, catching Cormac straight in the jaw. I'm going to rip this fucker's head off, he roared, barreling into him. Several high-pitched screams erupted from the girls around us as both lads landed on a nearby table, sending chairs flying and glasses crashing to the floor. I was out of my seat, closing in on my friend in seconds. Gibbs, I roared, dragging him off Cormac, who was getting a few punches of his own in. Walk away, lad, I commanded in a low tone as I clamped a hand on his shoulder and pulled him back to me. This isn't your fight. Like hell it's not, he snarled, lunging forward so hard that I had to double my efforts to keep him at bay. You're my best friend, and this prick has been disrespecting you for months. Let them, I replied calmly, catching Hughie's eye and gesturing for him to get his arse over here pronto. I don't care, and neither do you. Oh, I care, Gibbsy snarled, his eyes locked on Cormac. Get this mental case away from me. I'll kill him. Cormac seethed, wiping a trail of blood from his mouth. You're a fucking lunatic, Jared Gibson. He'll do nothing, I snarled, glaring at Cormac as I took a protective stance in front of Gibbsy. Bella, who'd been screaming her head off to the side, decided this was the perfect time to slip round me and get in Gibbsy's face. You prick, she screamed, slapping him across the face. Don't you dare touch him. Get out of his face, I warned her, shoving my best friend behind me. Now. Or what? She hissed, slapping me across the face. You'll set your guard dog on me too. Did you enjoy that? I seethed, not even flinching. 'Cause that's the only way you'll put your hands on me again. She reared back and slapped me again. I laughed into her face. Go on, go right ahead. Hit me all night. It won't change a thing. Stop, Cormac commanded, pushing her behind his back. And don't hit him. He deserves it, she screamed. Because I don't want you. I tossed back and laughed. Oh yeah, because that's how life works. Don't make me call the guard on you, the older woman behind the bar screeched. Pack it in, you little gobshites. No need for that, Max, Hughie announced, scrambling to intercept Gibbsy's swinging fist with his hand. Get him out of here, I ordered, dragging Gibbsy back once more. Your place? Hughie asked. Anywhere. I ran a hand through my hair in exasperation. Just keep him safe. Hughie nodded and turned his attention to Gibbsy. Let's go, Rocky Balboa, he said brightly, before you get us all thrown in the barrack for the night. He asked for it, Gibbsy slared. Piece of shit. I know, lad, Hughie coaxed. Come on. Wrapping his body around Gibbsy, he forcefully walked him backwards out of the bar. You coming, Johnny? Katie asked, glancing nervously between me and Cormac. I'll be grand, I told her, and turned my attention to Cormac. Are you sure? Katie persisted. You should come with us. Go ahead, Katie, I ordered, swinging round to catch her eye. I'll make my own way home. Well, if you're sure. I am. I waited until Katie had followed Hughie and Gibbsy out at the bar before turning my attention back to Cormac. You want to talk to me? I snarled, gesturing towards the door. Then let's go. Not waiting for a response, I pushed my way through the crowded bar towards the exit, receiving several claps on the shoulders and great match, Johnny, and looking forward to seeing you in the green in June spiels as I tried my best to walk straight line. Doubtful, I thought to myself, very fucking doubtful. When I reached the pub door and stepped outside on the street, I was relieved to not find the lads outside waiting for me. A few minutes later, the door swung open and Cormac walked out. Not whore, I barked, pointing a finger at Bella, who filed outside after him. She stays the fuck away from me. It's a free country, Bella countered, glaring daggers at me. I can go where the hell I want. Either she goes or I go, I growled, addressing Cormac. Your choice. Bella opened her mouth to say something else, something spiteful no doubt, but Cormac spoke first. Go back inside, he ordered her. I won't be long. But I need to talk to him, Cormac pressed. Go inside. With what looked like great reluctance, Bella went back inside, leaving me alone on the street with Cormac. Right, he growled, rolling out his shoulders. Let's do this, Kavanagh. I arched a brow, amused at the fighting stance Ryan had taken. If he thought I was going to throw my career away for a punch-up over Bella, he was seriously mistaken. Shannon, absolutely, but Bella, not a chance. Put your fists away, you bleeding idiot, I barked. I'm not going to touch you. He watched me for several moments, eyes full of mistrust, clearing, waiting for me to pounce. It was almost comical. Almost. Believe it or not, Johnny, he finally broke the tension by saying, I was genuinely trying to clear the air between us. When we were both full drunk. Fair enough, he conceded. But I didn't mean for that to happen. You didn't mean for what to happen exactly? I asked, leaning my shoulder against the wall of the pub for balance. You didn't mean to fuck me over? Or you didn't mean to hit my best friend and your teammate? The night air had hit me like a fucking wrecking ball, and I knew full well that without the wall for support, I'd be swaying like the Tower of Pisa. A Gibbs hit first, Cormac snapped, and then threw his hands up. He was in my face. Because you were in mine, I replied calmly. Because you were told to leave and you wouldn't. And because I'm his captain, and that means something to him. Cormac grimaced at my words. Good. Fucker needed to feel them. And I didn't mean to fuck you over, he added, cheeks reddening. I thought you two were off. I really fucking like the girl, Johnny. I always have. Then all you had to do was pick up the phone, I countered, words slurring, desperate for my best efforts. And hear it from the horse's mouth. I should have, he finally admitted. You know what the messed up thing is? I mused, voicing my thoughts aloud. It's that if you told me you liked her, I would have stepped back. Folding my arms across my chest, I glared at him. I would have respected the shite out of you for being a man about it, and I'd have walked away. Bella and I were never serious. I didn't have a relationship with her, but I had one with you, and you betrayed me. Cap, no. Shut up, and let me say this. Exhaling heavily, I said, it's not that she went behind my back with my teammate. It's that my teammate went behind my back with her. Cormac groaned loudly. Johnny, lad, I didn't mean for it to. I held my hand up, warding him off with his bullshit. Don't feed me that you didn't mean for it to happen line. I've had sex, Cormac, many times. We both know that when you put your dick inside a girl, you always fucking mean it. It doesn't just slip in unannounced to you. You're right, he admitted after a long pause. Shit, lad. You're right. I know I am, I replied, tone clipped. And you're really done? He watched me with a weary expression. You don't want her back? I shook my head, and expelled a frustrated breath. I don't know how many ways I can say it right. I don't want a bleeding thing to do with that girl. So you go right ahead and do whatever the hell you want with her. Just keep her the fuck away from me. Keep your PDAs out of my face, and we'll be golden. Are you saying that to save face? He pushed. I think you know me by now that I'm a straight talker. I growled. When I tell you I'm done, I mean it. So that's it? Yep. I nodded. That's it. Why aren't you more pissed at me? He asked, giving me a mistrusting look. Because I feel sorry for you. I told him, and surprisingly, it was the truth. I was feeling sorry for Cormac. I was so disappointed in him. I was a lot of things, but pissed wasn't one of them. Not right now, at least. He was a pawn in one of Bella's games, and even though I was drunk, I could see that as clear as day. Listen to me, I began, striving not to slur my words as I tried to give him some hard-learned home truths. I've been in this game a long fucking time, and I know what's happening here. Bella's using you to get at me, and you're letting her make an idiot out of you. Only God himself knew why I was giving him advice after stabbing me in the back, but I continued. She can't have me anymore, and you're the next best thing. I slurred. It's the money for that one, Ryan. Money and status. Shaking my head, I added. Fighting with your teammate over a fucking girl is the beginning of the end. Go down that path, and it's over for you before it's even started. Even in my drunken state, I knew I was making a hypocritical fucking statement. I justified my reasons with the knowledge that Shannon was worth it. Bella was not. Cormac glowered at me. You think you're better than me? He was serious. Was that all he took from my effort of helping him? I am better than you, I snapped, frustrated that he wasn't listening to me. If you want to be at my level, then step it up in the pitch, work harder, train harder, be fucking better, and open your goddamn eyes to danger, because that so-called girlfriend of yours will bleed you dry, lad. She is my girlfriend, he snarled. So don't talk to her about like that. God, give me strength. Fine. I threw my hands up. Keep your girlfriend away from mine and we be rosy. You don't have a girlfriend, he replied slowly, expression laced with confusion. Me, I corrected, flustered at the word spell. Keep her away from me and we won't have a problem. So what happens now? Cormac asked, face contorted in a pained grimace. Are we going to have a problem playing together after this? No. No. His brow shot up. Why not? Because I'm not thick enough to let a girl like that fuck with my head. I bit out. You're a decent winger, and the team needs you. I'd be selfish bastard if I allowed the personal issues to impact the squad. And Bella? Cormac asked after a long pause. Are you going to cause problems with her? Because you're with her? No, I told him. If she fucks with Shannon, absolutely. Shannon? Yes, Shannon. I bit out, tone harsh now. Cormac stared blankly. Who's Shannon? Shannon is the reason you're going to end up with a broken jaw. The hell? Bella was threatening to go after her. I snarled. If that happens, I will fuck you up. He blanched. Why me? Can't hit a girl, which means I'll be coming for the next best thing, I explained. So bear in mind that every single time your Bella decides to make a threat, spread a nasty rumour, or fuck with my Shannon, I return the favour on your face every single goddamn time. Cormac visibly paled, and the visual, although slightly hazy, was extremely satisfying. Good, I grunted, pulling my phone out of my pocket to call a taxi. Glad we understand each other. Shaking my head, I blinked a couple of times to clear my vision as I pulled up my phone book and dialed a number labelled Fat Paddy. Fucking Gibbsy. I should have known better than to leave my phone alone with him when I went for a shower. The last time I got a hold of my phone, he renamed my mother Sugar Tits and Bella Devil Pussy. It was all shits and giggles until Sugar Tits texted me in the middle of the night demanding I come downstairs to unlock the front door because she was standing outside and wanted to come inside. Not knowing who the hell was texting me, I had replied with more profanities than I cared to think about before threatening to call the Garda on my own bleeding mother. Talk about a clusterfuck of a misunderstanding. Do you want to shake it out? Cormac asked, distracting me from my mission to get my drunk ass home. He extended his hand towards me. Get that fucking thing away from me. I scowled at his hand as I put my phone in my car. I know where it's been. His expression darkened, but he had the good sense not to push his luck for the night. With a stiff nod, Cormac turned around and walked back inside the bar. When Fat Paddy's number rang off, I tried 5 more times before giving up. Taxis round here turned their phones off on Saturday nights when it got busy, and from sheer volume of people about the streets tonight, I knew I'd be waiting a long fucking time to get home. Frustrated, I turned my attention back to my phone and scrolled through my contacts, looking for Hughie's name. That little bollocks, I cursed, when I realised that Gibbsy had once again changed the name of every single contact on my list. Sugar Tits and Devil Pussy were once again present in my contacts, along with new ones like Big Daddy G, Fanny Flaps, Call if arrested, Do not call if arrested, and my personal favourite, Judas Iscariot Cunt. Clicking into the particular contact, I recognised the number as being Cormac's. He could stay like that. Devil Pussy too. I spent a ridiculous amount of time trying to find Hughie's number because I couldn't figure out who was bleeding who in my phone. After accidentally dialing the contact Casual Sex and hearing Coach Malcahy's voice on the other line, I quickly hung up, cancelling the other incoming call from King Clit, because who in their right mind would answer a number listed as that? I switched off my phone and shoved it back in my pocket. Morose, I made my way across the road to a chip shop and ordered 6 cheeseburgers and 2 bags of chips. No need to watch my diet now. Not when my body was hell-bent and giving up on me. Slumped on the wall outside the chipper, I devoured everything and chucked it down with a bottle of water. The grease tasted foreign to me, and I knew I'd pay for it tomorrow, but for now, I did not care. Johnny Kavanagh. A vaguely familiar voice called my name. Is that you? I snapped my gaze up to see a tall lad, about my age, looking expectantly at me, his arms slung over the shoulder of an attractive blonde. Fan or friend? Friend or fan? I tried to place the face and couldn't, so decided on fan. No pictures tonight, kids, I bit out, tone slurred. Johnny's on a timeout. The guy laughed, but made no move to shove a camera in my face, which was just as well considering my current condition. Instead, he shook the hell out of me by saying, I spoke to you on the phone the other week. You know my sister Shannon. You dropped her home from school. My head snapped up, and I found myself concentrating a whole heap more on the lad in front of me. You're the hailer? I paused and racked my brain for his name. Joey, I blurted out, proud of myself for managing to retrieve that piece of information in the state. Joey the hurler, and Shannon, like the river. Like the river? The girl chuckled. God, how much have you had to drink? A river load of it by the looks of it, Joey stated wearily, eyeing me with curiosity. Do you think you should head home, man? He added. You look fairly well oiled. Would if I could, I admitted with a grumble. No taxi. Sure we can give you a lift, can't we, babe? The girl announced, pointing down the street. We're only parked down the road. I opened my mouth to protest, but that'd be great, thanks, came out instead. Yeah, sure, no problem, Joey agreed. Looking a bit surprised, he shifted uncomfortably for a minute and then inclined his head. Let's go. I managed to stand up, but it took a lot of work to stay upright. Slamming my shoulder against the wall, I managed to keep my balance as I followed after them. Thankfully, the girl, who I presumed was Joey's girlfriend, wasn't messing when they said they were only parked down the road. Another few stumbling feet and we reached the red Opel Corsa. At least, that's what I thought it was. It was hard to tell because my head was spinning, and the car was a bucket of rust. Bucket, though. I was in no state to question their methods of travelling. I was beyond grateful for the lift. I'm Aoife Malloy, by the way, the girl announced, giving me a bright smile before making her way around to the passenger side of the car. Joey, the hurler's girlfriend, he snickered at the last bit before climbing into the front seat. Nice to meet you, I replied, keeping my weight against the wall while Joy opened the driver's side door, then rolled down the seat forward. 3-door, he said by way of explanation. You're going to have to climb into the back. It's fine, lad. I pulled my way from the wall and braced my weight against the car before wedging myself through the tiny space. My efforts were about as effective as sailing a paper boat because Joey had to shove my back to get me inside. Christ, I muttered when I was finally in. Sinking down in the middle of the seat, I had to twist my body sideways and legs facing the side window so Joey could push back his seat. You good, Kavanagh? He called out when he climbed inside and pushed his seat back another 5 inches. All good, I choked out, body mashed between the back of his seat and mine. Thanks again for the lift. No bother, Joey replied. He leaned over and pressed a kiss to his girlfriend's lips before fastening his seatbelt. Where are we heading? Straight to your house, because I want to fuck your sister, I thought to myself, smirked at the fabulous notion, and then hunted the crazy thought away with a shake of my head. Probably love her too, I mused to myself. A fucking lot. Before pushing the madness out as well. Cop yourself on, asshole. About 4 miles the other side of Tommen College, I slared. I tried to find my seatbelt, but my fumbling hands wouldn't cooperate. Head out the main road for the city. Giving up and finding my belt, I dropped my head back against the headrest and sighed. I'll call the turn-offs when you get to them. No bother. He started the engine, and it just pulled onto the road when I felt the car brake suddenly. What the fuck? Joey barked, seconds before 2 hands slammed down on the hood of his car. You get off my car, asshole. You're still in my centre, Gibbsy roared in the window as he leaned over the hood of the car. Give him back. His eyes darted from Joey to me, recognition sparking. Hey, Cap, he grinned, head lolling to one side. How's it going? I've been looking everywhere for you. And this clown is? Joey asked, tone derisive. Attention locked on Gibbsy, who's having a one-way conversation with me through the windscreen of his car. He's my flanker, I grumbled, before turning my attention back to the man-child hugging the bonnet. "Gibbs, what the fuck are you doing, lad?" I barked, glaring out the windscreen. "You're supposed to be going home with Hughie." "The guards pulled him over for tax and insurance," he called back through the windscreen, like that answered my question. I gaped. "So? Hughie's above board?" "He looked at me, Johnny. Shone his big fucking torch right in my eyes," he called back. "I panicked and jumped out of the car." Shrugging, he added, "I've been running around town ever since." He narrowed his eyes. "I tried calling you, but you kept cutting me off." I glared at them. "You're King Clit?" "Oh, yeah," Gibbsy snickered. "I forgot about that." "What's Hughie down as? Ginger pubes?" he replied, like it was the most obvious thing ever. It wasn't. "He's blonde," I growled. "His girlfriend isn't." "Jesus Christ," I groaned, rubbing my forehead. "What do you want me to do with him?" Joey asked. I shrugged, contemplating telling him to drive over the annoying fucker. But then I knew I would be terribly lonely without him. And in all fairness, he'd taken a few slaps defending my honour tonight. "I should probably take him back to my place," I begrudgingly admitted. "Or secured hospital." Joey muttered something incoherent under his breath and climbed out. It sounded something like, "You two fuckers better not puke in this car." I was making no promises. My buddy was a projector. Pulling on the seat, Joey dragged it forward and instructed the intoxicated Gibbsy to climb in. He did, but instead of climbing or crawling inside, the bastard lunged into the back seat. "Fuck!" I roared, doubling over in pain when his elbow landed in my crotch. "There goes your last shot right there." "Shit, man. Did I get your dick?" Gibbsy slared as he tried and failed to climb over me. "I'll get ice for your balls when we get home." "Get off me," he strangled out, fully sure I was turning purple from the pain, as he climbed over the seat, digging and kneeing me with his elbows and knees. Finally, I managed to drag his ass over the other side of the seat. "Christ," I mused, settling down alongside me. "That's the tightest hole I've been inside in months." Joey climbed back in and started the engine before quickly tearing off down the street. "I hope there's not any more of you," he said. "The car's went down the back." "Sorry," I began to say, but was cut off by Gibbsy. "It's his fault, the fat bastard," he announced. Turning to face me, he added, "Hey, is your dick okay, man? I'm really sorry about that. I hope I didn't squash your balls." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Go fuck yourself, Jared." "I was being sincere, Jonathan," he shot back, wounded. "For that, you can get your own bloody ice pack tonight. Hold up." Grabbing the front of my shirt, he dragged me towards him and sniffed my mouth. "You traitor," he choked out, looking comically horrified. "You went to the chipper." "Yeah, I did," I replied, shoving away from him. "And it was fucking delicious. And I've no regrets." "What did you have? A few cheeseburgers and curry chips." "How did it taste? Better than sex." "We're supposed to be on a diet." Gibbsy hissed in an appalled tone before quickly asking, "Did you get me something?" "Yeah, I got you a burger." "Thanks, Johnny. And then I got hungry, so I ate it." "You're a monster." "You two are so weird." Aoife laughed. "Aren't they funny, Joey?" "There's something all right," Shannon's brother replied. "Hey." Suddenly realising he was in the company of two strangers, Gibbsy leaned through the middle of the seats and asked, "Who the fuck are you guys?" "Johnny's friends with my boyfriend's sister," Aoife explained. "Sister?" The word seemed to confuse Gibbsy. He stared blankly at me for several moments, throwing a prayer up to the heavens that he could control himself. I nodded and said, "Shannon." Gibbsy sank back beside me and frowned. "Shannon?" "Yes, Shannon." I glared at him. Gibbsy's eyes widened, then awareness suddenly dawning on him. "Oh, Shannon!" he exclaimed. "Oh, yeah, little Shannon from third year." Grinning, he nudged me in the ribs. "Johnny here has a fierce soft spot for your sister." "Is that right?" Joey replied tightly. "Oh, fuck." "Yeah, he's always looking out for her at school," Gibbsy added with a wink, "making sure she's not getting any hassle." I bit back a groan and resisted the urge to wrap my hands round his neck and choke the life out of him. To be fair, it could have been worse. Gibbsy was capable of saying so much worse. "Ah, that's lovely," Eva chimed in, and I noticed the way she placed a hand on her boyfriend's knee. "Isn't that kind of him, Joey?" "Why?" Joey demanded, tone hard and suspicious. "What's in it for you?" I sighed heavily and tried to come up with something believable. "Because I fucked her." "You what?" Joey roared, slamming on the brakes. A sudden jolt of the car stopping because Gibbsy and me were lunged forwards. Turning around, Joey glared at me. "You better be messing around right now, Kavanagh, because I swear to Christ I will over." I hurried to explain, dragging myself back onto the seat. "I fucked her over on her first day. Embarrassed her on the pitch when I knocked her out. But I wanted to fuck her. I want your sister so bad, you wouldn't believe it. The things I imagined doing to her would shock you." I waited for the homicidal look in his eyes to fade before continuing. "I figured I owed the girl, so I just kept an eye out on things, made sure she was settling in okay. It's not easy starting a new school." Shrugging, I added, "Didn't want her getting any unnecessary shite. I was a sitting duck waiting for her brother to make the next move. If Joey hit me, I wouldn't hit back. I wouldn't retaliate. That was the scary thing about the situation. Sitting in his car, drunk off my ass, knowing that I was more than capable of beating the shite out of him, but knowing I wouldn't, because of her. Because he was important to her. Because if I hit him, I would hurt her. And hurting her was bad. Hurting her made me want to hurt something harder. The notion was more messed up and complicated than my drunk ass could comprehend." Joey didn't reply, but he did turn his attention to the road and start driving again. I breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Gibbsy. I mouthed the words, "Keep your mouth shut." He responded with a theatrical finger-to-mouth zipper motion. When we reached the turn off to my house half an hour later, I mumbled a few short directions. Joey responded with a clipped nod and turned right, leaving the main road for the rickety secondary road that led to the entrance of our property. I was feeling more clear-headed now. I guess the near brush with death at the hands of Shannon's brother had shaken some sense into me and sobered my ass up. I wish I could say the same for Gibbsy, who was passed out beside me, snoring like a grizzly bear. When Joey pulled up outside the gates of the property, I said, "We can get out here, man." "That's where you live?" Shannon's brother asked, speaking for the first time since the almost disaster that was our miscommunication. His attention was riveted to the huge cast-iron gates with an ugly-ass eagles on either pillar. "How far up that driveway to your house?" he asked. "About a quarter of a mile." "You'll never manage to get him to walk that far," he muttered. "I'll drive you up to the door." 310587. I rolled out the code, which just so happened to be my date of birth. "Just key that into the pad over there, and I'll open for you," Joey keyed the code into the pad and waited for the gates to open inwards. Again, I appreciate this. I felt the need to mention. I know it's out of your way. Just returning the favour, he added, driving up the narrow laneway towards the house. This place is amazing, Aoife said with a dreamy sigh. Look at all the trees and... Oh my God, look at the size of that house. She squeaked when the house came into view, lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. Mam was paranoid as fuck about potential robbers, thinking the house was empty, so she had automatic sensors and timed lighting installed everywhere. In the yard, in the house, on the lawn. It was ridiculous, but drunk me was grateful for the illumination. Joey killed the engine, climbed out, adjusting the seat as far forward as it would go. I was much steadier on my feet when I was getting out than I had been climbing in. Thanks again, I said, before reaching into the back and hauling Sleeping Beauty himself out of the car. I owe you one. Wrapping my arm around Gibbsy's waist, who was still half asleep, I dragged him to the front door and wrestled to get my keys out. Failing to get them out of my jean pocket, I dropped him on his ass and battled with my jeans for a long moment before finally retrieving my keys. Stop, will ya? I'm sensitive, Gibbsy groaned, before curling up, snoring resumed. Here, Joey announced, when I managed to stab the timber frame with the key, missing the keyhole by a good 3 inches. Let me give you a hand. Grateful for the intervention, I handed over my keys and turned my attention to my friend. Get up, I growled, nudging him with my foot. We're home. Fucker didn't budge. Gibbsy, I barked. Nothing but snores. God damn it. Releasing a frustrated sigh, I reached down and grabbed his shoulders and tried to haul him off the ground. Joey had her door open, came and helped me heave him up. I was in no position to decline his help, so with each of us taking a side, we hauled his dead weight ass into the house. Drop him down over there, I instructed, gesturing to the living room. You sure? Joey asked, flicking on the light. That couch is white, man. It's leather, I muttered, too tired and sore to worry about my mother's 3-piece suite. Shuffling over to the couch, we tossed Gibbsy down. If he pukes, he'll be hosing it down by himself in the morning. Fair enough, Joey replied, with a shrug before turning around and heading for the door. I trailed after him, not really knowing what to say. The night had gone from depressing to infuriating to downright confusion in a matter of hours. Listen, Joey said, when he stepped outside onto the gravel. About Shannon? Oh, here we go, I thought to myself. I've been waiting for this since I climbed into his piece of shit car. Behave yourself, calf. Keep your mouth shut. What about Shannon? I asked, leaning against the door frame. She's fragile. I came right out and said it. Vulnerable. Yeah. My voice was gruff. I cleared my throat and tried again. I already guessed that. Joey nodded and shoved his hands in his pockets. I kept my mouth shut, waiting for him to continue. What I'm trying to say here is that I appreciate you looking out for my sister, he finally said. She's had a hard few years and Tommen seems like a good fit for her. So, I guess I'm hoping that you continue to keep an eye out for her at school, you know, making sure no one is giving her any hassle. My brow shot up. Yeah, sure. That's no problem. He nodded again, his words coming out faster now. She seems to be settling in at Tommen, and she keeps telling me the kids are nice to her. But I'm at BCS, so I've no way of telling if she's okay or not. And she never tells anyone what's going on in that head of hers until it's too late. I frowned. Too late? Bitchy girl shit, he explained. My sister's had a target on her back since she was in tappies. That's pretty messed up, I muttered, already knowing all this, but having the good sense to not tell her brother that. Kids are cruel, he agreed. They sure are, I muttered. He stared at me for a long time before saying, Are you going to tell me about it? Jesus, what? The fuck did he want me to tell him? I racked my brain and came up with nothing. PG, so I kept my mouth shut. Ciara Maloney's boyfriend? Joey filled in, giving me an odd look. Some fella from Tommen beat the shit out of him in town yesterday. Oh? I arched a brow and folded my arms across my chest. Is that so? Joey smirked. Yeah, it is. Well, I hope he fucked him up. I slared, feeling my body drum with anger at the memory of those nasty fucking girls. Heard his girlfriend's a bitch. I heard he was in a bad way, Joey replied. Broken nose, few stitches. How awful, I drawled. Joey stared at me for another long pause before shaking his head. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that I appreciate that my sister has someone looking out for her when I can't. He turned to leave, only to spin back round. Friend. His word held a bite to it. My sister needs a friend, Kavanagh, he clarified. She doesn't need to be getting her hopes up on a guy who'll be gone come the summer. I heard his warning loud and clear. My fucked up brain might not heed the warning, but I definitely heard it. Without another word, Joey turned round and walked away, leaving me standing in the doorway, staring after him with only two things in my mind. The first, find an ice pack for my balls. The second, fantasizing about all the terribly inappropriate things I'd longed to do with his sister.
Chapter 32. Days Off and Demon Brothers. Shannon. I think you need to buy that girl a ring, Joe, I announced, as I read and then reread the note Aoife had left in my brother's bedside locker on Sunday morning. She's a keeper. Yeah, Joey muttered, scratching his jaw. She must really love me. You think? I rolled my eyes. She adores you. But I don't get why she would do this for me. Me either, I teased, especially when he looks so much like Shrek. Cheeky fucker, he chuckled, play-shoving me. Give me a look at that note again. I held it out for him, the same note he had already read at least a dozen times, and then padded over to the kitchen table with my mug of tea. Taking a seat, I watched my brother read the note again, brows scrunched in confusion. Why did she do this, Shan? Shaking his head, he walked from cupboard door to cupboard door, opening and closing them. She must have gotten up at the crack of dawn to do this. He opened the fridge, revealing a heaving stack of groceries slotted inside. It must have cost her a fortune. Joey was right. Aoife had to have gotten up early to do this, considering it was only 11 o'clock. He was also right about it costing her a fortune. I'd found the shopping receipt in the bin for €143.67. Says here, she'll be back around 1 o'clock with the boys, he added, rereading the note he'd been brooding over since he woke up. They're going to the playground first, and then the pitch for a kickabout after that. Did you see this? I asked as I thumped through 7 neatly stacked envelopes labelled by day of the week. Shaking one of the little brown envelopes in my hand, I smiled when I heard the sound of coins clanging. Your girlfriend allotted your money into daily budget packets? Joey gaped at me. What? Yep, I giggled, placing Tuesday's envelope back down on the pile. No fucking way.
he muttered as he stalked over to where I was and picked up a handful of the tiny rectangular envelopes. And she put little hearts on them for you, I snickered. It's so cute. Is it normal to be mad at a person because they love you? My brother asked, eyeing the envelopes with confusion. He turned his green eyes on me and asked, Is this normal? Why are you asking me? I shrugged uncomfortably. I have no experience with this sort of thing. Oh, would you look at this? He said with a sigh, pointing to the €20 note lodged beneath Aoife's car keys and the sticky note alongside it saying, Joey and Shannon's Breakfast Fund. In capital letters beneath that were the words, Feed your sister, babe. She's too skinny. My girlfriend left me pocket money. Joey's tone was laced with sarcasm. Jesus Christ, Shan. Don't be mad at her, I told him. She's trying to help us. I know, he pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled heavily. And I'm not mad. I just don't know how to handle it. Maybe just by saying thank you, I offered. And I love you too? Or flowers? Those are good too. Joey smirked. You're full of ideas, aren't you? I smiled back at him and then sighed, forcing myself to address the elephant in the room, or the lack of. Do you think Mam will be home soon? The light in my brother's eyes dimmed out. I really don't give a fuck what she does, Shan, he replied tightly, so long as that prick stays away from this house. He will come back, Joey. You know this. Stop lying to yourself. Yeah. I chewed on my nail, contemplating his reply for a moment before saying, What are we going to do if Mam doesn't come back, Joe? That was where my worries rested. With my mother. Because she had never left us overnight like this before. We'll manage, Shan, Joey replied, Adam's apple bobbing. Like we always do. And school? I whispered. Nanny will be home from Beara tonight, Joey stated in a no-nonsense tone of voice. She'll sort the boys out, as she always does with school and all that stuff. He scrubbed a hand over his face before adding, All we have to do is keep the house, pay the bills, pack them a lunch in the mornings, and be here at night when Nanny drops them off. I was supposed to go on a school trip after Easter, but if she's not home, I'll cancel. No, he barked. You won't. Joey, I sighed. If Mam isn't back by then, you can't take care of the boys on your own. I won't be, he countered. I've already told you Nanny will help. Aoife too. There's no way you're missing that trip. You need out of this shithole, Shan. More than any of us. Are you sure? I squeezed out. He nodded. Inhaling a steadying breath, I said, I know I don't say this often, but I want you to know that I love you, and I'm so grateful that you're my big brother. Joey pulled a face. Are you going soft on me, baby sister? No, I blushed. I just want you to know that you're important to us, and we appreciate everything you do for us. Don't leave us. Please don't leave me. Well, right back at you, kid, he replied, looking a little awkward. You'll make a great dad someday. I decided to tease and make him even more uncomfortable. Joey snorted. Yeah, that's never fucking happening. I winked. Never say never, Joe. Believe me, I've had more than enough of playing daddy to another man's kids to last me a lifetime. He shot back. Now, go upstairs and throw some clothes on and we'll hit up the deli for a chicken fillet roll. The fridge is full now, I informed him. Yeah, he grinned. But my girlfriend left me a direct order and I'm not nearly thick enough to ignore that. I hadn't eaten anything since yesterday and my stomach growled in anticipation. Hash browns. I practically purred as I thought about what I was going to have, and some jellies and a can of Coke. Springing off the chair, I hurried for the staircase with food on my mind. Hold on, Shan. I almost forgot. Breaking off mid-sentence, Joey padded into the kitchen, returning a few moments later with a small gift-wrapped parcel in his hands. Joey handed me the gift and then ruffled my hair. Happy sweet 16th, Shan. Thanks, Joey. I beamed, clutching what I already knew was a CD beneath the pink wrapping paper. I'd get you more if I could, he told me with an embarrassed shrug, and I forgot to get a card. Stop, I told him as I sank down on the step of the stairs and ripped at the paper, only to squeal with excitement. McFly's album! My eyes wide with excitement, I stared down at the CD in my hand and smiled. I really wanted this. I know, he snorted. You're such a girl. Slipping his hand into his jeans pocket, he tossed another box on my lap. This one's from Aoife, he explained. Thrilled at the prospect of getting 2 presents, I tore at the polka dot wrapping paper and gasped when I saw what was inside. Whoa, I breathed, gaping at the designer bottle of perfume in my hands. This must have cost her a fortune. She must love you too, Joey teased. I rolled my eyes. Uh-huh. Hurry up and get changed, he ordered, moving for the front door. I'll be in the car. Bolting into my room with my presents in tow, I placed them carefully on my dresser before tearing off my pyjamas. Pulling on a jumper and tracksuit pants, I ripped open the box that contained my new bottle of perfume, squirted myself all over, and then raced after Joey. Shoving my feet into my runners in the hall, I grabbed my coat off the banister and hurried outside to the car. The minute I climbed into the passenger seat, the smell of alcohol assaulted my senses. Jesus, Joey! I coughed as I rolled down the window. It smells like a brewery in here. I know, Joey replied as he started the engine and pulled away from the curb. You can blame your friends from Tommen for that. My friends? I shook my head and stared at his side profile. What are you talking about? Johnny Kavanagh, Joey stated. We ended up dropping him home from the pub last night. Oh. Wait. What? You dropped Johnny home? I hated the way my voice was all loud and pitchy. When? How? Why? Last night when we were picking up our takeaway, Joey explained as he pulled out of the estate and onto the main road. He was thrown down against a wall outside the chipper in town. He was in a bad way. He was? Oh, God. Concern filled my chest. What was wrong with him? He was drunk off his tits, Joey grumbled. His friend was worse. His friend? I asked, careful to mask the emotion in my voice. His girlfriend? Nah, some big blonde fucker, Joey corrected, and I mentally sagged in relief. I think his name was Gussie or Gilly or something like that. Gibbsy, I confirmed quietly, thinking about how those two were joined at the hip at school. That's the one. Joey nodded, then released a low chuckle. Bloody Egypt threw himself on top of the car, demanding I give him back his centre. Laughing, he added, he looked serious too, like he genuinely thought I was kidnapping Kavanagh. My brows furrowed. Why did Gibbsy call Johnny his centre? Johnny's position is outside centre in rugby, he explained. He's number 13. Oh yeah, I knew that. I remembered his jersey. So, you dropped them both home? I asked, feeling warm. To Johnny's house? Yup, my brother confirmed. Had to help Kavanagh carry that Gibbsy fella into the house. He was legless, Shan, a right bloody mess. We left him in the living room. You were inside Johnny's house? My brain was reeling, trying to digest everything my brother was telling me. He was with Johnny last night. He was at his house. He was inside his house. I wanted to ask him if he asked about me, but I managed to keep that question from spilling from my lips. Yeah, Shan. Jesus Christ, by the looks of their property, his family must be minted. Joey blew out a breath. Never seen anything so fancy in my life. The sound of a phone ringing cut through the air, distracting us both. We both patted our pockets. Not mine, Joey stated. Mine either, I muttered, looking on the dashboard and then on the floor at my feet. The ringing cut out and then restarted a few seconds later, vibrating loudly. Check the back seat, Joey instructed as he pulled over on the side of the road and threw on his hazard lights. Unclipping my belt, I crawled between the seats and dropped into the back seat, my eyes searching the seats for the noise. Anything? Joey asked, pulling back into the traffic. No. Dropping down between the seats, I peeked under the driver's seat. Oh, wait, it's here! I exclaimed, eyes locking on the sleek-looking phone lighting up and vibrating against the floor. I see it. The ringing cut out again, and I snaked a hand out, retrieving the phone. Shuffling back onto the seat, I quickly fastened my seatbelt, eyes glued to the phone. Is this Aoife's? I gazed down at the expensive-looking device. Did she get a new phone for Christmas? No, Joey replied. Her folks got her hair straighteners for Christmas. The phone began to ring again, screen lighting up with the name King Clit flashing across it. Ew, Joe, I groaned. That's disgusting. What? Whoever's calling this number is listed as King Clit. My brother threw his head back and laughed. That's not funny, I admonished, watching the screen go blank again as the call ended. That's pretty disturbing. It's your man, the Gibbsy fella. I heard Johnny ranting at him over changing his contacts around last night, Joey chuckled. He's King Clit. The phone lit up again, vibrating in my hands and ringing loudly. Well, answer it, my brother instructed, tone impatient. He's probably looking for it. I don't want to. Shoving my hand between the seats, I tried to thrust the phone at my brother. You answer it. How the fuck am I supposed to answer it? Joey hissed, batting my hand away. I'm driving, Shannon. Just answer the phone. No, I refused, shaking my head. They'll think we stole it. No, they won't think we stole it, Joey shot back tetchily. The ringing stopped and Joey let out a growl. When it rings again, answer the fucking thing. Like clockwork, the phone rang 5 seconds later. Trembling, I pressed the accept button and put the phone to my ear. Hello? Well, shit. I wasn't expecting anyone to pick up, the voice at the other end replied. You have my buddy's phone? Yeah, I know. Closing my eyes, I pressed the heel of my hand to my forehead and exhaled heavily. He left it in my brother's car last night. Last night's a bit hazy, Gibbsy drawled down the line. So you might need to refresh my memory by letting me know who your brother is. Joey Lynch? I squeezed out, trying not to hyperventilate in front of my brother. He and his girlfriend Aoife dropped you guys home from town last night. The phone was under his seat. Squirming uncomfortably, I threw in a quick disclaimer by saying, I just found it like 2 minutes ago. Nope, Gibbsy replied after a long pause. I have no recollection of that happening. Well, it clearly did, I shot back flustered, considering your friend's phone is in my brother's car. Little Shannon, Gibbsy sounded amused. Is that you? Yeah. I flamed red. It's me. Is your brother with you now? He asked. Yeah, but he's driving, so he won't use the phone. Does he remember where he dropped us last night? Hold on, I'll ask. Pausing, I covered the handset and looked to Joey. They want to know if you remember where the house is. Joey nodded and I returned to the call. Yeah, he remembers. Can you put me on loudspeaker? I'll try. Clicking a few buttons, I held the phone up to Joey's ear. Okay, you're on loudspeaker now. Hey man, how's it going? Gibbsy's voice came out much louder now, though he was noticeably hoarse. Better than you by the sound of it, my brother quipped. What you need? Could you drop Cav's phone over? He asked. I'm so sorry to put you out, man, but he's losing his shit here. He's weird as fuck when it comes to his personal information. What's in it for me? Joey shot back, not missing a beat. Joey, I hissed. He shot a cheeky smirk back at me. Ah, shit, man, I don't know, Gibbsy mumbled. A rasher sandwich and a pot of tea? I don't have much in the lines of barter. Horrified, I shook my head and mouthed, "No!" But Joey said, "Yeah, grand. We'll be over in 30. "Joey!" I cried. "Thanks a million," Gibbsy replied, sounding relieved. "You're as sound as a pound." "No bother," Joey replied, taking the phone out of my hand. "And I like my rashers crispy," he added before cutting the call and dropping the phone down on the seat beside him. Detour. "What are you doing?" I spluttered, wide-eyed. "We are not going over there." "What's the problem?" he quizzed. "I thought you were friends." "I know him from school, Joey," I choked out. "That doesn't mean I'm his friend." "Relax, we're only dropping over the guy's phone." "And you're having breakfast." "Well, I'm hardly driving that far out of my way for nothing," Joey laughed. "Besides, I'm hungry." "Yeah, for a chicken fillet roll," I reminded him. "I've changed my mind." "What about Aoife?" I demanded. "And the boys?" "Aoife and the kids won't be back until 1, he replied. "She said so herself." "Joey, we can't go over there," I pleaded. "Please." "Shannon Lynch," Joey said in a teasing tone. "Are you blushing?" "No," I grumbled. "You know, it's okay by me if you like him, don't you?" Joey chuckled. "I'm not that kind of brother." "All I want you to do is be careful. I've told you what he's about. He'll be gone in the summer, so it's up to you if you want to get hung up on something temporary." "I don't," I lied, mortified. "So drop it." "Fair enough," Joey mused. "Then you should have no problem stopping over for some grub." "You can do what you like." Sulking, I folded my arms across my chest and huffed, "I am not getting out of this car." Half an hour of tense silence later, we pulled up outside a gigantic pair of black-painted iron gates, and Joey rolled down his window, stretched his arm out, and keyed something into the pad. A few moments later, the gates swung inwards. My mouth fell open. "You have the password to his gate?" My brother laughed in response. A few moments later, the huge gate swung inwards and we continued up a long winding laneway that was lined on either side with huge trees. A house came into view a few minutes later, and I sucked in a sharp breath. Oh, God. This was where he lived? Of course it was. Wow. I whispered to myself, taking in the sight of the huge Victorian-style mansion with a bazillion windows and the biggest front door I'd ever seen. "I know," Joey agreed with an impressed sigh. Pressing my cheeks to the window, I stared out at the sprawling lawns and gardens as the sound of gravel crunching beneath the tyres filled my ears. It was stone grey in colour, but it was draped in so much ivy that it looked almost majestic. "It looks like 6 of our house side by side," I whispered, gazing up at the property. "There's like 12 windows on the top level alone." Joey pulled up outside the front door and killed the engine before climbing out. "You should see it from the inside," he said as he reached over and grabbed the phone. "Fucking incredible." My gaze followed Joey as he strolled over to the front door, knocked once, and then sauntered inside. Holy crap. My brother just walked into Johnny Kavanagh's house.
Chapter 33. King Clit is a liability. Johnny. I was in the process of flipping my mattress off my bed when Gibbsy strolled into my room, whistling to himself. "I've located your phone, Cav," he announced proudly. Thank Christ. I sagged forward in relief and dropped my mattress back down on the base. "Where is he?" "In Joy's car." My brow shot up. "Joey, the hurler?" Gibbsy nodded. "Apparently." "You dope." I grumbled. "This is all your fault." "I know," he chirped happily. "But he's dropping it over for you." "Yeah, I sighed in relief. Fair play. Grabbing my duvet off the floor, I threw it back in the bed and then carefully lifted Suki back up. Good girl, I coaxed, feeling terrible for disturbing her in the first place. That's seriously unhygienic, Johnny, Gibbsy stated with a frown. Letting her sleep on your bed like that? He shuddered. Fucking rank, lad. You're one to talk about unhygienic, I growled, swinging round to face him. She's cleaner than you. I shot him a dirty look before adding, at least Suki doesn't puke all over herself in sleep and roll into my ma's couch. Oh, you promised you wouldn't bring it up again, he choked out, looking wounded. Promise breaker. Gibbs, I bit out, striving for patience. I'm tired. I was up all night taking care of your drunk ass. I spent half the night turning you on your side so you wouldn't choke yourself, and winding you like a bleeding baby. And the other half I spent mopping up your vomit. You wrecked the living room. You plastered downstairs bathroom and puke. You almost smothered me to death with your Guinness farts when I brought you up here. Give me a few hours to get over it before asking me not to bring it up. Well, at least I hosed off all the chunks, Gibbsy replied sheepishly. And the living room, hall and bathroom were back to their former glory. Good, I barked. So you should. It's your fucking puke. You made me sleep on the floor, Johnny, he huffed. And that was mean. Because you can't be trusted with nice things. Not even a bed. Yes, Jared, not even a bed. Yeah, well, I'm your best friend, and you put me on the floor. He shot back with a huff. The dog gets the foot of your bed, and I get the fucking floor. I arched my brow. Are you saying that you want to sleep at the foot of my bed? Gibbsy stared back at me for several seconds before snickering. Yeah, okay. I have no idea where I was going with that. Neither do I, lad, I muttered, with a shake of my head. Neither do I. By the way, Gibbsy said, with an impish grin, I told your man Joey that I'd make him a fry for his troubles. Fine. Just keep it tidy. My ma will be back in the morning, I replied, too weary to contemplate the terrible idea it was to have Joey Lynch in my house when he was clearly sceptical of my intention towards his sister. And rightly so. Gibbsy looked at me expectantly. Don't look at me like that, I told him. You know where the kitchen is. I'm not fucking cooking for you. I'm not used to gas, Gibbsy shrugged helplessly. We have electric at home. Your mother's a baker, I snapped. How do you not know how to work a bleeding stove? And yours is a flashy fashion designer, he shot back. But I don't see you prancing around the place in fur coats and Prada handbags. You're a baby, do you know that? I growled. You're like an oversized infant I've been given custody of to care for. Stomping past him, I trudged downstairs to the kitchen. Get the pan out, and whatever it is you're planning on making, I ordered. And I'm not cooking it for you, I grumbled as I stamped over to the stove and switched on the gas. You're more than capable of doing it yourself. Oh, I hope so, Gibbsy chuckled, shuffling towards me with his arms full of pork product and a tray of eggs. Think you can manage without burning the house down? I quipped as I stepped away from the stove. Pretty sure, Gibbsy replied as he set to work, leaning precariously close to the naked flame. I eyed him wearily, unconvinced. Don't burn yourself. Okay, Dad, he mocked before asking. Do you have scones? Turning to face me, he added, I love one of your mam's scones with my tea. I shook my head and held my tongue, deciding to just let the crazy float over my head. There might be a batch in the freezer. You'll have to heat them up in the oven first. I know that, he scoffed. Do you? I muttered under my breath. He was a liability. A big, dopey, loyal as they came liability. Did I ever tell you about the time your girl saved me from Brian? Gibbsy asked, while he cracked an egg over the pan, distracting me from my thoughts. Brian? I questioned, thinking about Mrs. Gibson's evil bastard of a cat. Shannon saved you from Brian? Yes, she sure did, he mused. Grabbing a spatula off the rack, he swung it round in his hand as he spoke. I love how you don't even deny she's yours anymore, lad. Fuck off, I grumbled. Curiosity got the better of me then, and I perched my ass on a stool at the island and looked at him. Tell me. Gibbsy chuckled at my response. It was the day of my birthday last month, he explained, tossing half a dozen sausages into the sizzling grease. I'd taken Brian for a walk over to Hughie's. You know how he gets when he's left alone too long. Yeah, I nodded, not batting an eyelid at this information. There had been at least 9 occasions over the last 18 months when he had arrived at my house with the Inspector Gadget lookalike cat. He lost it, lad, he said. Went batshit crazy, broke off his lead and made for the bathroom, took a dump in the tub. Like his owner, I quipped. My mother has never taken a shit in anyone's bathtub. Gibbsy snarled. Not your ma, I retorted. You. Gibbsy frowned and tilted his head to the side, clearly racking his brain for the memory. I decided to help him out. Away game against that school in Tipperary back in third year. Recognition dawned on his features. Oh, yeah, he snickered. That wasn't a bath. That was the shower stall in their school changing rooms, and those bastards deserved it. And in my defence, I was only 14. In Brian's defence, he's only a cat. I shot back. That fucker knows exactly what he's doing, Gibbsy grumbled. Anyway, he destroyed the gaff Johnny, and went for us when he tried to pick him up. Shannon just walked right in, scooped the fairy little fucker up and walked him home. And you know what he did to her? He poured. He was in his bloody element, lad, delighted with life, being curled up to her. Lucky Brian. Why am I only hearing about this now? I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. Sorry, Gibbsy snickered. I wasn't aware I had to run it by you every time I had to talk to the girl. You don't, I muttered. The sound of banging on the front door filled my ears moments before the door closing filled the air. Kavanagh, a deep voice called out. Come on up, Gibbsy called out, replying for me. Turning to face me, he winked and said, Best behaviour, lad. Big brother's here. Brilliant. Fucking perfect. Jesus Christ, Joey Lynch stated when he stepped into the kitchen a few moments later, with a phone in his hand and sporting a beauty of a shiner under his right eye that had been too drunk to notice last night. In the clear light of day, I found myself sizing up this guy. He was tall, but had a good 3 inches on him, like I had of most lads of my age. He was obviously in good shape too, but it was that typical hurler physique with lean